And we're like, it'll
Guys,
take a second,
drink
but we're
Evian.
live now.
Oh,
I'll send the link here.
Cool. Oh, did it fall already? Nice.
Oh, lovely.
I know we're gonna get gaslit about having delayed again, but
That's the streamer experience.
podcast by 3 minutes.
So whose
wait,
channel is
there's
it live
oh,
on?
there's a mic missing from from this scene. That's funny. I'll just ignore that.
Okay. Test. How do I
Someone's
sound?
making audio. Oh, there we go.
It's on the starting soon scene, but it's on the main one, so it's fine.
Got it.
How blah 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 blah.
All right, I
Okay.
sent the link. Okay, let's make sure I have like all that shit on the screen. All right. This is just a pen for bullet points and stuff. When we reach 10,000 subs, I will drink water. That's what I'll do. Did Finn go AFK? Where'd he go?
Well, I'm literally here.
All right, everybody's here. You guys ready?
Everyone is here.
So ready.
Yeah.
Ready.
Welcome to episode 17 of the Dasher podcast. And guess what? Everyone's here this time, not including Nico. And we are joined all on Facecam for the first time ever, by the way. We are joined with two wonderful people, KrmaL, which I probably pronounced wrong, and Crohn44.
Yeah.
Welcome to the
That's
show.
mine, right?
I got yours right.
Yeah.
I didn't get KrmaL's right.
It's just KrmaL.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh,
So
I
Finn
knew
was
it.
right. Finn, he was
Yeah.
right.
I was right.
Damn, I always thought it was KrmaL. I know what it means, but like,
I don't really care either way. People
Yeah.
say it however they want.
But I remember back when you changed your name, like one of the first pinned messages in the chat was that like KrmaL thing.
I actually wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Like, did you just feel like Crazy Man 50 was like from a bygone era, and you're like, I can't, man. I gotta change.
I was at a Hot Topic and they asked me for my email for rewards, and I was so embarrassed to say it out loud that I just spelled it all out, and that was the moment I was like, I need to do something.
Fair enough.
Oh.
I just wasn't about it.
Better than most stories I've heard from these. Like mine is just like, I don't know. How you guys been though? I've never called with I don't think I've called with either of you ever. I something funny happened with Crohn, which we'll get to, but
Yes.
how the hell are you?
Yeah. Yes, I left like all public discords not too long ago. So I've mostly just been around like my private circles pretty much. I'm sort of just trying to slowly step away from GD. And I've been doing it, taking it like step by step, and it's been going pretty well, I think.
I'm in the same
I think my
situation.
last like main connection to GD right now is through #G, which is a server that spawned off as the offshoot of Sound Discord. Sound Discord is the Sound Outer Discord server. It used to have a channel that was dedicated to geometrydash, but most of the people that talked in that server only talked in that channel and nothing else. So eventually they just made their own server. And G is kind of interesting. It's sort of like a toxic cesspool a lot of the time. It's
I've
pretty
heard
bad. But
I was gonna bring that up.
it also has like some of the people with like some of the most nuanced opinions on the game. So I stick around sort of like for the opinions and also for the spectacle. There's a lot of crazy shit that happens in that server.
I'll
including-
tune
Heard
in
my
maybe
fair
like
share.
I'll
Yeah.
tune into that server maybe once every other week just to see
Yeah.
what's happening, and it's always just nonsense.
they're also the server that did the Daily Demon and a few other things as well.
Oh yeah,
So,
the thing with didn't Penito create that? No, it was like a
Penito was
bunch of
was
people.
one of the leads on it, but it was created mostly just by G members. Yeah.
Cool. I always thought Penito was like the guy. I wonder what he's up to. He's probably
Yeah.
chilling.
Outside
should
of that,
talk to him.
though, I only ever play GD like just once every few weeks just to play like some insane demons or whatever. That's honestly my favorite difficulty in the game.
I agree.
Yeah.
Dude, can we get
It
like
is a
one
pretty
thing
good
forward?
difficulty.
Like, does everyone here know what Critical Fusion by Nox is?
I know most other Nox levels. I don't know that
No.
one.
Sounds
That one
vaguely
is
familiar.
that might be his best level. I'm gonna be honest. It's so good.
Yeah.
It does sound pretty good. Critical fusion.
Also-
I know sadism and I know stalemate. So,
Sadism is pretty good, except for the UFO, in my opinion. But
well, people usually don't like the wave in that, but yeah.
I'm wave carried. Another
Fair.
thing, what was it? People are gonna like complain about this, but I actually like Theory of Alchemy. I thought it was
Is that
fun.
Nox level?
It's by I think it's by the Chris. It's like one of those 2.0 levels that are like so bad that it's amazing
Yeah.
because it's just like early 2.0 tropes.
I wish I knew what you were talking about because I love early 2.0 garbage.
You should
Yeah.
go look at it.
Oh,
It's-
yeah.
I love
We,
that.
It's the
level.
best
we
kind
were
of
calling
garbage.
a few days ago, and I was just like asking him to give me insane demons.
Literally just a few days ago, I was just like shooting Crohn a bunch of like
Let me actually
crappy
go through the
insane
ones
demons
that
to
I
play.
played. I can open
I
the
would-
game right now.
Recommend Theory of Alchemy, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's a level for everybody, to be honest.
So most of the levels that he recommended were stuff that he beat on like early on in his YouTube channel. So it was Switchblade by Twoots, Ruined Journey by Kias, Hellish Aspect by Leona, Theory of Zanon was one I looked up on my own by
I love that
Durami.
one.
Shoot, that's not even all of them, but yeah. It's funny. Oh, Death Note. That level was so fucking stupid.
Isn't that the
Oh,
one by
that
Bluff?
no.
Yeah,
that level's
that
really
level's
bad.
awful. It's so bad.
I remember giving
It's
up on
really
that one
bad.
forever,
Yeah.
so.
It has this terrible duel at the end. I think that's the one.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different one, but I
There's a
don't know.
weird wave
think
as
the
well
duel's
with
at,
like
like,
the floating
60.
blocks.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I don't remember. I'd have to
Yeah.
really think about that.
Also, the hallucination. That's a funny one.
That's not an
Is it-
insane
that
demon.
makes me think of the
It's an
extreme
insane demon, yeah. No, not
There's
not the
two?
extreme demon, with the insane demon that's like
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a
I
I was
1.9
just saying,
million
like,
collapse.
Jesus Christ.
I think it's just hallucination, not the hallucination, but yeah.
That's where I
Oh,
got it confused.
Yeah.
Hallucinations plural, I think.
A hallucinate. Yeah, there you go.
Dude,
Oh,
I had a
okay.
fucking hilarious epiphany like 2 weeks ago. Speaking of like plural, I was streaming and I was like, somebody said like vertebrae. And I was like, hold on. So vertebrae, is vertebrae the plural for vertebrae or is it vertebraes? Because if is vertebrae one
Vertebrae is
or
the plural.
vertebrae?
Vertebra is the singular.
Dude, I had a mind fuck. that was a funny thing. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Hallucinations.
I just
is
can't be able
hilarious.
to
The
deal with
creator
words like that.
roster on that level is stacked. It's like Terran, Nox, Triaxis, a bunch of other like A-list creators. I think Asonicman's in there somewhere, and it's
dude,
just
Asonic is cool as shit.
It's like all their parts are just like really mid to bad though.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got. Oh, I have a question for KrmaL. I'm going to say that now the whole time. So, is it true that at one point your GD account password was Hack Me Daddy? Because I've heard that so many times, and I have never known if that's actually true.
That is true. It was Hack Me Daddy in all caps. I kind of heard rumblings that account passwords were stored in plain text.
Which is true.
So I was I was kind of like, I don't need my password to be harvested in case it ended up being used at other websites or something. So I was just like, let's just make it something where if it gets found, it's like only because it was in plain text here and it doesn't become a problem elsewhere, you know. So
It took RobTop like 8 years to add Cloudflare to that, what is it, that MySQL database?
Yeah.
8 years.
I still like choose individual passwords for GD that are different from all my other accounts because I just don't.
Yeah, I
trust
do too.
it
you should just
at
do
all.
that for every account you make on every site.
I should, but
ideally.
Anyone want to know
I'm
mine?
not gonna remember. Sure. What's yours?
I'm not going to. You know what? Actually, I will say because no one's going to figure it out. It was like the name of, and this is only for GDs, so good luck. It was the name of like this really complicated spelling, like wine bottle or something, and then it was like a bunch of letters.
Josh.
Oh,
No.
great.
I wish. But yeah, my password's Josh12. Get on it.
Dude, I was out
Josh.
with some friends last night, and we went to a gas station. Most of them were like drunk as fuck. I was still sober, but like they saw Josh, and everyone got a bunch of pictures with it. It was
I
so
did
much
too.
fun.
I see it in Publix like all the time.
Yeah.
And this was like the pre I don't know how you would word it. Before the hype, before it was cool.
Before it was cool. Yeah.
I'm sure it just tastes like wine.
I mean, it's fine. I went to my cousin's graduation a few weeks ago, and they had Josh at the reception, so had a bit of it there.
I've only had like sparkling wine, so it's like
Yeah.
fake air quotes. I don't know.
Well,
I'm not
never,
really.
never drank
I
any
don't really-
alcohol.
Yeah, you're smart for that. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not an alcoholic.
Yeah, I rarely drink as well. It's actually I'm usually the one in my
Yeah,
friend group that
no,
doesn't
I-
drink at all.
I don't
and
like
I'm
the way it makes
designated
my
driver.
throat feel. I don't like the warm.
Really?
I'm just not a
There's a lot
fan.
of-
I just get sick when I have alcohol. I'm just like, I have a
There's
glass.
a lot of
and I'm like, I'm
alcoholics
done.
in my
I don't
my
feel
Discord
good.
server.
Isn't it funny that alcohol is more socially acceptable than like milk? Like,
Is
go to
it?
a bar and ask for a glass of
Yeah.
whole milk. They will literally kick you out.
That is true.
I'm laughing at there's a lot of alcoholics in my Discord server.
I mean, look. If you want to do that, I mean, all the power to you. But it's not what I would do. You know,
You can order pilk.
I've
Yeah,
wanted to
shot.
try pilk. Have you tried it?
But no, there's a reason that you don't try pilk. I haven't had it, no.
See, like, so what
So
are you
I could be
talking
wrong.
about?
It could be amazing. It could be a delicacy. But
I'm
I don't
sure it's
think
not.
pilk would be a good combo.
Toothpaste, orange juice glass, pilk. I don't
That
give a
gives it the
fuck,
little
boy.
kick that it's missing. Not only do you
Oh,
get
no.
vitamin D, but you get your teeth cleaned. See, like,
But-
this is
I
why
mean,
you were
try
a
drinking,
moderator,
like-
and this is why you're a great creator, because you think about it.
Try drinking Pepsi after having like a creamy pasta meal or something. That's a taster of what it
Do you
feels
know
like. It
about
does
the,
not feel good.
Do you know about the drinking Sprite and then eating a banana thing?
No,
I've heard.
I've heard
No.
that makes you throw up, like without fail.
drinking
I don't know if
Sprite
it's
and
true,
eating
though.
a banana. I've probably done that on accident at some point.
It's just yak, like what?
I doubt
what?
that. That's
No,
definitely
not
just
not
made
thrown
up.
up, but like I
Yeah.
have Sprite relatively often, and I eat bananas relatively often.
That was
so.
like a rumor in middle school. Oh,
There was
don't
one
even get me
time
started
where-
with school, man.
I like went to hike a mountain with my family, and like I didn't have anything that morning except for orange juice, and I just like threw up once I got to the high altitude because
Oh,
I didn't plan for it.
I'm trying to drink an energy drink. Don't really think about it. I'm actually
Well,
gonna like.
you're probably not hiking a mountain after this. So you're
No,
probably
you don't.
fine.
You don't want to have any of that on an empty stomach.
Well, actually, I have Yosemite in like 3 days, but
Yeah,
Jeez.
Sweet.
you like have fun.
I'm kidding. But that'd be
Oh.
fun though.
Okay.
I know people will
Yeah,
do it.
you
I
gotta
should
go.
probably.
For fun.
I should
Take a
probably
camera.
tap in, but
Channel your inner Ansel Adams. Take some badass photos of rocks.
damn, son. Anyway, so this is a question for both you and Crohn. This might be a difficult question because you both have a very long creating career, I presume. So we're gonna have a lot of questions about creating specifically because obviously, but I want to know what your absolute favorite collab part you've ever made is, and if there is significance to it that most people don't see or know about,
Collab part.
or just like thing that you've made. We'll get to that, but I wanted to do collab part first because
Oh,
the
man.
solo levels have a lot more like creative
Yeah,
prowess.
so it's a pretty easy question for me. You want me to start?
Go for
Yeah,
it.
sure.
Yeah, I gotta
Okay.
dig through my.
So I've only ever actually made one collab part in a release level, and that collab part is the limbo keys. So
We were gonna get to
Yeah.
that. I'm so
We
fascinated.
were going to
about
ask
that.
about this.
yeah,
Let's talk about it now.
So interesting story with the. I was gonna make a video explaining like my thought process behind it, but I never ended up getting around to it. I recorded like half of the video, but editing was pretty intimidating for me. So maybe one day I'll revisit the idea because I still have the script around somewhere. But the gist was I was inspired by Bizarre Phantasm primarily.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, I when Minecraft invited me to it, I claimed the last part because I thought the last part's always like the funniest part in like Extreme Demons. And I wanted to do something special for it. my thought process was sort of at like, what would be the funniest thing to put at the end of a memory extreme? And the specific idea that I had was like, what if you had to like visually track something on your screen while you were also doing a wave spam? So it would test like your, eye tracking ability and also your like consistency ability at the same time. And in my head, I imagined like people like yelling at whatever streamer was playing the level. It's this one, it's this one, it's this one, it's this one, while they're like freaking out and trying to figure out like what the correct thing is. So that was sort of the pitch that I gave Mindcap, and he loved the idea. So it ended up turning out pretty well. And it's funny because like, that part is sort of carried the brand recognition for that level, if you will. I think to this day, like the keys are probably one of the strongest things that are associated with Mindcap. And it's pretty funny just looking back at that, how that came to be.
Yeah, that is like the most iconic part in the last like 3 years or something that I can think of in like any level.
Yeah.
That's a big statement, but I mean, maybe.
I'm sure you didn't expect that at all.
No,
Kind of
literally
crazy
the
to think
amount
about.
Yeah.
I've seen whenever I've uploaded Limbo or a video with Limbo in it, the most replayed part of the video without
It's
fail
always
is
the
always the
keys,
key to
yeah.
Limbo.
Because people always
Like,
go
it'll be
back
top
and like
50 hardest
rewatch.
levels, and
Yeah.
there'll just be a massive peak at the keys.
Yeah, it's fun because like they move so fast, like you have to like rewatch it a few times.
Yeah,
to
that
get
is
it.
like an amazing part.
So
Like, it
when
can't
I-
even be overstated.
when I designed it, I wanted to make it pretty easy because I knew it was coming like right at the end of like an Extreme Demon. If you look at the original like gameplay showcase on my channel, like it's a pretty open wave space. There's not a lot of type corridors or anything. It wasn't until Minecraft decorated it where he like made the corridors like close in on you towards the end and made it a lot harder than it would have been otherwise. So I was hoping that like maybe people would die like once or twice on it and then replay the level after that. I did not want to make something where people would die like 10 times on it. But
Oops.
people these days are so good at the game that it doesn't really matter anyways. But still, something to think about, I guess.
It's difficult. I had to
Yeah.
play test it. I had to learn the whole fucking
Yeah.
level, dude. Oh my god.
In my testing, I was able to beat it like 2 out of 3 times ish on my like gameplay copy before it was decorated. Probably closer to like 1 in 3 now that the corridor is like closer and the wave stem is a little bit tighter. And also the decoration makes it harder to track the keys because there's so much like flashing stuff and going on. But,
yeah.
um,
Dude, Minecraft did such a good job with the deco.
Yeah, I think my favorite part of the things that he did was
Yeah.
having the callbacks to the previous parts.
Yeah,
it's a
dude.
really fun gameplay trope that you see in video games a lot, and it really like tied the whole level together pretty nicely.
I've heard that it says focus like in between it all and it spells it. I've heard that
Yeah.
before, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I just think it was really cool the way he like took each part and made like an icon for it, like representing the part.
That was
like,
that was my
the
favorite
splash.
part about the design of that was like
Yeah,
how
me
it
too.
kind of where it acts as a callback. It's really cool.
Yeah,
I wonder if you
Yeah.
guys think Limbo is starting to show its age. I think like just
No,
a small
no.
bit personally, but I love the
Um,
level. Don't get me wrong, but
I don't think so. I mean, some parts of bot designs are kind of, you can tell they're made in like mid 2.1, but like
It's
I
not
don't
even,
think
like,
it's showing
mid-
its age
like
at
late
all.
2.1.
do you know what?
yeah, mid late 2.1.
Yeah,
I
you know
feel like
what was
that
the
level's going to be
hardest part?
timeless.
yeah, that level's.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's a few parts that'll probably show their age. Some of the more
I
standard
think
design parts,
it
I'd
was
imagine.
what's his name? I think Vismith's is like the most agey part there is, just because it
Yeah.
was like the most inferior part when it came out, in my opinion. But not to say it's bad.
And
but
then there are parts that just won't age at all, like KWMS. That's
I think
not-
Jay's
that's never gonna
part is also
age.
pretty timeless.
yeah, laggy, timeless though.
Yeah.
Everything
what
Jay's
took
art
me
makes
the
is timeless,
longest?
to be honest.
Do you know what took me the longest to learn in it?
What?
It's kind of ironically Wio,
That makes sense.
the cube maze.
Yeah.
That took me
Kind of
the
feels
longest
classic.
by
Yeah.
far.
Really?
KrmaL's part didn't take me that long.
Dude, there was
I
a
actually
time
wanted to
when-
know, like, was that gameplay inspired by like just the Snake game, or is it just like just?
I have no idea. I
Mm.
think it was more likely inspired by the earlier stuff that Wio's created. Like,
No, I mean like
stuff.
KrmaL's Snake part. I
Oh,
wonder what-
yeah.
Was that literally just inspired by like the Snake game? Like with a
and I was
twist?
gonna say for my favorite part I've built, it was kind of hard to decide, but I think also my part in Limbo, just because I felt the most like this idea for a part I want to say in a level I've had for like I had this idea for like years prior, and I just had no good levels to fit it into. So when I was asked to join, I was like, I could try this, and um, I don't know. I think it's more inspired by just like Mario games, since they have like the snake block segments and a lot of like the new Super Mario Brothers games.
Yeah.
Those sort of sequences, but also like I took inspiration from like Super Monkey Ball specifically, but I'm sure there's other games that do the thing where like you can like forward, pause, and rewind moving objects and stuff. Like that's the game I had in mind was Monkey Ball. And it was really tough to like build that part because like I think I got maybe like 15 or 20 groups total to make that whole thing. And it was like, how do I fit all of that weird like mechanic into that few groups? Because like I was the last person to build gameplay, I'm pretty sure, because like everyone else had already like had set parts and then used whatever extra groups they had, and then someone quit, so I had to replace them with however few groups they had left. But I think
it's a miracle that level even got finished.
I'd say
yeah.
so. Yeah.
It's
Are
a
you
big
guys aware of that
accomplishment of a
development
level.
hell? Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, I was in the server the whole time.
Holy
There was a lot
shit.
of-
I was there last minute.
Oh my god.
There was a
How
lot
the
of shit
fuck
that
did they
happened.
finish that too?
I think levels like that are always really hard to pull together at the end.
God, KrmaL, I completely
Like-
forgot about the limited groups thing. When I was designing the randomizer and stuff, like the groups was my top concern. I think I ended up getting it down to below 50, which is pretty impressive for what it is. I think.
I forgot
Yeah.
what they did. They I think they went over 9 and 9, and when they reset the group, I think halfway through the level.
Yeah. So I actually left
yeah.
a comment on this video explaining how the Limbo's keys work, because this guy recreated it from the ground up. So I left a comment letting him know how it works. I'm just gonna paste that into your YouTube chat so people can see how many groups and stuff. Oh, only channel subscribers are allowed. Oh no. Subscribers of 1 minute or longer.
Maybe that's why we went down by 10 subs. Why
I
am
don't watch any GD stuff on YouTube, man. I think the only
Yeah.
GD YouTuber I consistently watch is Werwin.
Other thing
Which is
related on the note of comments,
Yeah.
building my part in that level, that was the first and only time I've ever had to write comments in the level explaining how everything worked.
Yeah.
Because someone else had to deal with it. And
Oh,
understand how all
Flash,
the
yeah.
stupid groups were.
Yeah.
So
I've
I
heard
hope
that,
Flash appreciated that.
I've heard that. I think Zephyrox wanted to kill himself decorating that. Liab went insane decorating
Leah
that.
decorating the ones part was probably the most notorious instance of the gameplay clashing with a deco a lot. I
Oh my
remember
god,
Leah
dude.
struggling a lot.
He pulled through though.
Yeah.
Dude, I bet he did the thing that I do sometimes when I finish videos. He finished his part, he probably just looked at his hands and was like, oh my god, finally, dude. No more.
Yeah.
He just sends it to Minecraft fuck, get it away, dude.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I also did the same commenting thing in my part. I for the part that initiated the randomizer to start with the counting thing, I circled that in the X objects and said move this to the start of the level. This needs to activate at the beginning. And I don't know if it's still like that, but it was pretty funny.
Dude, I wouldn't know. I look at Minecraft's part, all the triggers, and I'm like, I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was never that good.
Yeah, I think the first few layers in layer order are all the stuff that I did, and then everything past that's all the deco stuff that Minecraft did.
Yeah, I'm surprised
Yeah.
maybe it's just the hater inside me. I just didn't expect it to ever look as good as it came out looking.
It's funny.
I don't know. I think everyone pulled through on that.
Yeah,
it was definitely a bit of a challenge, I imagine, just with how weird every single part was made. So I'm kind of happy that it managed to come out at all, honestly.
Yeah, it's funny looking back
So
at
I think-
Minecraft's old works and seeing how far he's come.
Oh
looked at
yeah,
this
I
part
don't
in,
know where
in,
he pulled
Gamma,
that part from.
and it's
Yeah,
just
I don't either. What the fuck? He locked in.
He just came out with one of
legitimately
the best parts ever. It's oh okay, I guess.
shut himself out from the outside world and just
Yeah.
laser focus, dude.
Minecraft wanted
His
me to
parts before
decorate it
that,
originally.
yeah.
And I joked with him if I would have decoed that, the level would still not be out today. So you know.
I feel the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I immediately said I am not decorating no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just
he's
don't
like,
have
this is
time.
not my problem anymore.
Yeah.
What do you
This
think it
will
would have
be-
looked like?
Honestly, probably relatively similar to what Minecraft did. I don't think I would have done as much of the flashy stuff that he did. But I think like the callbacks to previous parts. I mean, you know, after a number of brainstorming sessions, I probably could have come up with something like that. I don't know. It's hard to say. Not the timeline we live in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
somewhere
I
in another
think
universe.
every single person in the podcast at some point has something to do with Limbo?
So every single
Did they?
person in what?
Oh, you know what?
Oh, in
Now
the
that you
podcast.
mention it-
Podcast.
yeah.
Yeah.
So now we
that you
know how you're
mention it,
finding your
you're kind of not
guests.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just going through the limbo server and just being like, hey, can
Because you did, what do you, play testing?
You gotta have Para up next.
do you want to know who I asked and
And-
who agreed and we're just waiting? I'm gonna put
Yeah.
it in the chat because I'm keeping it under wraps right now. Dude, I'm so excited for that one.
Oh, nice.
I'm just waiting on everyone
Yeah.
else. Yeah, I reached out to them and they were like,
Sweet.
actually, that sounds kind of fun.
Yeah. No, we got a lot of good people coming up. I kind of went, you've gone and gotten some good people. I've gone
Yeah.
and messaged people on Twitter repeatedly and gotten people. And yeah, here we are.
I wonder
We're
who I
vibing
wonder
now.
who would be the craziest. But like, obviously, the common answers is like Rob Top, but like, let's be realistic. Like,
No,
don't think
Rob Top, we
Top
can
would
get
ever
Rob
do
Top
this.
on. I think he would agree to it.
yeah, he would have to own the group chat. He would have to have full control over it, but he would do it.
Vitprint
We
and
slip up
cool,
once, he just deletes it.
keep the kids away. And yeah,
Bro.
I mean, I don't
yeah,
know.
we need supervision. for that, yeah.
He kind of strikes me as the type of person to just completely destroy my expectations and be like, you know what? Why not? You know.
No,
Another
that's
one,
what I
like,
think. Because
yeah.
whenever you ask someone to come on, they're always like, "Yeah, sure." I'm like, "Oh,
I never
that was
expect
easy."
that with half of them. I didn't think you
Yeah,
two would
and they're just
agree
like,
at
yeah.
all, if I'm honest.
You gotta shoot for the stars, just like
Yeah,
with,
Exactly.
Like
I
Obama.
got to message. Try message Rob Top right now at yo.
I mean, I couldn't ask you. I don't have DMs open.
I'll do it after stream.
But that's
I don't
too
think-
I mean,
You
that
no,
want
would
to talk about the time
He doesn't
at
have
the
DMs.
Wok
No,
restaurant?
I could easily get Darami on. There's no way he wouldn't come on.
Yeah, I've asked some people. Oh, there's another person who wanted to get on. That I just have to plan it because like we have like 3 episodes out. Anyway, we're getting really sidetracked. We're just talking about us.
Do you want
back
to
to the-
talk about the time at the Wok restaurant?
In a second, that I was like literally unshowered because I was gonna shower later. I was just there, just hungry, and it was like, dude, is that?
Well, you're talking about it now. I might as well.
Yeah, might as well. I'm not gonna name the restaurant. I don't know if it's like a local thing or not.
No,
but
it's fine. I mean,
I won't dox us, but I actually haven't been there since that. I went there a
Yeah.
couple times after, but I stopped going there. I
I've
don't
only
know.
ever been there like once or twice, I think.
Chat says
I don't know
this is
how often you're.
pre-recorded.
Chat says it's pre-recorded.
Chat
I don't know
says,
how often
I
you
beg
go
to
over there,
differ.
but
Exactly.
I'm not sure how often you're around that part of town. But
Why do they think it's
Yeah.
pre-recorded?
Fucking hell.
I
Okay.
don't know. Probably because I'm not like looking at chat.
Or 'cause
I don't
I'm
like
reading the
looking at
script.
chat a lot, but
Oh
like
yeah.
I don't like looking at chat
I
that
look
much
at-
because like I kind of want to have it focused on the people and not just reading chat.
Oh
'cause,
yeah.
like, yeah, you get it.
I just got a crush.
But yeah, that was a
disinformation.
really funny thing.
So I stepped down a few months ago, but up until that point, I had a tradition where every person I met up with that plays GD that's not mod, I would let them send a level that
Guess what I typed in?
supervise. And you did some 9 circles level, I remember. What was it?
I mean, I did as a joke because like
Yeah.
I bet you could guess what it was.
I don't
I'm
remember.
going
It
to
was
tell
just
you in a
some 9
second
circles
because
level.
I want to tell you in a second because I want to let people listening guess for a second because like if you
Okay.
know me, you're going to be like, oh,
So I gave him one chance to send a level.
and you're like, oh, is that a night circle? And you took
Yeah.
the phone. I remember that.
Well, it was because
Yeah,
it was a demon and that it was still going through the demon system at the time. So I just knew it wouldn't have done anything.
Man, I wonder how that turned out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Golden Paracosm. Because like I didn't have anything. This was at the time where I just like I wasn't as hyper focused on stuff like that. You know, upcoming levels, unrated levels. There's too many of them now. Honestly, there's way too
Yeah.
many. Not to like rant about the game, but I do honestly think the game is way too over evolved now. It's not a bad thing.
Well, there's
per se,
just
but
there's more players,
it's just I don't know. I think we're all
and
old heads enough to realize that,
Yeah.
like, especially for extremes, it's like, dude, there's almost 1,000 of them.
I mean,
I
there's
think we
always
can
been
all
loads of
agree that it was
levels.
definitely
It's
a little
just-
cooler when there were like 40.
Yeah,
Even when we-
I can't keep up with it.
Yeah,
anymore.
even when we
Yeah,
did
I
the
can't either.
GS Race Extremes,
I guess it's
it was only
just-
like 400 or something.
the
Yeah, I
levels are
remember when
pouring
fucking,
in
like-
because they're easier.
I remember when you verified Phobos, I was like 14 or something. That was
Wait, I did that?
oh yeah, I forgot you hacked it. We don't talk about that though.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Dude, we're gonna have to cut this part out. Come on.
Yeah.
You're giving me more work. That was a funny thing. That's a throwback,
Anyway.
isn't it? Phobos.
Jesus,
wonder what,
yeah,
like-
I remember that.
I'm actually
game.
curious, like, what made you decide to pick that up? Was it just kind of
I-
like the mystique of it?
I don't know. It kind of just happened. Like, I saw Woogie upload a video of it. That was my introduction to it. That was after it had been like through all the whatever happened with
Yeah,
it, the drama,
Tiger's
the nerf,
Eck.
whatever. Like this was after all of that, and then Woogie uploaded just like a showcase video of the nerfed version, and I was like, that's a weird level. And then like maybe like a month or two later, I just found a copy of it and just like tried it just for fun, like 0% expectation to actually complete it. I literally just wanted to see like, can I do any of these parts? And then I would just like come back to it for fun, like during streams, and then like my chat would be like, "Hey, are you trying to beat this level?" And I was like, "No." And eventually, just I think one of the creators of the level like messaged me and said, "Hey, you're really good. You want to like verify it?" I was like, "Okay." So
Why not?
it
remember that.
was kind of an accident. I don't know how I feel about it. I think
Wasn't
the one.
ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
All right. Weren't Phobos and Conical both harder than Bloodbath at the time? And you essentially got robbed of both of them being harder. I wonder how that felt. I mean, I'm sure you like, 'cause we didn't know, but like maybe in hindsight, it's like, well,
When I verified Conical, I thought I literally remember saying like people would ask me where I think it would go on the list, and I said maybe 20.
well, that's a byproduct of being a good controller player. I mean, you were probably
I
the
guess.
best, right?
Yeah.
At the time, probably.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Not
don't
to like
to
toot your
think of
horn, but
myself.
like there were like it was like you, Maxis, nobody, like I don't know.
Brandon
From
Larkin.
Yeah.
EBW?
Oh, Brandon Larkin and EVW. Dude, I
And
forgot about
yeah.
Brandon Larkin. He beat Bloodbath. I remember that. Remember when he cooked
Yeah.
Hines? I remember that.
You cooked Hines? I don't remember that at all.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
remember that.
think controller. There has to be something about controller because people still beating hard stuff like 12 Kelvin, firework on controller,
It's the secret.
On
It's the secret sauce.
60 as well. So
What's your favorite controller to use? Because I used to be a controller player too.
Xbox One.
Yep. Okay, I'm glad we agree.
Yep,
I have mine over here too. I used to
Yeah,
play on an
this
Xbox
is-
360 one with like a mushy A button.
I used to play with one of those too.
Oh.
This is like the third Xbox One controller I've had.
I beat Cataclysm with it in like 2017. I was so ecstatic.
Actually, this is the second one. The first one was a white one. That was the one I verified everything with, and I sold it so I could get this one because it was like
You should have signed it.
you should have signed it, put it
Signed
up
it
on
with all-
eBay.
all the.
Well,
like,
what even is
gamer
your
gunk in
signature?
it.
Your profile picture? Now that I'm thinking of that, would that just be your signature?
I haven't signed anything with it, but sure.
Like, do you go out to dinner and that's the signature on the check?
Why
Yeah.
not?
I don't want to say.
It's very funny how it's just a heart on the graph if you look at it like that.
That's
Yeah.
kind of the idea.
Yeah.
It does kind of look like that.
It's
The old
because I
logo
love
was so,
math.
Yeah.
like- for a second, I thought you said something else. For like,
No, you heard me
split second.
correctly.
Dude, how do you think I weigh 100 pounds? Come on, get with the program. I don't go on the elliptical.
Ozempic.
See, we're all with it. Game recognizes game.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, Dude, is it true, KrmaL, that I remember, didn't Riot buy you 144 hertz monitor, and for a long time wasn't it just on 60?
Yep, that's actually the one I have right here. My computer was not good enough to run it.
Oh,
at
okay.
full
I thought
frame
it was
rate.
just you never
yeah.
changed it.
No, the reason he bought it for me, which I feel really bad about, is because he wanted me to verify Sonic Wave Infinity.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that
get
didn't
right on
happen.
that. I was like, you know what, I will, because I want to beat Sonic Wave anyway. And at the time, it wasn't as hard as it is now. I'm pretty sure. Correct me
Yeah,
if
the
I'm
old
wrong.
yeah.
Sonic Wave
At the
Infinity.
time, I had like
that's the
opened
GD I
this.
miss.
I opened this monitor and I was like I was like fully ready to start practicing Sonic Wave Infinity and try to beat it, and the game would just run like ass. Like,
What were
Yeah.
your
like
specs?
what's that?
What were your specs?
Oh, it was like a GT 720 and like
Hmm,
Oh, right.
maybe
Yeah.
like
so
4 gigs of RAM.
You're cooked. That's
the
not
school
happening.
computer build, yeah.
It was like
Yeah.
it was like a middling pre-built from like maybe 2015. So
Yeah.
it
still
was
have it?
enough
20.
for. Yeah, I do actually. It was enough for like what I needed to do at the time. But once I started doing streaming, that became a little too intensive for.
By the way, I actually
Yeah.
want to mention this because you might not know this. So are you guys aware about how Skype deleted like all their message history?
No.
Yes, I remember seeing
So,
that last
fun
time
fact.
I opened Skype.
Fun fact, if you actually have the computer or the hard drive that you were using during those days, all of the pictures and stuff are still saved locally onto it. So if you ever for some reason like want to get that, you can. Just
Yeah,
letting you know. Yeah.
I've dug into it a little bit.
That's
where-
like
I-
why would they do
I never
I
used Skype.
sometimes still go back to my old computer to like dig out old files, like
Yeah.
gotta
like,
tell
just-
Riot about that too.
just like files that like music files that are deleted on Newgrounds and stuff like that I still have. So
Yeah. I
Yeah, it's
think
just everything's
it's a lot of
simplified.
server storage to do that. So
Yeah,
I get
I
it
heard that
because
that's why
it's
they
like a
removed
shit
it.
ton of storage. But like YouTube isn't doing that. I think YouTube have thought of doing it. Like
I'm
just
sure
deleting
Discord is on
videos
its
that are
way.
under like 10 views.
You know what I do on YouTube? I use it as a storage. You know what I'll do? I will take all my Shadowplay clips and put it into one giant video in Vegas, 5 hours or something, render it, and just put it on list on YouTube and just delete it off my computer.
You wrote a Python script to convert all your
Well, I'm
text
praying
files
it
into
never
video
goes
format.
public.
and
Yes,
then
that
upload it
does
on
exist,
YouTube.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah.
People do that because don't they have like infinite DVR space? Like just use YouTube. What are they going to do? They have
Yeah.
unlimited money. And I
Yeah,
don't have
storage is
unlimited
cheap.
storage. That is true. Storage is cheap now. What is it
Yeah.
like? How much is a 2 terabyte hard drive now? Like a Seagate?
You're not getting your best value with 2 terabyte. It's like that's well before the point of diminishing returns.
I actually
No, I
bought
mean,
a
but,
hard
like,
how
drive
much
like a
is
couple
it?
months ago.
I saw like a 16 terabyte one for 150 quid or something like that.
That sounds
it's
like a
like
scam.
10
I'm gonna
pounds a
be
gigabyte.
real.
No, 10 pounds a no, it was a Seagate one on Amazon. Like
16 terabytes?
16, 18 terabytes. Hard drive, not SSD.
Yeah,
it
I
was
know, but like, how
150
much was
pounds.
it? Oh, 100. I thought you said 50. I'm like, we need to
Not
talk.
50. I think it was years ago, but I got a 6 terabyte one for 90. But they're
Like all
cheaper
them
now.
4K
but
showcases.
it's so cheap for storage now.
Actually
Yeah, no,
bought
I had
myself
to
a
get a
new
new
hard
SSD
drive.
recently. I used
When?
up all 5 terabytes of my storage and I had to get another 4. So,
I actually need to buy a new one too. my
Yeah, mine-
external one is.
yeah.
Mine just died like a few months ago, so like
Oh,
and I had no backups, so I lost a lot of things.
That sucks.
that sucks.
You know what
Um,
I've heard? I've heard that like you know how with SSDs you have to turn them on every once in a while or the data wipes because of the way they're designed. Apparently, like for hard drives, you don't have to do that. You can just put them in just wherever
No.
and they're fine because it's like hard saved onto the disk or whatever.
Put them in a freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But then with an SSD, you can like throw that across a field and it'll be fine. But a hard drive, you can't do that. So,
well, isn't it because
theory.
it's like burned onto the disk?
well, it's just the hard drive's like a bunch of really like high precision magnetic disks, and if you throw it, something tiny breaks and you can't use it. But solid state drives are solid state, so they're
Yeah,
harder
that makes
to.
sense. I mean, I think we're all part of the SSD club now.
Oh
I mean, if you're playing GD, does it really matter?
no,
Yes,
mine.
very much so.
It does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Maybe maybe
the
now.
assets.
gotta load those 8 megabyte files very quickly.
Hell yeah, man.
Most of the time, they're not even like above 2.
Yeah,
Like, isn't
Who cares about
isn't
putting
like
things
Corn
in
like
RAM?
4?
Probably.
Corn's GD file is like 4, right? The million object level.
Yeah. That was
That's
so
funny.
fucking
Something
goofy.
Dude,
like
what would
4
I wanted to
megabytes.
get
That
into
should be
this
easy
because
to
we're all
render.
like old. But what would we have done without Mega Hack back in the day? Dude, we played
Dude,
with
I
like
didn't use Mega Hack
just
until
we played like raw.
2022.
you didn't see that.
Yeah.
Crohn, how long have you been
You're like
playing?
raw dog in GD.
Since 1.6, I think.
Okay, so we're all in the same boat. Dude, the fuck I don't know, like nostalgia is obviously like a blinding factor, but I personally miss the GD that like was worse, like objectively worse.
No, that's
Isn't that
you're blinded by
funny how that
nostalgia.
works?
It's not better.
Yeah, definitely.
You would not be able to live with it.
I've talked about this a number of times with friends, but I think the main reason that people look back to 1.9 fondly is that every gameplay object that you see acts exactly the way it looks, and that makes
Yeah.
for a more engaging gameplay experience.
Yeah.
When you encounter a fake, there's no chance of the fake being not an actual fake. You know exactly what a fake looks like, and you know exactly how to spot it and what it does.
I feel like a lot of the newer stuff being added to the game, especially in 2.2, like there's a lot of freedom given to the creator to just like define the just how everything works, the conventions within each level, which is good that there is freedom, but it's bad that you cannot read it between 2 levels.
Yeah. Before 2.0, the game had very specific rules on how objects interact, and you always can expect that object to interact that way when you touch it. And that convention was broken with the addition of the move trigger and the alpha trigger, which leads to less engaging gameplay experiences if the creator doesn't know what they're doing.
Which is
Early 2.0.
Which is most of the time. Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's definitely been a just overall an underappreciation of gameplay. Like levels that don't do it right. Like, you know, an amazingly decorated level, but it'll have like average run of the mill gameplay, and it won't be interesting. And you won't be able to pin down why if you don't really know. But it's always the gameplay. And you see a level with actual good gameplay like Limbo that's also very well decorated, and it's like the best thing ever. Like, just make good gameplay for your level, and it'll make a
we
good
were
difference.
talking about, well, in the same call we were just playing all those like random insane demons. Mig was talking about like High Life, and once the game updated to 2.0, he was just like, wait, y'all don't actually know what you're doing? Where's the game design? and the way that High Life sort of contrasts every other level from that time, in the sense that like there's a very clear intentionality to the way that level is designed.
The caffeine's kicking in, I can tell.
Nice.
Nice.
That was like
Welcome
Migos,
back.
dude. The way the level's designed. Dude, yeah, but you're right. Absolutely. Like a level can only be as good as its, counterpart, in my opinion.
Yeah. No,
Good
the weakest
gameplay,
part
good
will always
decos.
drag down a level. Also, good music. If you have shit music, you're gonna have a shit level. It's like 50% of the level. Just spend like a day finding good music.
Yeah, there will never be another High Life, I think.
Dude, I love that song.
And the same
Yeah.
with a lot of other levels that came around in that time. The way that the community is set up right now is just not,
Yeah, right.
It's like
Yeah.
the expectation
Well.
is that every level has to define its own mechanics.
Dude,
now.
I hate that, man. Dude, unconventionality is cool.
I'd
I've
say
talked
so.
about that way too
Yeah.
much, but
I think
I think-
conventionality is.
I think KrmaL would know a lot about that just because
I get
his
much.
Yeah, I think we're in a
style.
biased room for unconventionality right now.
I think I
A little bit.
much more enjoy a level that uses existing gameplay mechanics in creative ways than a level that creates its own gameplay mechanics. To
That
be
too,
honest.
Yeah,
yeah. Like
there
I
is-
don't like
yeah.
like
Yeah.
all the levels that are just like recreating like games and stuff, and just like making like entirely new systems, and like just like making it look like you're not even playing Geometry Dash, because it's
Yeah.
like you can. Like at this point, I feel like I've seen it all, and I just
Yeah.
want something
Yeah.
that's actually interesting rather
Like
than
Tidal
impressive.
Line.
Back when
I actually
2.2
Go ahead.
dropped, I was playing like the majority of platformers just to see like how I felt about platformer mode in general. And what I found is that the levels I enjoyed the most were typically the simplest ones, or the ones that just stuck to the basic gameplay mechanics.
Yeah.
I loved a lot of the levels that did like the little like block swapping thing and then use that in creative ways or whatever. Where like you had like the Celeste toggle blocks or whatever, except not actually the Celeste recreations. Those ones sucked.
Yeah, like I feel like a lot of levels, especially ones that are like the Celeste recreation and stuff like that. It's like you're trying to like tie this game's identity to other things to make it like more popular, when you could just like make it have a good identity on its own. I don't know. That's kind of a broad scope thing, but I feel like people are kind of failing to like give platformer and just like Geometry Dash like its own identity versus just like being like, hey, this other thing, right?
Yeah.
I wonder what you guys think about, like, right before 2.2 dropped. At the time, did you guys think that the game was just way too over-evolved for what it was? Because, like, we didn't expect, at least I didn't expect 2.2. I don't think a lot of people did.
No.
Do you think, like, it reached a point, or it was just, like, it is what it is?
I think that the way that the rating system is set up incentivizes a certain type of creating that is antithetical to the type of levels that I typically enjoy playing.
Yeah.
I typically enjoy the more straightforward levels, and I enjoy creativity within those bounds. Levels that try to redefine what a level can be struggle a lot in creating their own like well-defined rules. So stuff like change of scene and a bunch of the other like popular stuff that was coming out towards the end of 2.1, I just wasn't really that involved in, because the gameplay in the way that it's set up is just like, it's very just like click what you are expected to click and hope that the level works. You're not really like routing the level as you're playing it.
Yeah.
Makes
I think
sense.
a lot of popular levels in terms of decoration, I think in terms of what's actually possible in GD, like 95% of them are in a very thin like line of what's actually possible. But people always think that thin line, oh, that's like the best. Like, no, that's just the best that everyone chooses to do. There's like a whole other amount that you could be doing.
Yeah.
But
typically
I
when
was gonna say something, I forgot.
it's a lot more difficult that way.
Typically when
you can't really learn from anyone because no one
play
does
the game now. Actually, the way I've played the game for a long time, I get the most enjoyment out of GD when I'm just playing like random challenges that someone uploaded on their account. Not that I enjoy challenges in general, but
I get that.
Just like really simple stuff that you can beat in like a few seconds or a few attempts.
I think the levels I hate the most to play nowadays are just like are just basically quick time events. It's levels. And it feels like that's a lot of like when I was playing the gauntlets, I was trying to like finish all those off. I just felt like a lot of those levels are just like you just kind of have to like know all the exact spots to click and then do that, and it's like you're performing like a list of actions instead of playing
just unsight readable shit.
There are people that would argue, well, it's just learning. I mean, I have a really good question. I talk about this with a lot of different creators and people that play the game and have played for a long time, and I just want to know what your guys' thoughts on it is. Do you guys agree or disagree with the idea that GD is a relatively inefficient creative medium, or do you just completely disagree with that?
Inefficient in how long it takes to create stuff, or inefficient
just compared to like any and all other ways of expressing creativity, like outside of the game or not. I just want to know what you think about it.
That's true. I think the editor has come a long way, and the biggest problem the editor has is feature creep. There's a lot of stuff within the editor that quite frankly just does not need to exist, and the stuff that does need to exist is set up in a way where it's very difficult to actually use. So people who create a lot have learned the editor in such a way where they can use it efficiently because they're so familiar with it. But there's a lot of things that could be done with just like a total redesign of the editor from the ground up.
What do you think, KrmaL?
I'm inclined to agree with that, but also I'm going to be honest. I haven't really touched it in 2.2 for more than like 15
Yeah,
minutes.
I'm not even really
So,
talking about 2.2. I'm just talking about the 2.1 editor as
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
definitely leading up to it, it was just like, yeah, there's a ton of things in there that feel like they're just kind of like a band-aid. Honestly, like it's good that there's so many features in there, but it's like you have to like know what corner it's tucked into to be able to make good use of it.
Yeah. One of the things I did try
Yeah.
in the 2.2 editor that I actually think has a lot of promise was the tile set editor. It's something that most people have overlooked, but if you can read about it on the editor guide. It's a really good concept, I think, actually. And it's just the way it's implemented is really, really, really terrible and really unintuitive to use. But I actually think like one of the best things that Rob is trying to do and sort of hasn't quite followed through with yet is making the editor more accessible to make levels faster. That was sort of what tile sets were supposed to do. You're supposed to be able to just design something and then just use it throughout the entire level without having to actually go through every single individual block and paste each detail that you want. And it's all the features are present. If you look at it, you can do everything that you need to do in that regard. There's even like randomization options for like the way that the blocks are placed. It's just really, really, really unintuitive. And I think that's like representative of the main problem with the editor as it stands. There's a lot of features that are like that.
I wonder how people that just get
pretty.
so accustomed to the editor think about that point of view. I wonder if they disagree because they're so accustomed to it, or if it's just like, well, what else would I do? Like, how else would I do it?
I think a similar thing is spawn loops. Spawn loops in 2.1 were like probably the single most powerful feature in terms of like what you could do with them. But they were just so unintuitive. And now we have the loop option, which what Krma said is basically just like a band-aid. The way that the spawn loops are designed is still just like really unintuitive.
I still never even learned how to use them.
Yeah, I literally didn't even know what that was. I should know that. I have like
I actually
2 rated
specifically
levels.
learned them for the limbo keys. I didn't know how they worked before that.
How do they work?
Yeah.
It's basically like a trigger that activates other triggers. That's all it is.
Oh, okay. So like a
And
multi-activate kind of?
No, multi-activate's activating one trigger multiple times. What spawn loops allow you to do is use triggers to activate other triggers and have a potential delay on it, which basically allows you to set up triggers like functions in programming.
Can you tell I failed algebra?
Oh, right. So you can just call like a set of triggers at some point.
You can create a function and then use a spawn trigger to call it like a function.
That's cool.
Okay. That makes more sense. I now know what a spawn trigger is, kind of.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now you can the level.
Yeah, so something that I did with moving forward was with the stuff that I wanted to repeat, I would set up like a block of like what that effect was, and then use a spawn trigger on each time I wanted to call it. So that way I wasn't pasting as many triggers throughout the level and made it easier to read.
So you look at my old levels, you just see gigantic diagonal rows of
Dude,
triggers.
I love that trope. I
Yeah.
love that trope. Have you seen the ones in Bauscha Vortex?
No,
it's the
I haven't.
same thing. It's
the exact same thing in Sunset Sandstorm for me. Like the all the triggers in the level are just like rotated like lines of triggers and just stuff that's pasted.
I just love that. You know,
I forget what creator I was watching a stream of that I learned that from, but I never stopped doing that.
Was it Anubis?
Probably Anubis. I don't remember for sure though.
Dude, Anubis is he still streams sometimes. He streamed a few days ago, like working on this mobile game that he wanted, and he was like designing like the monetization scheme for it. And I helped him out for it. Anubis,
was that like
it's
the
not
horror
Dash
one?
for Your Life. It's something else. He wants to do something smaller in the meantime.
what happened to that?
Anubis is a very interesting person. He's unlike like anyone else I know in the community. He's very dedicated to the stuff that he makes, even if the stuff that he makes is like sort of very strange a lot of the time. And he's a super engaging personality to watch when he's creating something.
He has a lot of conviction with this stuff. It was very inspiring at the time when I was watching his streams.
Same here. And Anubis is one of my primary inspirations for creating, I think.
If I remember right, a lot of people didn't like the Dash for Your Life thing, right?
No.
I forgot
I think
why.
people still don't. It's very obviously geared towards children, and I think that's fine.
I guess that's kind of ironic now that I think about it, because GD is like, a lot of people say it's a game for kids and it has a lot of kids, and then somebody makes something like that. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because what you see on Twitter is
it.
primarily the old heads. They're not really representative of the larger community.
I don't know if it's necessarily even like the content of it. It's just like you kind of see a lot of games popping up nowadays with that specific like horror aesthetic.
Yeah,
that's kind of like trying to capitalize on the fact that like, kids are latching onto that stuff like every other month.
Yeah.
This is kind of a left field thing, but you guys, that reminded me of a very interesting topic. We don't have to go into it for too long, but how do you guys feel about like the modern resurgence of like sludge content? Do you think people make way too big of a deal out of like it's ruining attention spans of like TikTok and all this shit? I honestly think people blow it a little out of proportion, but I think there still is a little bit of an underlying issue there with like just the doom scroll ideology. I'm just wondering what you guys think.
To say about that.
Yeah.
I don't have much experience. I kind of tend to avoid, but like I can see it definitely being a problem, especially with like generative AI content now, just like probably flooding the cesspool.
It's something that is pretty comforting is that like it really doesn't even matter how smart you are. Sometimes you just get into a doom scroll and you have to be like shit, and then just put your phone down. It's so shoved down your throat, man. Everything
is like perfectly engineered
scroll.
To be addictive. So
I am part of a family that has addictive personality, like in my blood. It's like a number of my like grandparents and stuff were alcoholics, and I think that shows up in very similar ways with technology for me. I tend to latch on to certain platforms and games very quickly and get very locked into them for a long amount of time. And because I initiated with YouTube and Netflix and other platforms at a very young age, I grew up to be dependent on those platforms. And I think that a lot of other people are in my position where it's very difficult to break out of those cycles. And I've been working on it over the past few years, especially. It led to a lot of depression for me and a lot of stuff that ended up making me like not make as many levels as I wanted to, or do as much productive stuff in general as I wanted to. So it's just been something I've tried to slowly wane off of over the past few years, and I encourage other people to try it as well. For me, that's looked like I no longer have YouTube on my phone. I only watch it on my TV, so that way I can't do it in bed, and that's helped a lot.
Yeah.
And then also I've deleted my Twitter account. I don't use any social media that isn't Discord or YouTube. So that's also helped me sort of break away from it.
You're talking kind of just like media in general, not just like sludge.
I actually
right.
I actually downloaded TikTok today, but it was only for one reason. You know why? I just wanted the Minecraft cape. That's
I was gonna say the Minecraft cape.
Minecraft cape,
No, but dude, you're right.
Wait, they give you a Minecraft cape?
Yeah, you have to go into like a Minecraft stream and just say Minecraft in the chat, and you get a drop.
What?
That's it.
That's so stupid.
Anyway,
how do you get a cape for that?
It's like an event thing. There's one for Twitch too, but fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so you're absolutely right about that. And for me personally, I don't think I have that addictive of a personality. The people who know me can attest to that. Like, I guess it just depends on what it is. Because like I've done the thing too where it's like just fucking deleting Twitter out of my life, because let's be honest, that is a shithole and it's a waste of time. Like, unless you're like a social media manager for something, like really you have no reason to be on that. Let's be honest. It is literally just exists for that short form dopamine and just scrolling and being like, what the fuck? Why this guy said this, or look at this dude, this. Yeah,
it's definitely
it's good to cut out. Yeah, definitely
a dopamine kind of casino kind of place. But
I
would have deleted Twitter a long time ago. But if I get demonetized, which I had before, the only way to get help from that is to message YouTube on Twitter, and that's like the only way of contacting them is like, at YouTube I've been hacked, help, and then they get back to you.
I will say, in extension of what Crohn was saying, like during that period of time, it was like February, January last year, right? This is when I was just like working really hard on YouTube. I still do, like, it might just be an ADHD thing where you just get hyper focused on something and then you just have to finish it. You know what I mean? But I would just wake up and I would have that compulsion in my head to like check Twitter, because like that's where all the people are, right? You know, you just want to see shit. You want to see what's happening.
Yeah.
But like you're just happier off. At least I was, you know, when you're just not opening it. And I think if you can also get past the mental barrier of the fact that like the app is just kind of designed to be opened and then just have you see something that would piss you off, right? I think if you can also get around that mental hump, it's also a lot easier to just like see something and just be like, oh, well, whatever.
Someone asked if the verified low dash shirt is still available. Is it?
It is. Insane. But I think the moment I knew like I needed to take a break from it was like when I would catch myself like closing Twitter and then like 5 seconds later opening Twitter.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
All of us,
Yeah,
everyone
basically.
listening, all of us we're guilty. All of us.
Yeah.
It's just fun, dude.
But that's just like when you
Such
have.
a waste of time, dude.
One important
I feel like
thing to
you're
say,
only doing that when you have nothing to do. Like when you have something to do, you're not on Twitter. You're doing that
I was going to say
thing.
the exact
Like
same
that's
thing. One
just a
important thing
sign.
is that if you actually
that
like
you're-
take the time to analyze how much time you're spending on social media in your life, you'll realize it's likely very high. And so it's important to find something to do in the meantime that isn't social media if you want to actually cut back on it.
Yeah.
Because
Like
you can cut that time out, but if you don't have any way to fill it, you're much more likely to just go back to where you started.
yeah, I think if you spend that time, like imagine you spent that time like all the time you spent pointlessly going on social media, and you imagine you spent all of that time like doing some random hobby like learning piano. Imagine how cracked you'd be at piano right now. Or
This
just
is gonna
some
be like the most
random-ass hobby.
50-year-old thing I've ever said, but imagine like just thinking about the time that you've been spending on Twitter and just reading a good book. Think about that. Think about it. Dude, I got The Great Gatsby on my coffee table. Want to know why? Because Twitter's not on my phone.
Dude, I could
No,
probably
I don't
finish the
read
level if I do
books.
Twitter.
Me too.
I
Yeah.
wish I could do that, but GD's just not interesting to me. Like at the moment, I don't know. It's just kind of stale, you know.
Yeah,
I still want
I'm
to
feeling
do
there's
that.
a lot
It's just, there's other things going on in life, you know.
I actually
There's
wonder
less
with you
stuff
guys.
happening that's like very interesting. I think everyone's kind of just enjoying the update right now. Nobody's working on anything massive. Apart, there are a few things, but not so much as there was in 2.1. I think.
I actually wonder if both of you guys can relate to this. Sura Doken talked about this like 4 years ago about when you become good enough and you become revered enough as a creator, do you ever feel like you have to live up to that kind of standard? And then you'll see creators that make alt accounts so that they can kind of like avoid that. Have you ever experienced that before? It's like, fuck.
Yeah,
you know?
that was the primary drive behind moving forward, and I think that led to a lot of pitfalls with that level that I could talk about at length if you want me to. But,
I left a comment on it. I think at the time you were the only person to acknowledge it. I mean, I could be wrong. I just remember reading and no other ones like, because a lot of it was just like, I'm guessing you were looking for real feedback. I don't know. I'm just assuming stuff. It was when the final preview came out. A bunch of people were just like, "This is good," which it is. But you only responded to the real feedback. I'm guessing you're just looking for real feedback on it and stuff like that. I
probably just was like, I just look at YouTube comments as they come. I don't really like go through.
The biggest critique I saw was that the drop was just underwhelming compared to everything else. That's what I saw.
So at some point, I still might make a video on it, just going back on like what I think that level did well and what it failed. But the biggest thing that I made a mistake on was I thought it would be best for the direction of the level to try to take a more realistic art style. I realized as I was creating that was not really what I excel in and what I really enjoy doing. I spent a lot of time on that level trying to make things look as like, you know, presentable and color balanced as I could. And that ended up taking a lot away from the sort of music representation stuff, which is what I really excel at, I think. And that led especially stuff like the drop feeling really stale because it was in such stark contrast to the rest of the level. In addition to,
do you know what I heard?
What?
I heard that you ran out of objects. I'm like, there's no fucking way.
I never said that.
I heard
maybe.
that I heard somebody say that he reached object limit, and that's why.
Oh,
I'm like,
right. No. I mean,
what year is it now?
Well, you just hit 80,000. You're
I
damn
did
it!
try
I
to-
can't finish the level.
The level is actually at exactly 80,000, and
that would be a good challenge, though. In the modern day, just like, well, object limit, guys. That's it.
But that didn't stop me
gonna have
from
to make a new
making
level.
more. It's just I simply had nothing more to add. I thought, and I just wanted to get the level out. Otherwise, I could still be sitting on it to this day, and I likely would be. So,
Following up is actually undercooked because of the object limit. Because that one hit the object limit. I was like, well, I guess I'm done.
Yeah, KrmaL, I wonder if you have any similar experiences as Crohn with that, because you have a lot of levels too. I wonder if
with,
there's
like,
any
the-
levels that it's like, well,
I mean, falling
fuck.
up. Yeah. So
I mean,
Um,
like what I said before. I forgot.
like
I'm gonna be
with
real.
like
I
the
forgot.
pressure
Let's-
thing, like where you
Yeah,
have the
that.
expectations.
I wonder if that's
I-
ever lingered.
I've thought about it a lot of times. I do definitely feel it. But I've also, like, since the beginning, like, always taken the mentality of like, I'm building things for myself, and if other people like it, then cool. If not, whatever.
That's the best
Yeah,
mentality.
Right.
That in the
But
long run is better.
but in my mind, I've built up myself as like having like specific ideas I want to see fleshed out in my levels. And I've gotten to a point
Yeah.
where I just can't with the things I've been trying to work on. Like, I have like maybe like 3 or 4 years now thought about what I want to do for a certain level, and it's just never looked right when I try to make it. Nor like a lot of times I'll sit in front of the editor and just maybe do nothing. and then just
Yeah.
close it, because like it might be like an executive dysfunction thing. It might just be like not feeling it. It's not like the right time. I don't know, but
It's the blank
I-
canvas thing.
yeah, like I just cannot get
Yeah.
there are a lot of times where I just can't get it rolling at all.
that was
And-
very
and,
similar
like,
to
it's like
how my
whatever.
moving forward experience went. Like, especially once I was like 2/3 of the way through that level. The stuff I had left for myself was the stuff that was most difficult for me to represent. So I just would open the editor for like months, like once every like few days, and just be like, okay, I have nothing to add, and then close it. And that continued for like a year and a half. So
Yeah, man.
I think that's the thing with all kind of creating, or like, especially in just art, is basically like GD creating a level, and it's the same. You just get a block when you see nothing there and you don't really know what to do. You have to get into a kind
Yeah.
of mode, like you have to start going and hope that you get an idea that like pushes you into like the creative mode where, oh, like now you're going.
Dude, it
I've
could
had
be
a
something as
few
simple as
days where that's
music.
happened.
Yeah. I mean, look,
it's
honestly,
rare, but when you get it, it's like,
you want to know how my ego manifests itself? I mean, it's not really GD related as much anymore as it's just like me. So, as some people might know, I started making non-GD videos about certain stuff like icebergs and stuff. Call it corny, but it's
Yeah.
fun, you know? And basically what
yeah.
happens is, I don't know if this happens for anyone else, but you'll finish something and then have you ever finished something and then it's like, and then you like kind of lose that desire to work as hard as you were when it was, you know, being developed? I don't know if you've ever experienced
Yeah.
that before. It should
Or
motivate you
burnout.
more, but sometimes it's like, all right, well, I need a second, and you lose that desire to work as hard.
Yeah.
So what happens for me is that'll happen, and then basically I'll just beat the shit out of myself for like a week until I just force myself to do something else. I don't know
Nice.
if anyone else here relates, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
I feel
kinda
like
like that.
whenever I like finish and release something, I kind of give it a moment to just like take in
yeah,
like
to
the,
digest, you know.
like how
Yeah.
let it settle and like see how other people feel about it, that kind of thing. I don't necessarily, but I mean I totally understand that too. Like feeling
Yeah.
of like having to move on to do the next thing. But I feel like I've always got something going on. So
Man,
Yeah,
I
think
feel
the
like
cycle
yeah,
is always, there's a cycle to it. It's like you do all the work and then you have a rest period, and then you have an experimentation period where you're just kind of messing around, and then you have work period again, and that's a kind of cycle of creating
Yeah.
stuff.
this is technically work for me. This is the only thing I do in GD at all anymore. So it's kind of like, you know,
Yeah.
I'm just so out of it, man.
keeping the dream alive.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
No.
I actually
Yeah.
wonder, that Black Blizzard stuff, the leaks and stuff, that must have been demotivating, or was it just like, well, fuck, now I gotta strike people and, god damn it. I wonder what that was like, because I can't relate to stuff like that.
It was stressful, but also I'll be honest, I don't remember much about it because I was like 16 years old or something when I was all going on. But like I was already kind of like very protective of like clips of my levels. That was kind of like the striking stuff. I didn't
Yeah.
strike any videos that like were people playing the leagued level. It was just people like clipping me playing the level off of my stream, which was already an ongoing problem before all that even happened. Like there was like a time where there were just like people that would like try to swoop in and like get views off of like your completions of of levels before anyone else could, and it bothered me
Yeah.
personally a lot because like it felt wrong that other people were gonna like try to make money off of like things that I worked on really hard,
Yeah, it should be your call.
Exactly. So like I that's why it bothered me so much. But yeah, it was a weird time. Another thing that also kind of stressed me out was the existence of digital descent on the horizon, because like I'm pretty sure like at the time Black Blizzard was like the one like major level using a Creo song, and then Viper is like, hey, we're using this other Creo song for this. I'm like, shit, now I really kind of
I was going to ask you about that. Like, how does it feel? I mean, people, can say what they want about this, but how does it feel to be one of the first people to really get him on the radar for like GD levels and stuff? Like, was he an unknown artist before? And like, where did you find him?
I don't.
Were you just scrolling?
I would never say that I like put someone on the radar out
yeah,
loud.
it's kind of. I mean, he definitely helped popularize him. I guess we can say that, right?
I'm pretty sure I was just like going through recently uploaded tracks on Newgrounds and just
Right.
like,
That's lucky, man.
like you'd say that's lucky, but literally you spend like 20-30
happens so
minutes on
often.
Newgrounds, you'll find a lot of good
Oh yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Like
yeah.
it's gone now, but I had like an Excel sheet saved of just like over 100 songs I had planned to like try to make a level with, like
Got
just from
100
those
of them.
sessions.
Could you imagine that discography? Woo.
Some of it was like totally whack, but like still like it just anything that would like form like an idea in my head, I would just like save it.
There's this one.
So it's like a
Crazy
Crazy Man 50 level.
There's this one song you showed
somewhere.
me that sounds so much like this one artist that we both really love, and it's like the craziest like Newground song I've heard. It sounds like an actual like professional track. It's wild.
I heard that like Porter Robinson was going to come on Newgrounds. I don't know if that happened though.
That would go kind of crazy.
Maybe that would get you to make a level again.
I actually wonder how you feel about how in the heydays of your creating career, a lot of people kind of revered you as like God. I wonder how that ego management was like for you, like if it even like was a thing, because that's like a very difficult part of being a talented creator and having something in your levels that a lot of other levels don't and stuff like that, and just being unique for what you make. I wonder,
you mean like a niche internet micro celebrity?
Yeah. I should be calling you Mr. Fresh Actions. You know what?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. See, I'm with it.
Probably the
biggest... like I wonder what that was like.
Yeah.
Like if you have dealt with that before.
Like
how do you manage your ego?
Or
how have you?
Do I?
Bro does not have an ego.
Basically, I wear a low def shirt. I wear a chain that has my icon on it. The back of the shirt has my GD name on it with a YouTube logo, and I'm better than everyone else. That's how. Yeah. No.
I mean, I try not to be like that. Typically, I mostly, like I said, I mostly like just make levels for myself, for my own enjoyment, and share them, so other people can enjoy them if they want or not. I don't really have any feelings on like. I guess I don't really know how to comment on that.
I guess.
Does your license plate say KrmaL too? Is this how we can find where you live?
I think there's just a group. I think there's just a lot of people who don't really think in that way in the first place. There's definitely a lot of people who do think more kind of about themselves, but I guess it depends on how you're raised. But like some people just don't think about or like have ego at all. They're just like, yeah, I'm just doing what I like.
Those people are the best people that like can manage it and realize like everyone's people,
I guess the way that in my mind I manage it, if it ever comes up, is like if I like start to boast anything at all, I'm gonna get shot down immediately. Like that's just like a fear I have all the time. So like I just like shut out any thoughts like that when I can. You know what I mean?
I've noticed that like a lot of people who are good at their craft this is like a cool, interesting psychological thing. It's like if somebody's really good at something, they're less likely to like talk about how they're good at it because they don't want to be seen as egotistical. But then like if it's the other way around, it's a similar situation where like people are like, well, you know so much. It's like, okay. It's like, what do I do? You ever noticed that before?
I've heard such things before.
It is a very interesting
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I try not to think about it a lot. I'm just playing a video game, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, like, if you can just get behind the idea that like the people that are in the community are people, then you're good, man. Everyone's got,
Yeah.
everyone's got a place where they come from. I mean, that's like, it's kind of cringe saying that because like it should go without saying.
No,
but,
I've
like,
said
No,
that
it's
so
real.
many
It's
times.
so real.
And
It's
even when I
like
hear it,
just
it still makes me
people, man.
cringe. But I'm just like, there's still so many people that need to hear that.
Like I bet when you were in that restaurant, you were dealing with something, and I walked up to you, I'm like, "Are you Crohn?"
Even
Yeah.
I would say even as far as actual celebrities go, like there's no reason to ever treat anyone like they're someone that can be
Yeah.
touched.
People
Yeah.
appreciate authenticity, even if you're just being completely honest. Honesty goes such a long way, man. Like
Yeah,
there's
I-
definitely a time and place for certain, but
I feel like too, like I'll see a lot of times when I like go to like any Geometry Dash stream chat, like I'll see like 20 messages when I first join, like OMG, you're here, like the kind of reference type stuff
Yeah.
you're saying, and like
Yeah.
I end up just leaving because it's like
I think Riot is.
I'm a
so he's
person and I
dealt with
want to
that.
just consume content, you know.
If I remember right,
weird,
Riot was
yeah.
like, we talked to him about that, and I think he was just like, just fucking like, just talk to me, like, just don't be like, ah! Like, just, I'm a person,
Yeah.
that check mark. It's just a check mark, It's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You're right though.
No, yeah,
That
I've-
happens. Can you believe that still happens to somebody like me on YouTube streams? Like
believe
I'd
it.
consider myself like retired almost from GD, but like sometimes I'll show up to GD streams because I get bored. I'm sure a lot of people do that. And like us, people will still know who I am, and that's honestly kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
It's cool
like,
though.
I
I
joined
don't-
like
no, it's
a
cool, yeah.
Never forget the name.
Tetris- No. Yeah.
That and also
I
never
joined-
forget where you come from either.
No.
That too. That's
So I
also
think-
kind of cringe, but
I think the biggest impact of Karma's legacy, probably for both of us at this point, is that it was the main thing that drove a lot of people to Sound Dodger at one point, and the
Oops.
majority of our friend group now is people that found Sound Dodger through Karma, with myself included.
yeah,
So-
I figured out through them too. I didn't know what it was.
So that's
Buy it, great game.
probably good game. Especially Sound Dodger
Yeah.
2, now that that's out. And also now that Warner Bros is not shutting down Sound Dodger Plus, that's cool. I'm glad that happened.
And I'm in both of those games. Just saying.
I don't play mini games, man. I just play shit that I used to play. I just made a video on Mario Kart Wii of all things. Like, I'm kind of like an old head.
You'll catch me like playing like an old golf game on the PS2 on stream sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
So like,
Dude, I bought an N64 like a year ago, and it came with a golf game. It came with that and Mario 64, and the golf game is just like whatever. Like it's golf, so it's fun.
not even Mario Golf. It's just like
Yeah, it's
just a
literally
golf
just
game.
like
Is it one of those,
PGA
like,
Tour
Tiger
72.
Woods sponsored like
72.
golf.
I don't even think
games.
it literally wasn't even like PGA or whatever the hell the other one's
Was it
called.
not? It was just
like
well, it was
golf.
just golf.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't have it on me. I'd show
What
it.
was the-
back
well,
when
you
video
just hit
games
the
could just
ball
be
and it
called
went-
something like golf.
Golf, and people are like, hell yeah, I'm playing golf. This is gonna be
I have a
good.
copy of Ket Croc over here on my shelf too.
Nice.
And that has to be like Golf PGA Tour 2024 Tiger Woods edition.
I'm sure there's like a lost
Cool,
media
yeah,
golf
maybe.
game out there somewhere that
I can
has a
guarantee
niche
it.
following of people trying to find it.
What,
Uh,
like
there's
Golf
Rory McIlroy PGA Tour I think got delisted. Of course I would know that.
Blue? Damn.
Dude, the term
much
lost
fun.
media has become so much
if anyone
bigger
sees a
than
McElroy PGA
what it
Yeah.
actually
Tour.
means within the YouTube space.
This is not necessarily. It's probably not lost. I mean, it got delisted. But I'm sure you can find it still.
I know. I just
Dude,
haven't
why?
found
of
it.
it here. So
There's certain things that YouTube viewers always click on. Iceberg, tier list, and lost media are all in that camp.
I love lost
Yeah.
media, man.
We need to make a lost media iceberg tier list. Right
Exactly.
Someone should make GD lost media. That would be kind of cool.
GD lost media.
You have
What would
to
that
have
be?
I feel like
think some GD
That's-
lost media right now.
That's the
Just
reason why people love that
parts,
love like
levels.
element 111 RG or
Element,
whatever.
yeah.
I feel like if you were gonna make a GD iceberg, like you almost can't know too much because it's like, can I put this on there? I feel like it would get to that point where it's like,
Yeah,
I don't think I
no.
can put that.
When
There's
I was
one
like
piece of
hella
GD
motivated
lost
to make,
media that's
yeah.
like hyper specific to me that I really want to find. It was like there was a time when people would like speculate on what like certain players' faces look like.
Oh, dude.
And like they would upload videos or just like compilations of pictures of people.
Dude, I
There was-
love those. Yeah.
There was one that I remember seeing. I cannot find it anymore, but it
was the one
it
Bean.
said Crazy Man 50, and then the picture was of one Mr. Bean, the
Yeah.
developer of Sound Dodger.
Oh.
Because he used it in that one April Fool's video, I think, right?
Maybe I don't
Yeah.
remember why.
Oh.
I can't
Poor
find it.
guy.
There was one April Fool's video you did years and years ago where you used Bean's face at the end, and everyone thought that was your face for the longest time. It was so funny.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, I could probably find the video. It might have been the
I
Low
didn't know
Def
about that
one.
either. Yeah, I don't know. I was so that was such a long time ago.
Low Death Building stream April Fool's video is one of my favorites ever.
Oh my god, that one's a classic.
For those who don't
How
know,
do you
that's one
guys
where he
feel
deletes
that,
the
like-
level in reverse, where he uses swipe delete to delete every object in the level, and then plays the video in reverse, so it looks like he.
It took me like half an
Oh,
hour
yeah.
to record that. By the way,
It was so funny.
I remember when like there was this GD YouTuber that would
One
always
sec,
have
I'll
that
be back.
playing in the background. Like, this looks so cool. Or he just like it was literally just a video in reverse of like swipe deleting. I know
Yeah.
those videos are just it.
Put Subway Surfer over that, make some shorts off of it.
Oh my god, yeah. Well, I'd be dominating the game, bro. 70 million views is nothing at that point. Easy.
it's break
Oh
time.
my
Run an ad.
God.
Gotta run an ad.
And,
God, yeah, Blue's not here. I have to like take control. Holy fuck. Okay. There we go.
Someone in the chat said I deadass once
Okay.
thought Beam was family related to Karma.
So one of the questions is which one of your levels means like the most to you? Like which is the most important one to you? Like if you could keep one level, which would it be?
You asking both of us?
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, just I mean, you're
Right.
both creators. I mean, whichever one of you wants to go first.
In
Basically.
terms of my own levels,
Yeah.
okay, I'd say Black Blizzard just because it's like the one that turned out the best IMO.
I think I would say Sunset Sandstorm as well. That one probably was
That
the one
is a
means the most to me.
banger.
Yeah, those are pretty classic levels. Yeah.
I don't think I'm ever topping that level. And that's fine.
That's my favorite
Yeah.
level of yours, Sunset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Glide's pretty close for me though. I like Glide. It's also
Glide
more
is-
accessible in terms of gameplay, I think.
Dude, when you were talking about like thinking that Conical was like top 20 at the time, that reminded me of like back when I released Glide, I thought it was an insane demon. Like it wasn't until people played the
Like,
level
yeah.
where-
Like when you're making your own and verifying it, like
Yeah.
you don't really even think about that stuff. At least I don't.
I don't at all
I'm
either.
just like,
yeah.
this is what feels right for this level, and then like when
Yeah.
I dropped Conical and they put it at number 2, I was like, oh, okay.
Something else,
How do you
something
feel-
funny that happened with Glide is I didn't even realize it happened until years later. Is because the way that I decorated the spikes in the first part was I like used smaller scaled spikes like in a gradient sort of thing, and that ended up doing fixed hitboxes. There was no hitbox viewer at the time because I didn't have Mega Hack or anything like that, so I had no idea that I did that. But it ended up making the parts way harder than when I play tested them, and made the first part a lot harder than it was intended to be. So I'm sure there's other people that have similar experiences to that, but it's just something I think about a lot.
I actually, I'm curious about this. We don't have to go too far in depth because I'm not aware of what happened, but, so somebody verified unnerfed Black Blizzard recently.
Oh,
That was
man.
kind of
Oh,
cool.
that-
Oh, was it Hippo? I'm not sure who it was.
I think it was Hippo.
Just 'cause Hippo
we don't
keeps
have to
going
go in
through a lot
depth
of
about
old
this if you don't
levels.
want to. I'm just curious about like the details because I don't know much. All I heard was like he beat it and you blocked them. That I don't even know what happened.
I'm not gonna go too deep into that, but
Yeah.
I remember getting notifications from that person just like quote retweeting me like with screenshot of it, like And I was just like, that's annoying. So I just blocked. I didn't even look at who it was. I was just annoyed after the second time. I was like, I don't really need to see this right now.
All right, bye.
I did. People got mad about it, and it's like I thought this was just a normal thing to do, just block people if they annoy you, but
Mhm.
I guess not.
I started
That was the
muting people.
original
I think
meme, yeah.
muting is superior because you can't give them the satisfaction of being blocked. You know,
Yeah.
muting
it's
is
definitely the way to go
Weren't
in
they thinking about
2024.
removing that?
It's something stupid
Probably
like that. I don't
something.
know, but like I will say, just for like, I don't have any like hard feelings or anything over that. I literally was just like, I think I was at work or something, and I was looking at my phone. I'm like, this, I gotta stop this now. So
Fair
it's like,
enough.
whatever. Yeah,
What do you do for work? If you don't mind me asking.
I do mind you asking. I will not speak on that.
Okay.
Cool.
Noise builds walls, so pretty cool.
Nice.
Builds walls.
He builds like
Fair enough.
cinder walls with rebar, stuff like that.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think that's a US
So like
thing, I guess.
walls. That's some cool ass
Yeah,
wall.
walls.
He probably knows a lot of like wall terminology. Or the
Dude, you're
lore.
reminding me of something really interesting. So, all right, I said this last stream, and I know it's like a loose definition. So everyone's heard of like people who have the Mario autism or the Sonic autism. Well, I came across somebody with welding autism, air quotes, right? It's more just like he's obsessed with welding. And it was a
All
video
right.
of this guy and his girlfriend going to Disney World, and he was like, well, we're going to go, but I'm going to have
I've
to look at
seen that.
every weld on all of the roads and rate them
Yeah.
from like 1 out of 10. And it was so funny. It was like a whole 3-minute video of just like 30 different welds and him just being like, well, this one was definitely used like a stick and this is not very experienced. His mustard needs work. It's just like,
I'd watch a
That's-
channel like that.
it's just like, dude,
Oh,
I wish
yeah.
I could get paid to do what I love. I mean, I do, but you know.
I would go on a kick of watching a channel like that for like a week straight. Not even
Oh
lying.
yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
It's the
I used to
most
be in like rug
terminally
cleaning
online
videos
way
and
of
shit.
describing of someone who's passionate about something.
Yeah, I'm using it very loosely. That's okay. I'm a former.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. But yeah.
No, I think it's good to watch someone who's just like knows or has done something like hyper fixated for like years, and they can instantly tell like, oh my god, this person's like welding tin foil.
that happened with the
optimized.
Mario Kart video, but it was only one person on Twitter, and they were like angry because I got like a technical chunk of code wrong or like didn't clarify.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus!
And then
Should
later on, I'm not going to
release
name
a
the
formal
person,
apology for that one.
but then later on, somebody who actually knows what they're talking about DM'd me and was like, "Yeah, half of that person's claims are wrong." I'm like, "Oh,
Oh,
cool."
what? So they
It's
were
just like Mario Kart
Dunning-Kruger.
tech and stuff like that. If
kind of,
anyone is
yeah.
familiar with Mario
It's
Kart
just
Wii.
part of the experience of uploading content online. There's always maybe people.
Oh,
like that.
I enjoy the feedback,
yeah.
but the guy like started off the tweet. He made a 35 tweet long thread reply to like me being like, new video up, go watch it. And he was like, the first sentence, no offense, man, but this video is fucking terrible. I'm like, all right, man. And then like
At that point, he just had to reply saying like,
one
"Come
of the
on, you
last
made the
sentences
video
was
then."
like, all right, well, so to conclude, you need to stick to your niche, buddy, and you need. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
My reply was literally like, I appreciate the feedback, but fuck you. I was just honest, and they were like,
in the
"Yeah,
politest
yeah."
way.
That's all you can do.
Yeah, a bunch of people
Yeah.
jumped on that person, which I have no connection with.
Yeah.
And then somebody was like, "Oh,
think-
bio checks out. Have a nice day."
Yeah,
'cause
I
it was
don't
like
know. I think
Yeah,
there's some weird expectation from some people that like people making a variety of videos on different things have to like know everything about it. Like
I
a
don't
lot of
blame
people are just
them,
making YouTube
but,
videos
like-
kind of for fun. But like there are very few people who delve like a lot into something. Like that
I don't
takes
blame
a lot
those
of
people though. Like the thing is like
Oh yeah.
obviously we all have created stuff, and we're not stubborn about people giving feedback because we all know that feedback is they're just wanting to see something
I mean, it's
improve
how you
as a
get better.
product. Yeah,
You're
we
not
all
gonna
know
improve
that.
if you don't have feedback.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't mind it. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? I make a pinned comment with corrections. Dude, a bunch of people from the Mario Kart community who are way smarter than me they all reached out to me and like they wrote a correction doc. Like, dude, that means a lot
doc.
more than just being like, hey man, this video is bad and I don't like you anymore. It's like,
actually,
That's cool though.
Yeah.
You can just put the link in the bottom
Dude,
of the video.
okay, can
Boom,
I rant
done,
for a sec?
corrected.
so
You're
in the
racing
Mario
already?
Kart Wii video, there is a video from like 16 years ago of somebody pretending to find a Daisy shortcut, ultra shortcut, Daisy Circuit ultra shortcut, right? We all know what an ultra shortcut is. And it was a jump scare. It was a screamer, right? Classic 2008 type video.
I'll bring it
And
back.
the name of the entry was Daisy Circuit jump scare. And I still get comments being like, dude, what the fuck? It's like, dude, okay. Whatever, man.
Yeah.
Somebody was like, good video, but I stopped watching after the jump scare. That's unnecessary and I hate you. It's like,
I love the
you've
one
been-
South Park
you've
Clips
been
video that has
warned.
the random screamer at the end.
I did that in the
You
Mario
gotta do an
64
actual
video and people
countdown
got
to the
mad at me
jump
for
scare.
that.
That's what people do. They have like in
I
the
don't
corner, it's
blame
like
people
jump
for the
scare
Mario one.
3.
For the Mario one, it was
Two.
like just an instant jump cut. And then it was like, you know, I just thought it
Yeah.
was a funny thing because it's like, how many times do I have to be like, by the way, there's a jump scare? And there's still people that are
Yeah.
like, dude, I'm trying to sleep to this. And I fuck you.
I get it because
Yeah.
you can space out and it's just on. You're not.
Yeah,
really
I
listening,
get that,
And they're just
yeah.
like, "Rah!" It's-
Dude, actually,
Yeah.
okay, people are going to laugh at me. Sometimes I fall asleep to the Joe Rogan Experience just because like it's good white noise and some of the guests are funny. I fell asleep to Jay Leno's episode from like 8 years ago. And there was a part of it where Jay started impersonating somebody who was like yelling at a bar. And he was literally screaming at the top of his lungs. And I was like, what the I was like, dude, all I could think was like, what the fuck is happening?
I've had experiences like that before having podcasts now, and then something loud happens. I'm just like, oh,
Yeah.
I used to fall asleep to Death Grips.
Dude, my fucking alarm is
Yeah.
gummo, dude.
I still fall asleep to Swans and Sweet Trip like relatively often, which
Yeah.
are very loud music
Both
sometimes.
good musics.
it's
I
just
actually
the
wanna know
noise
what you,
factor.
Yeah,
I want to know what you guys think about this, what I'm about to say. It might be a hot take, but so there are specific ways you can feel from specific types of music, right? It's just an emotional thing. That's how music works. And for a long time, a couple years ago, I used to listen to people like Joji, right? They make like very, I wouldn't say melancholic, but, you know, sad music. It's well
Kind of
produced.
like emotional.
George is very talented, but I actually stopped listening to it because I felt like it was just making me feel that way, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like it just kind of makes
definitely
you feel, because I feel like
has
if you're listening to
some
stuff
kind
like
of
Joji,
effect.
I feel like it's only going to accelerate the way you feel because of the nature of the music. And I wonder if that is just an
Yeah.
ignorant thing to say, or if it is something that is worth listening to.
I mean,
know?
everyone kind of experiences
Mhm,
that stuff in
yeah.
like different ways. Me personally, I feel like more moody, sad music can mainly just be like suited to if you're already in that mood, and it can kind of
Exactly,
heal you to
yep.
have
Yeah.
like
It can
something
help
like
you
that.
feel understood or like
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It makes
yeah.
you feel
sharing the
understood. I mean,
experience. Yeah.
that album that I have framed right there is an example of that for me. That's
that
I have
Vertigo,
nothing
or
on
is
my
that
wall,
something
just
else?
have soundproof.
this is Eden's debut album that
Oh,
that
yeah,
album meant
yeah.
a lot for me.
I've listened to Eden before. Yeah.
Yeah,
good.
very very depressing stuff, at least on that album. But like at the time,
Right.
I was having it really rough emotionally, so that
Mhm.
that was a very healing thing for me to listen
Yeah.
to.
I don't
But
want
I
to.
can definitely see not
Yeah.
wanting to listen to that on a day when you're feeling good.
Yeah.
I do need to clarify. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm just like disregarding why people listen to it. It's just for me. Like, I felt like the time to listen to that just expired, and I was ready to move on. And then, but from that point, it was just like, if I want to feel better, I have to listen to something else, because I feel like
Yeah.
it just like accelerated that state of mind. At least for me. Like, I love George's music. He's very talented, right? So is Eden. So are all these people.
Yeah,
It's just
music
something
is
I
kind
felt
of-
personally.
Yeah, I think it's often it can be a thing that's more to suit a mood rather than to create it.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
at least sometimes.
I mean, dude, sometimes
That's
I'll
why I
still whip
think-
out Skrillex because, like, I mean, you know.
Oh yeah,
love
a lot of
Skrillex.
electronic or like dubstep's good because it's just kind of music that sounds cool. Like it hasn't really got an emotion, and if there is one, it's mostly like positive.
Well,
like, you're
usually
just
it's
kind of vibing
attached to
it.
something that you've attached it to. Like, for example,
Yeah.
Back in the COD days, we would listen to like NCS and NextP and stuff like that.
Oh,
So
yeah.
then when you play that, it makes you want to play COD and it makes you want to do
Mr.
that. you know?
Suicide Sheep.
Oh yeah, dude, we're hitting bills, dude. We're going for insta swaps. We're going for 720s. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I've been playing too much Phantom Forces, but that's about to end.
Don't
because they're
even
about to kill
talk
game.
about that game, man. That's so good. That's such a good game. I grinded that shit out.
Well, it's about to not be because they've killed the movement, but that's another story.
They killed.
I'm not
What
gonna
did
get
they?
into
So
that.
you're saying I can't press X and comma at the same time? No, like jump.
I hate it
don't
when
know.
you can't press F to pay respects.
I wonder,
Damn
what do
it,
you
man.
guys like? Have you guys ever experienced a game where it's like counterintuitive and it's like, dude,
Geometry Dash.
Counterintuitive in
Yeah.
what way? I guess.
non-conventional, I guess. Like for example, in Phantom Forces, it's not mainly this keybind, but you can press Q to aim down sights if you really wanted to, and it's like, who is doing that? You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
last night I was with some friends and he bought this game that's like by a developer digital called Children of the Sun, and I was like, we were sort of playing it together, trying to figure out how the game works. And it's a puzzle game that's based off snipers, and whenever
Mm-hmm.
you shoot someone, you redirect the bullet to the next person. And that game was
Oh,
very
interesting.
strange in the way that it's played. I wasn't super into it, but it's a very unconventional game, I'd say.
This
Yeah,
might be fun.
I just play like baby games like Super Monkey Ball, so I don't think.
Yeah,
I have
same
any-
here.
Do you guys
I
actually
don't
wanna see
play a
something
lot of stuff like
interesting?
that.
I have the whole trio. I'm gonna grab them. I'm gonna show you in order. You'll have to see it on the stream, I guess. But
I mean, I can see it right now.
Of.
so
I
in
don't
2021,
know
I
what
bought
is
this
gonna
bad
be.
boy right here.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
is this gonna be the
That's one. All right. And
Oh
then,
my god!
like a year
It's the
later,
Moab.
I got this one.
Nice.
It was not worth
ZOG?
it, but I have them. I got this one. And then, like
Damn.
2 weeks ago, the big boy showed up.
All right, when's the BFP dropping, bro?
Good question.
Oh my god!
Dude, if they dropped that, it
Dude,
would be
you got, like, the
$100
whole
fucking dollars, man. It'd be so
Yeah,
expensive.
they're
I have
so
Phobos
plushies.
too, but like that's
The only games
Plushies
I've
are
played.
so expensive. Like, I get they're
in-
only making like a few of them. There's like economies of scale, but like they're so expensive. They're like
The only games I've
40
played in the
pounds,
past
I'm like,
month
am I paying
are
this much for
Geometry Dash, Factorio, Risk of Rain 2, and then Pokemon Go on my phone.
Risk is fun. I feel like if I had more people to play it with, I'd play it.
I play on my own most of the time.
Only game
Have you
I
played,
played in the past month would be the one that came out 2 days ago. That's Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, which is awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
Have you guys played
Love that
Binding of
game.
Isaac before?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 1,000
Oh my
hours.
god, that's I got Dead God like 2 months ago.
Rabbit Hole. I'm not.
Whew,
I'm.
that is like fucking. I love that game.
I played it for a handful of hours. I'm not deep into it.
Honestly, it is difficult to get into because there's especially because you need repentance for like the full experience. You know.
I
It
got
definitely
Dead
is a
God
difficult game to
on
get behind.
March 16th, 2022.
Dude, I might have gotten it exactly 2 years after that. Let me see. That's gonna be a really funny coincidence if that's true. I'm gonna check too.
Jeez, I'm just here. I haven't played any games in the last like 10 months apart from GD to record videos. I actually need to play stuff. I've
It
just
won't,
been
yeah,
like,
it won't even load. Too many friends play it.
I don't know what I've been doing. I've
Oh,
just been
dude,
going on
Lucy started
YouTube.
playing it. Let's go, dude. Hope he enjoys it. Yeah, but look, honestly, if anyone's listening and you're playing Isaac, just get through it, man. It gets so good. You will not regret it. Crohn and I, we know that. We
Binding
know
of
that to be
Isaac is
true.
a roguelike for the person who asked.
Yeah, it's based on Legend of Zelda when it comes to like its room designs and that sort of thing. Yeah, I could talk about Isaac all day, but we don't have that kind of time. Yeah, love that game. So that's TLDR.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. All right, what else we got? Oh, okay. I have a question, and this is mainly for KrmaL, but obviously you both are gonna have an answer probably. So, where is it? I literally thought of this when I was about like half asleep last night. I got up and I was like, okay, wait. Okay, so are there any hidden or obscure details in your levels that are still not known about? And for an example, to preface this question, it can be stuff like, you know how in Lit Fuse, when the note changes on the ship, like it moves up, that kind of detail. Are there details like that you've put in your levels that people still haven't found,
That they
or just
haven't
things that
found,
would
or
only be
just,
unique
like,
to?
just not very well known.
Yeah, yeah. Is there anything like that would, like, if you said it, people would be like, "Wait, what? Really?"
I gotta think about that for a minute.
Yeah, it's a tough
It's
question.
been a
So-
while since I've like looked at these things. I'm gonna be honest.
What about you?
There's a
Crohn?
number of things that I can think of that are not very well known.
Feel free to
in-
share.
Okay, there's in Sunset Sandstorm. During the UFO, there's a part where the foreground flashes into a rainbow. I was just making a rainbow, but it ended up being the same pattern as the gay pride flag. So I just flashed the word pride at the bottom left as well.
I did
just
not
as
know
like a
that.
joke.
That's going to become a YouTube short in fucking
Yeah.
3 days.
So if you
Geometrydash
look very
is
closely,
woke
it shows
now?
up on the little mountain in the bottom left when that flash happens. Something else that's not very well known, but probably most of the people who've played the level know this. The first part in Glide is in the background in the first part of moving forward. It's
Oh, is it
very
actually?
faint. Yeah, it's behind the clouds, so it's pretty
That's
hard
cool.
to see.
That's
but-
pretty sweet.
Yeah. Another fun thing is that there is a club set monster inside Sunset Sandstorm. I don't even want to say where because it's pretty difficult to find. It shows up very infrequently when you're playing the level, and for a very short amount of time. But if you're really paying attention when you're playing the level, you might notice that.
People are going to go
sometime.
find it now. They're just going to go in the
Yeah.
editor and just
It's
look.
in the editor, but it's not in the place that you would expect to find it. So it's you have to do a bit of searching to find it.
Is it like invisible where it would be like in the editor,
No,
but in the level?
It's I went a bit further to hide it more than that. Something else fun is that at the okay, this is really stupid. I don't think I've told anyone about this outside of my private circles. Back when guitar first got like canceled, he was playing Glide at the time. So I thought it would be fun to edit the level and create a specific message for him that would get his stream taken down.
I don't blame you.
So I
Yeah.
watched his videos of how he played the level and took note of the specific strategies that he played, and then added triggers in the level to detect when you were taking that specific route. And then I moved one of the pink orbs at the beginning of the level to the end of the level, so that when you're playing the level in practice, it doesn't activate, because when you hit an orb in practice, it doesn't save whether you've hit that orb. So it would specifically at the pink orb in the last cube of the level, if you were to click that orb on a run from 0 while taking all of guitar specific routes, it would put a bannable word on the end screen of the level. And I didn't just want to include that word in the level for like easy to find if you just
Yeah.
open the editor. So what I did,
They can't
is
have the innocent being affected.
Yeah, I took all of the blocks that I used to create that level and combined them into a single space in the editor, and then use move triggers to create the blocks into the full message, by moving them a certain amount of right spaces and then a certain amount down. And then I wanted to make sure that those triggers were not found. So what I did is I arranged the triggers in the same pattern as one of the effects in the level, so that when you were looking at it in the editor, it looks completely normal. And no one ever activated that message while it was in the level, because guitar ended up beating the level before he updated it.
Damn.
Which is unfortunate. So then as soon as that happened, I just edited the level and took it all out.
Good
There's
call.
probably still a few artifacts in the level of when that happened. And I did get a DM about it sometime, because someone happened to download the level and was playing it on a copy back when that was in the game. And they're like, hey, why is this here? So I told them the story and explained what I put. So there's a rare version of Glide if you happen to have it, which has that
Lost
What
media.
lost media.
Well, I was about to
hard
say that. I'm
version
like,
of
dude,
Glide.
wait, it's all coming
Yeah.
full circle.
Yeah.
Jeez.
My
I'm just
shit's
imagining that
way
like
less
guitar
interesting.
beating it, and it's like it just like
just
I'm
realized you're wearing a
imagining it like
Weezer
he's like
shirt anyways.
yeah. It just
Yes, I
pops
am.
up on the screen.
I tweeted myself
we see the whole
in
thing?
this shirt, or not it was an Instagram post a few maybe like a week or two ago.
On Instagram, is it just what's your Instagram?
It's KrmaL.
All right, let's see this.
I was wearing this and like all
Nice.
blue pants, but Yeah, my shit's way less interesting than any of that. That's like stuff I can only dream of accomplishing. Which I know it didn't pan out as we wanted, but
Yeah, it's
still
fine.
awesome.
It's funny that it happened.
Let's see. I think I did tweet about this one like a few months ago, but it was something I like completely forgot I even put in the level XO. If you take a very specific path at the end of the level, and like hit like some triggers, it's like right under like my signature in the level, I think, and then you miss the final orb, like you die like at the very corner at 99%. You get like text that comes down that says Fallout. It's like a monkey ball reference. I forgot entirely that I put that in the level. So when I encountered it by accident, I was just like, what is this? And then also, this is also not interesting, but Hungry Humphrey, at the end of the level, in black text on a black background, there's credits because I was not technically the only person involved in making that level.
There's also your signature in Digital Descent, which no one ever sees.
No one ever notices my signature.
I've seen that. I'm pretty sure.
Going back to like Mega Collab parts and stuff, like signing my parts is like one of my favorite things. I always like to like integrate my name into it in some way, at least most of the time. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. In Digital Descent, I thought it looked really cool. It was like kind of like a weird diagonal, like kind of lightning design. And it like kind of flashes as you pass it, like with like the lasers in the background, but you can like hardly see it unless you're like in motion. So a lot of people are just like, who made this part? So there's that. I think that's, I mean, I'm sure everyone knows about the fact that unarmed is in rearmed. Like you can,
yeah, the LDM, right?
Yeah, that's a classic right
Dude,
there.
I actually want to ask you about something about integrating names into levels, because like a lot of people, that's such a unique way of putting a name in a level. And I think it's 1,000 times better than putting like Walrus. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Not
too,
to
dude.
like, not to single anybody
part.
out or anything, but like,
No,
it'd
a
be like a
single
really
out.
interesting
That's
part.
the
And it's
only
just like
colors in
Wally.
the level. It's the only colors on the
Oh
level.
no, the
Completely
Wally
black
with the
and white
fucking
level.
love
It's so
heart. I've
funny.
seen
I
that in
forget what the
demos.
color
I'm
is.
like, why?
Yeah, and like
No
did it
shade
take people
there,
a long
but
time
it's
to
funny.
see that your name was at the end of Black Blizzard too? Like, because people
I saw
just
that
thought that was like a
instantly. People thought
random
it
like
was-
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Until it
funny
was
to me.
pointed out,
I
just
try
thought
to
was
do
some
it whenever I
random-ass
can.
blocks.
Obviously, I didn't do it on all my levels, but I just think when you can make that work, it just like it adds like this certain touch to it that is.
Oh
like,
yeah,
great.
that's
And it does not take much effort
Yeah.
to do that. Like
Yeah.
No.
it just like adds a little bit of personality that I think is worth the effort.
Do you have an example of like your favorite one, if you can think of any?
My favorite?
Yeah,
This is gonna-
I'm wondering.
This is gonna be stupid. It's in the level Flap by GS.
Oh my God.
My part, it's
Spikes,
like
dude.
so the spikes after you pass through them, they all rotate and like the outlines of the spikes spell my name as KrmaL50.
That's cool.
Where is it? I forgot.
It's like the
It's
ugly
the red
red,
and
black
white.
and white one.
Yeah.
All right, I'll find it.
Like
I
that
just
one-
remembered there is now one other level that I have a collab part in. And it's Tracklist by Abakai.
That's right.
Yeah. It was a level that was the theme was to recreate an album cover and that be your part. The album cover I chose was Emergency and I by this Dismemberment Plan. And the way I hid my logo in that one was pretty fun too. The face of the guy in that album cover is normally 3 circles, but I replaced it with my logo and it's pretty subtle. It's sort of in your face, but you don't realize that it's my logo until you really look at it. So
yeah, stuff like that is always so sweet.
it's fun.
Like
Oh,
my part in every
that's
end.
smart.
I
Okay.
also like I put my logo on that as like blocks too that you have to go over and stuff. Like just things like that are just awesome.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
One other
People
thing I can remember
appreciate that.
now. I remember one other thing that I think basically no one knows about in one of my levels. It's in Elite Z Rebirth, not Elite Z Rebirth. Steel
what a
Gear.
great level that is.
Yeah, love that one. Steel Gear, which is not my level, but I uploaded, so I'm calling it that. But I hid. There's a secret path you can go through. At like the beginning, I think it's in the ship part. You can like go up through the spikes or something.
I remember this.
You follow through all of that.
I think I remember that. Wait.
There's like a really specific path you have to take.
Yeah.
And then you'll see like a little X symbol, and then that activates like a spot that opens up later in the level. I forget where. That it's. Like
I think I remember that.
And then if you go through both the X and the O, it teleports you somewhere, and you see like a code appear. That was supposed to be like part of like a teaser ARG type thing for EXO because I was working on it.
I think Lightning was inspired by that when he did like the I could be completely wrong here, but I think he was inspired by that when he did the ARG for what's his level on the list? I don't remember.
Goner, right?
Goner, yeah. Back when he did like the Goner ARG, I think that was part of the inspiration. So
yeah, I think cool my plan was to have like it was similar to like the iSigil ARG, which was a thing some years ago, where basically like a bunch of other creators I wanted them to have that in their levels also. I think I only got one of them to agree to do it.
Yeah.
and it was, I think it was Alkali. One of Alkali's levels just has that in there somewhere now. I forget which one it was, but it didn't pan out. But that was a lot of effort for a lot of nothing. Yeah, no one even knows about it.
Something else I did in Sunset Sandstorm, which is kind of stupid looking back because it's sort of a remnant of a bygone era now. But the pass to that level is at the end of the level, and the sort of thing was that you only get the pass like once you beat practice mode. But because this was before everyone had Mega Hack, but I didn't want people for some reason like looking at the pass in the editor. So what I did was it doesn't even make sense if you think about it, but I had a grid of blocks, and I put specific blocks on a group so that when you look at it in the editor, doesn't look like anything, but when you actually play the level, it shows up as a certain message. And that's just the thank you and the pass at the end of the level. And it also that pass also only shows up if you sit at the end screen until the song ends, which is done with the spawn trigger. So it's another fun thing. Yeah.
I don't really have any like crazy shit in my levels. There is one though. So I made a level called Shallow Dive 3 years ago now. Wow.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's a long time ago. But so the guy who made the song is named Windows 96. He's I love that guy, man. I've talked to him a lot. I should probably DM him today. It's been a while, but so I wanted to make the object count 96,000 because, like, you know, to match the And I ended up having to just, you know, place objects around. I'm sure you guys have done that before, just to meet it. And so what I did, not a lot of people know about this still. I built a house in the sky, like above the level, and I put like monsters in it, and I gave them names. I think it was like Raphael and Perpep. I don't remember.
That's kind of fire. I kind of love that.
Yeah, I'd have to find the screenshot. It's been so long.
Dude, what's the... Okay, there's 2 levels which do a very similar thing to that. One of them is the Garfield level by Coco. Every Garfield in that level has a name, if you look at it in the editor. The other one is... What's the one 2003 Devon level that's like super long and doesn't have a background?
Wait, well, who made it?
2003 Devon.
Oh,
it's the one that's all like mechanical stuff.
Oh, Alaka, right?
Alaka, yeah. At the end of Alaka, every club set monster that's in that part also has a dedication under it, and you can look at those in the
That's
editor.
cool.
Yeah.
Alaka's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's my favorite level by him.
I should get Devon on.
Yeah.
Just talk about like, so what were you thinking when you made Madman? Well, you know, snuff films. No.
The same for
I actually wanted to ask KrmaL something interesting. I'm just curious. Did Eden know about the level XO?
He does now.
He does now. Want to tell that story?
I can imagine like you just ask him like, hey, you know, but he's like, yeah, actually, yeah, I have seen that before.
One sec.
Yeah, tell me about that. That's interesting.
I want to let him tell the story, but it was at a concert. Yep.
Yeah, I saw that on Instagram when I was looking at it just now.
Yeah, so went to see Mr. Eden at his concert in Chicago some time ago. That might be like a year or two ago now, but I did bring up the level in the form of an apology for ruining his comment section, and he was like, "So that's why I've been getting the comments about Geometry Dash." And it was very sweet. He said something to the effect of just like, "Thanks for making a cool level for people to enjoy with my song." So I don't think he's actually seen it,
definitely,
to my knowledge, but
it would have introduced.
I wonder
a
if
lot
there's
of
been
people.
talk about getting him on Newgrounds. I'm pretty sure like that wouldn't work though.
I don't know.
He's under a label, so probably not.
Yeah, that's
Well,
yeah,
also
that was
all
my
his
thinking.
stuff, except Vertigo, I think at some point he said that was good for like at least for streaming purposes. So I don't know.
Have you seen the picture of him with the watermelon?
Yes.
I have a friend who loves his music. He sends me all that. Okay, I typed in Eden watermelon. It doesn't come up. Okay, I'm not gonna. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. That was just a funny thing. Finn, where are you? It's time to
What do
wake
you
up.
mean? I'm literally. You're like, where did you go? I'm still
Just
here.
replace him, get someone else.
Yeah. Hey, anyone from the
Am I
chat? wanna
actually?
come in?
Oh my god! Yeah, I'm not going through Discord. What the fuck? Huh? So you guys can hear me on
I'm just seeing
stream.
what
You
else we have.
definitely can hear me
What's
on
our runtime?
stream.
Like almost 2 hours. Pretty
Okay.
good so far.
There we go. I had the wrong input in for like God knows how long. Hello.
Hi,
Hmm.
welcome back.
We're actually like we're nearly out of
Welcome
stuff.
back.
I just wanted to cover basic
Yeah,
stuff.
I
didn't.
started talking a few times, and then you just like blah, 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 blah. I was like, damn.
You
this
weren't
died.
talking.
No, I actually I wasn't.
Good job. Turn
I
your
was-
camera
I was
back
only
on.
sort of on
Dude,
stream.
you're being
No, my
unprofessional.
camera
Dude,
ran
we're gonna
out
have
of
to
battery.
replace you.
I don't have a dummy battery yet for
We're
my.
gonna, dude. What,
bloody
hello, dude. I think
camera.
you're throwing.
We're throwing?
No, you're throwing.
No, I'm not throwing. I was gonna say in my very limited creating career, I've not even had the idea of putting Easter eggs in anything I've made. But
Yeah,
I've a single part, which is my part in the nautical, which if you've seen is not the best level ever. It's like some like 9 circles thing, and it's like when I put my logo in it, I just you know those like levels where they had text and like they would just have fonts. I just had literally copy pasted the F, the N, and the M.
Oh,
into
that's
the
like a
level, and I was like,
classic strategy. Yeah.
This is my tag. And what else? I mean, there's Bottomless Pit, but I only made gameplay for that, and that's in development hell now. So
awesome.
I don't think that level's ever coming back
Yeah.
because I don't know how to make it because bots aren't really like properly working yet, and getting creators to use them. Because the only bot that works is Ybot, and that doesn't work at the same time as MegaHack. Like you have to uninstall MegaHack and Geode and then install Ybot. No one's doing that.
Yeah,
So
that's not.
getting creators to work on like an impossible level right now, basically not happening. I have to wait a bit.
I'm actually curious about both of your inspirations for when you make your levels. Like, are you guys able to break down your creating philosophy?
Yeah, I think if you want to get the best idea of like the sort of the inspirations and insights for my level, I made a video 3 years after Sunset Sandstorm release. That was just like a look back at the level and what I was thinking while I was making it, and that's going to be like the most in-depth explanation of like what I was thinking, what was going through my head as I was doing that. But I think for me in particular, I take a lot of very direct inspiration from others, and the word inspiration is really honestly bad because most of the people when they use that word use it in the completely like incorrect way of what it's supposed to mean. But
Inspiration?
yeah, the most clear inspirations for me have been Karma, Anubis, and then more recently Subwoofer and Knots. Moving forward, I think Subwoofer and Knots were like the biggest inspirations for that level. So I'll let Karma go, and I'll sort of explain my philosophy afterwards.
Okay.
Oh, you get the idea.
Yeah.
I guess my inspirations are kind of just like the want to like make something that reflects how the music makes me feel, because like the
Yes,
music is like
yeah.
first and foremost with my levels. So like
Yeah.
you know, like I'll usually when I'm like perusing Newgrounds for tracks to use, I will like just like search terms of things that I know I like. Historically, that's what I've done. So that's how EXO came to be. It was
Right.
just searching Eden and finding that track like a day after it got uploaded. Like searching like Hotline Miami is how we got high. Things like that, just like genres, things related to things I like. And then just like thinking like, how do these things make me feel, and how do I make a visual of that? You know, and like, what does this look like in my brain? Pretty much.
Yeah.
What
That's
do you
really
think
all
your
there's to it.
like? What do you think like your greatest execution has been of that in a level? That might be a difficult question. I'm just curious if you have like a personal favorite. Like, wow, I fucking nailed this. I couldn't have done it better.
Hungry Humphrey.
Well, you're not. You know what? Yeah.
There you go.
I would. You know what?
How
I would
did
have
that
guessed. I would have guessed like
happen?
Lit Fuse or something. That level is very highly regarded, and it's a fucking great level.
That level's awesome.
It's really
Banging,
funny because I
bro.
built that level in like 2 weeks, and I was just kind of on a kick of just like I want to make something that just looks cool, and so I can show it to Anubis. Anubis being an inspiration. I was watching his streams and I was like, "Yo, what do you think of this?" And it's just like I sent him a video of just like the colored background and the star at the end of the level, and he was like, "Whoa, this is like the best thing I've ever seen." And then it was like, "Great, now we got to make the rest of the level." That's probably like one of the most rushed things I've made, but I guess it turned out okay.
Yeah.
but-
Yeah, you would
Pretty
never know that it was like a rushed level. It's very
You would.
it looks very finished.
It looks very finished, but if you really pick apart some of the parts in the level, you can
Believe me,
sort of
I was
see.
picking that thing apart like every day after I dropped it. It's like, man, I could have like let this cook it just a bit long, especially with dual part. I was like, man.
Yeah.
But I mean, like even that had like just like ties to things that were on my mind at the time, like the weird lines at the end, or like a thing that we had drawn in like my geometry class like the week prior or something like that. Just like it was like, that's a cool design. I should
Fucking
rip that
popular.
and show it in there. You know, like I'm often like just subtly putting in things that like relate to like
Yeah.
things that kind of built my my appreciation of like art and things and
Yeah.
whatever.
So
Yeah.
the biggest thing for both of us is music representation. If you want to learn how to do music representation, the best thing I can say is play Sound Dodger. There hasn't
Actually.
been a single more educational experience for me on how to make music representation work in a video game than Sound Dodger, especially in the Sound Dodger Plus community at the time when I found it. It's still great in Sound Dodger 2 as well. It's just a very different sort of style than you would see in the older game. There's a lot of people, myself included, who played GD and then played Sound Dodger and then came back to GD with like a completely different mindset on how creating even works.
It does really open your eyes to like all kinds of ways to use little details to great effect, because that's all
Yeah.
you can do in Sound Dodger Plus. You get like 5 bullet types and like 2 colors, and then that's it. And you got to make something cool with that, and people do. And it's really a great exercise, honestly.
It's honestly like very clear when someone has played Sound Dodger and makes a GD level afterwards. To me, at least, Para is the biggest example that people are going to know, but also including that is Chloe and or Angela, and a few others as well.
I've never played Sound Dodger in my life.
No, I know. I might have to have a look at like I'll Google like top best Sound Dodger levels, and
I
can
wish
list a
I
few.
was like,
yeah.
I wish I was motivated to do anything GD related that isn't this, to be honest. But
I'm just saying, Sound Dodger Plus goes on sale for like $1 when it goes on sale.
Oh, don't tempt me, man.
how much is it normally?
I've got like 16 quid on my
$8,
Steam wallet
yeah,
right now. I can
$8.
do that right now.
Oh yeah, did you guys know that Rob Top upped the price of GD to $5?
I
I'm
did
pretty
know
sure.
that $1 extra.
Surprised it took that
I
long.
know.
Yeah.
I think it's just inflation.
Do you think
That's
he
been
like
long
wanted to buy a
overdue.
car and was like, okay, hold on. So
I was
So
like,
if
guys,
I
I can
do
make
this,
20% more,
then,
and
like,
people
you
won't
know.
care.
I don't know. Dude, he is loaded.
I don't think anyone's
yeah.
upset over an increase of $1
Yeah,
after how
yeah.
much
Come on,
content
it's
has
like
been added.
$1.
I wouldn't be
So-
upset if the game went up to $10 or
I
even
wouldn't be
20.
upset if it was
It's-
$20.
Yeah.
Imagine if he just
It's-
kept
it's
upping
still
it to see
cheaper
like
than
how
it
far
was
you
when it
could
came
take
out.
it.
Just do $1 per version.
Yeah.
Like per
Yeah.
like increment version too, like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
bug
Well, like
fixes. Well,
every
that's an
update's a
update,
$1
so-
DLC.
What would even be DLC
No,
for the
I
game?
think-
Like Mega Hack?
DLC. Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
Ooh,
No,
hold
mega
on.
hack. It'd be like
Absolute.
mega aid.
Contact
You
your
can't call it
agent.
hack.
The
It'd be
DLC
mega aid.
would be the micro games that have been released or the spin-offs.
Colin, you gotta send him a
Yeah.
DM right now. You can
Yeah,
figure shit
Crohn.
out.
Ooh.
I should ask
Real
Colin
life
about that.
DLC.
I'm surprised Rob Thompson doesn't sell like a mug.
By the
With
way,
that- the fucking
Rob was
logo on it.
in Anubis' stream
I'll
a few
buy
years
that
ago,
mug.
and we were talking about like how Rob feels about inspirations with the game, because Anubis was working on Dash at the time. Basically, Rob is cool if you make anything, as long as you just don't use the actual GD assets. You can make whatever spin-offs you want, and Rob will be fine with it. So,
That's cool.
something to note.
Or like free dash or whatever.
Yeah.
So I can't get DMC'd for the logo that's in the middle of the screen.
You can get DMCA for the logo, but anything else that's not directly ripped from the game, you're fine.
He just comes on here, he's like,
Yeah.
honestly, I don't like this. And we're just
I can
fucked.
see it. I can see it.
It's a
happening.
good thing. It's a good thing that he's nice about that kind of stuff. Like imagine if Rob was just like a dick. imagine how different that would be. He just gets mad one
Yeah.
day, he just had a little too much to drink. He's like makes a community post or a tweet that's like, guys, I fucking just stop asking about shit. Just fuck off.
He's like, I'm unrating Tidal Wave. You don't deserve it.
Reminds me of the message at
Fuck
the
you
end
guys.
of Chungus Parkour. I don't know if Crohn knows what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Dude, imagine if all of it would take just one bad day.
Hey,
He's like, "I
anyone here
fucking
that
had
plays
enough."
Hypixel, go onto housing
What, you
/
tell
join
evil.
Robert Tapala, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
You will be in for a fun experience.
I'm actually I'm really curious to see how we feel about this. So there's a lot of levels in GD, right? And no matter how many there are or where it goes, there's always going to be a standard of genericness to levels. And there's just so many of them. Things are bland, things are better than others. How do you feel about remakes of levels, and how do you feel about just soulless remakes and stuff like that? And I know Crohn, I know how you feel about a lot of them,
No,
and that they
that's a
just
very
could
good
be heavily
question,
innovated.
because
I just want to have a talk about it.
my opinion has changed on that a lot over the years. I used to be super protective of my works, just because I really didn't like the idea of other people profiting off of something I really put my heart and soul into. But I sort of understand now that most of the time when people are making a remake, they're not really doing it to make profit or to get attention. People just sort of just see what they like and try to recreate it. And it took me a while to really get into that mindset, because that wasn't really the mindset where I was at the time when I made those levels. So now I posted it on my GD account like a while ago, but like if you ever want to just use assets directly from my levels, you're welcome to. I'm not going to stop you.
Damn, someone tell Chris.
Chris is a cloud chaser. He likes the popular levels. Levels aren't that popular anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna make remakes.
He's gonna comment on
That's the
this
thing,
and be
I
like,
think
"Can I DM you on Discord?"
The thing, when people say soulless remakes, I think it's just they make it for clout. They make it because if they made a level original, they're not good enough to have it be noticed. That's basically it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is like when you think about things like Lunar Demise and what happened with shit like that. I think it's just people I think it's people that have visions but have very poor and inexperienced execution. I think that's like half of it. There's definitely an amount that's like, well, people will see this if it's a remake of this.
Yeah,
But
I
think we
stand
can
on it
all
now,
agree that
copying other levels is one of the best ways you can learn how to use an editor, or you just have to learn like how stuff works. All the time I used to just go like and see stuff that I really liked and like pick it apart in the editor and just be like, oh, that's how they did that. And I think it can be a very good educational experience to try to remake something. I just think that when you release it, you're saying, oh, this is something that I made, and that's where it becomes like a problem.
And it's held to such a high standard depending on what you're remaking to, and that's why people don't like Lunar Demise, because it's like, do you know how amazing the original is? And then it just looks, and it's not even like to be mean about it. It's like you got to understand that like
something I really wish the game had would
it's
just
more of an exercise. It's kind of like coloring in.
Yeah,
like, you're not doing art if you're coloring in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Something I really wish the game had was just an option for when you upload a level to just say, hey, I'm okay with people reusing these assets or whatever. I think
it could be like a circle button.
Yeah, just say, hey, this is you can do whatever with this. I'm just making this for fun.
That was like kind of the thing with like allowing copying too, when that was not universal.
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, remember copyables?
Hmm.
Not a thing anymore. Well, still a little bit on mobile.
No, now you can just
but-
copy any level.
Yeah,
that's
mega
updated.
hack, dude.
No, not even
No,
mega
it's
hack.
like literally in the game.
2.2,
in the game
Oh,
now,
is
you
it?
can
Wow.
copy anything that's uploaded in 2.2.
That's cool. I did not know that. Can you tell him how to touch?
In terms of my feelings on remakes, like Crohn's, I've kind of like gone away from like the feelings of like I have to protect it, you can't do anything with it type mentality. Like I still like you might have seen the thing I put on my profile. It's like you should make something original instead of remaking my levels. I still kind of feel
Yeah.
that way, but also like I you can do whatever you want. You know, like at the end of the day, if you're inspired to make something a certain way, then
haven't-
like there should be nothing to stop you from doing that.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen
Yeah.
many remakes of your levels. I think
There's a
mostly
Live
because
Fuse
people are
remake.
already
No,
like,
there's a
yeah,
remake of
like
every
this doesn't
Carmel, I
really
think.
need improving.
I've straight up seen remakes of all, and people often like send me like videos and stuff of them, and like I usually I don't really know what to say to them because on one hand it's like it's really cool that you were inspired by the thing. On the other hand, you've seen the thing that I said before.
Yeah.
You know?
So
Yeah.
remaking levels
Yeah.
is a very interesting prospect because there's a few things that apply to that don't normally apply when you just release a level normally. One, you are very much expected to do something that is your own.
Mhm.
If you remake a level and it's just like sort of an update to the level's visuals and how the current creating meta has evolved, it's probably not going to get much traction.
That's my exact feelings on it right there. Like
Yeah.
a lot of times when I do see them, like it's pretty much just like bringing it up to speed with the current update or something.
People made a
yeah.
good point about
Mm.
people like Peneto and things like Alter Descent. It's like people like parts and remakes of things that actually innovate on the original concept more than just updating what it
Yeah.
would look like now.
Yeah, it just
And
has to
that's
have
like,
as
yeah.
long as to have passion in it and it's like got creativity in it, then it'll still be good. Like what was it called? EOD, Edge of Destiny.
Dude, it is
Banger
fucking
remake.
great, man.
There's
Fucking
a few
awesome. I'm not
times-
thinking of that shit as coloring in. That's like the awesomest shit ever.
Yeah. I mean,
There's a
yeah.
few
there's-
times for
I
me
mean,
where like a
yeah.
remake has sort of like soured my opinion on the original level, and that's like really upsetting for me, even though I know it's like nothing to do with me. The one instance I always think of is maybe possibly thing. I really love Super Rugby Volley level, and I really love Totally Legit level as well. I think those are like some of my favorite levels in
Yeah.
the game. But whenever I see Super Rugby level now, people always have to bring up maybe possibly thing as well, and that level is just so average. You know,
Yeah.
I don't
It's-
remember that one very
SPL
well. but
has a
it's like,
very
if it doesn't bring much more to the table than like
Yeah.
the level it's trying to like
yeah.
emulate, I guess it's like why did you even make it? You know?
Yeah, you have to be bringing more to the table. Like SPL is just completely like unique compared to anything else. It's instantly
No,
recognizable, and they
Super
go make
Puppy
level
maybe
was a-
possibly things
was a
like yeah, it
direct
looks cool.
in like continuation of the ideas in the Totally Legit level, and done in a way where it feels like a more typical Extreme Demon, and it feels more complete
Right.
in that sense. Totally Legit level was sort of just shitpost, and it's great for that reason. Super Puppy level takes the ideas that Totally Legit level proposed and turns it into something that resembles a finished product, and it hits completely different notes because of that. So it takes an idea and completely like reshapes it into something that's completely like, you know, new and interesting.
That's what should
Yeah.
be in a lot of remakes. Like,
Yeah.
that's what people in Lunar Demise, Riots, that's what they get wrong.
When I look
Like,
at maybe possibly
obviously-
thing, it does a very similar thing to what Super Probably Level did with Totally Legit Level, where it takes the idea and does a completely different concept. But what it does in my head is it takes the ideas of Super Probably Level and changes it into something that's just like goofy. Super Probably Level is fun because it's intentionally like bad design on purpose, and you have to like play around it, and it creates a super
So
unique
bad
playing
that it's good.
experience.
Yeah.
But with maybe possibly thing, it just sees that and it's just like, well, that's goofy. I'm just gonna make something goofy, and then the entire level is just is goofy.
Yeah.
That's its thing, and it's just like,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine, but it's you know, it's nothing like the original, and it's
No.
really hard to live up to
Yeah.
because of that.
I
Like
agree with
it
you on
passes
that.
pretty well as a level. It's just it's nothing like
Yeah.
at the same level.
I think like I'm inherently flawed in a way that like I don't know about anyone else, but I'm just very easy to please. Like I agree with you on that. I also it's just like, yeah, I mean cool level, but for
Yeah.
like the context here, you are absolutely right. I think that's where people
Yeah,
get
yeah.
mad at you. It's like it's fine. It's just like could be, you know.
Yeah, I think the
You
ideal
just-
scenario for
yeah.
a remake is to like work on it to a point where it evolves into its own thing. You know,
Yeah.
like where you can barely even call it a remake. I think that's like probably the best
Mhm.
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah, the further
I mean,
you
it's
get
in
from a
the name,
remake, the
it's like
better it
you're-
gets a lot of the
Yeah.
time.
Wow, funny
You
how
have
that
to
works.
do some making to remake a level. Like if you're just redoing the level, that doesn't really count.
Do you guys have any favorite remakes?
In
Super
Geometry
Probably
Dash.
Level, I guess, could be
Yeah.
considered a remake. That would probably be my
Yeah.
favorite, to be honest.
That was a very good level.
It's so hard to think of stuff
Yeah,
like that. Good remakes.
Also, Killbot.
EOD, obviously.
dude, I love that level, but everyone else hates it. I don't get it, man.
What level?
The Killbot.
Killbot's an incredible
Killbot-
level.
I'm so
No,
glad
I
we
like
agree that it's
Killbot.
good.
Yeah.
And
Killbot
people
is
just
so
see,
good.
people just take, I think, you know what I think it is? I think people just look at it at face value, not understanding execution of theming and like the direction and the vision Lithi had, and it's just like, this sucks. It's like, dude.
No, it's so cool. You don't understand. Like, lost 50% of that level with the music and like, just
Can you
Yes.
call Reanimation a remake?
Yeah, you can.
I think
What,
it was
the
intended
new
to be
one?
like at least like a
Yeah.
spin-off of like Death Moon.
oh,
like-
the new one is
that's a
really
tough
good.
one.
I like that. a
Reanimation's
lot.
in a unique spot because it's a really good level. It's a remake of one of the best levels in the game. So it's a really, really,
Yeah.
really hard for it to stand.
Yeah,
on
this
its
is
own.
like the Lunar
It-
Demise thing. It's
But
like,
also,
how do
it's
you
like
even...
it has a
It
different
didn't
song.
live up
it
to
has like
expectations.
totally different visuals, different everything. It's got like
Yeah,
a boss
yeah.
fight. It's
It has-
like
it has a
going
thing
a
of its
totally
own.
different direction, but that's what makes it good. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't think Death Moon when you think that. I mean, would you see? At least I didn't, you know?
I know
But,
some
like at the
people-
time, people were like, "Oh, this is like Death Moon," but like at the same time, it had all of its own things going on. There's animations. It's 2.0 versus 1.9. So like you got a lot of things it's bringing to the table versus Death Moon, to where it's not one-upping Death Moon. It's not trying to copy Death Moon. It's just like, hey, here's this idea. Let's do something new with it. Which is like I've been saying, is like that's
the edge
Yeah.
scenario.
Yeah. Damn, I was thinking of like the new reanimation, the
I
don't-
the one with like
honestly,
the shit tons
I
of
don't like
reanimate.
it that
Yeah,
much.
I like that.
I'm
I
gonna be
like no.
honest.
There's this part near the end with like the sickest transition I've ever seen.
I have no
It's
idea what you're
so
talking about,
good.
but I'll take.
I
your
can
word for
send
it.
it.
Oh my God,
Honestly,
you need to
I
see
think it's a
Reanimate.
fine
It's
level on its
so
own,
good.
but I just don't like it that much.
Wait, I'll give you the time
What?
stat for like literally. It's the hardest part you'll ever see in GD.
best remake ever made. Fairy Dust.
That's so real.
I wonder if there's a fucking
It's
like
no
remake
one of the parts
that.
goes so hard.
No, there
Oh,
definitely
definitely.
is.
I
There's
wonder
yeah,
what
go
that
to
Fairy
is.
Dust.
205.
Yeah, many.
2 minutes 5 seconds on that video. It's the hardest shit you'll ever see.
I think
guarantee it.
we're at the point where every Extreme Demon before 2.1 has been remade at some point.
Yeah.
Or at least
Sounds
before
right.
2.0.
Dude, there's Yada remix. Remember, like
Yeah.
Amaratasu? It never came out, but people
Jesus,
saw that and
yeah.
are like, dude, just
There's like, please don't do this.
Yeah, I would be
And then
hard
it's just,
pressed to
okay.
find any level before 2.1 that hasn't been remade at some point.
it's the same thing about like when a movie studio
Extreme Demon,
makes
I
like
mean,
that
sorry.
one good movie. It's like the Pixar argument. It's like they had their
Yeah.
golden age in like the early 2000s, and
Yeah.
it's like now it's just let's remake it and this and this and this and this.
Yeah.
And
Dude,
just-
people are saying Jaja Garasi. That's a good point, actually.
Jojo Garossi.
Yeah.
Jaja Garasi remake. would-
Ultra Sands is also
Oh, dude. I love
fantastic. I love that level.
Yeah.
But because I verified it and I had a deadline, I was stressed the hell out playing it. I
Oh.
hated it by the end, but it's a great level.
You know what is a good remake? A Nemesis. I like a Nemesis. It's
honestly,
in
it's not
verification
aging
hell.
well.
But if it wasn't in verification hell, that thing is definitely insanely difficult. Like
I feel bad for Swyborg, to be honest.
yeah, Swyborg verifying. I mean, he verified Solar Flare and thought it was like top 60.
I like Solar Flare.
or,
That's a
like,
good remake.
top 100, and he was playing that thinking it was top 60, and he was playing a Nemesis thinking it was top 1. So how hard is a Nemesis? It's
That's a
gonna
hard
be
argument because he's
hella
probably so
difficult,
accustomed to the
but-
gameplay by now, and he's been playing it longer than Solar Flare. So it's
yeah,
probably
I don't know.
a little harder, but it's definitely not like top 1.
No, it was top 1 like 2 years ago. I don't know about now. Now it's like probably not top 1
Honestly, it's been
anymore.
long
probably
enough
like
to
top
where like I
5.
feel like he could just let someone else do it, but It's probably just like one of those
I
things where
think-
it's like, I can't, man.
Yeah,
Hi,
he's
Wishy.
definitely in a position where he's like, I just got one day when I'm like in the right kind of mindset, I've got to finish this. And
Yeah.
he doesn't want to like give it up. So
I don't know.
I mean, just let it happen. It's kind of his thing. He'll do it eventually.
I kind of like, I do dabble in like the politics of GD levels and creation and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I think at the same time, there is a point that gets reached where I'm just like, I don't even care. Like, just whatever, remake this, have fun, you know?
At the end of the
It's
day,
like a
yeah, I
game,
mean,
man.
it's like it's not my business.
Oh
so.
no!
Yeah.
Did
You
you
like
see
Solar
the dude who's redecoing Eternal Night right now? And like, I saw the first part, and it's like got these black pulses that pulse a level entirely black for like half a second. I'm just watching it like, oh.
Oh,
No.
I have another.
Like,
I have
I
another.
respect like the attempt to update the deco on Eternal Night, but the pulse, it just the way the decoration that dude was approaching it was like it was not it.
I wonder what you guys feel about Koareta. I want to know how you guys feel about that.
Red is a funny one. Back when it was
I'll let you
like
know what I think too. but-
released, I hated it at the time.
Mhm.
And there was a whole shit show that happened in mod chat around that level.
Oh God, don't even.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nowadays,
I
I
don't
think
know
it's
the
fun.
I have to look at it.
yeah. Does anyone even know what this is anymore? Has it been long enough?
It was
I
like
think
top
that's
four
around
at
the
the
time
time.
People
I
don't
stopped,
know
like,
what
paying
Corvette
attention.
is.
Yeah, I know what I like wasn't paying attention to the.
Oh
scene
no,
at
I
the time.
always like Corvette. It's just always been good
Do you want me to tell you why I like it?
to me. I liked
I
it because it was short.
I'll let you know what I think, and I'll see if like you can relate. So, all of the 1,000 Retta style levels aside, that honestly need to stop. I mean, I don't care if they make Retta levels, but I think it's just kind of overdone at this point. It's just like, dude, it's been like 5 years. I think the original though is amazing, and the reason I think that is because it was one of those levels that like it went against the grain. It's so like unconventionally difficult, and
Yeah.
there was nothing like it when it came out. I mean, I could probably be wrong about that, but I actually really liked it for that way. I thought it was daring because of it, and yeah, I mean that's
I
just
don't know.
my
I sort
opinion.
of saw Red at the time as an extension of a lot of the like flow layout creators. That was sort of that sort of style condensed into an extreme demon.
I
Yeah.
couldn't tell you. It's all a blur to me.
I mean,
if I'm being
I think
honest.
Shuri's always been fairly unique at gameplay, and Koa just kind of really shined for that. Like super tight, super short, very, very daring. Like that was a level that
Heard that before.
you knew it was hard as shit. You didn't even have to play it.
Yeah.
And I respect levels like that, to be honest.
Wasseretta as well. I think that level's got a pretty like I can still hear the click pattern for Wasseretta in my head, and Fragile. I don't know about Fragile, and I like Shiketsu as well. I like Shiketsu. That's all I got to say about that. But
I just think it's overdone. Like
what level?
the Retta style, like it's been so
Retta
long.
style,
Like just
yeah.
again, do what you want, but I think like just make something new, please.
Like a
Like,
9
I'm
circles
sorry.
level.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that there are some 9 circles levels that can get away with doing their own thing, like Solar Flare. Like that's so different than all the
Yeah,
other
it's
ones
kind
to
of
where it
happy.
like stands on its own.
If you make
But-
like a trend of a thing to just create the same thing over and over for long enough, eventually there will be some good ones that come out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like robot platformers.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, man? My opinions are all of us are gonna have differing opinions over time about this kind of stuff. I used to be a hater. I used to just not care about artistic integrity. I would just see a level and be like, "What the fuck is this?" I mean, I still do that sometimes, to be honest.
No,
I'll just
I-
see something and be like, "Oh, well."
I think it, but I don't say it. Or like I'll only
Well, I don't
give
want to be mean.
constructive
Like,
criticism. Like if someone messages me and is like, "Hey, do you want to showcase? This is really cool. I made this," and I watch it, and it's like a solid. It's like a 5 out of 10. And I got a reply saying, "Oh, I'm not taking." Like I have to. How do you reply to that and like say no, but in the politest way possible? I gotta be like, "Nah, I'm not. I'm not taking requests right now at the moment."
else
You know,
we
you
got?
got.
I just never taking requests. That's what I do.
Have you ever
Yeah.
done level requests?
I feel like
'Cause
I
I know
have
you've
like
been a mod for a long
once.
time.
I used to do a few streams where I would just do them. It was fun times.
I never did requests like for sending levels as a mod. I like
Yeah.
I was always a hard like no level requests ever because I'm doing what I want.
Yeah, I
person.
think mods who are like unknown other than for being a mods, always do level request stream. I think
Dude, that was back in the day before
I think
badges. It was like
when
it's
Kyoto
like, yeah, I'm a
visited
mod.
me, we did a level request stream.
I think when I was a mod, anytime someone would send me a level, I would check it out, and if it was good, I would take the time to send it. But people didn't know that, and they just assumed I was inactive.
Same here, actually. Yeah,
That's gotta be
I always
tiring.
watched anything that people DM'd me, but
Has that ever been
just wouldn't say
tiring
anything.
as like former mods? Or it's just like, dude, I can't. Like, I just want to.
I mean, that's why I resigned.
I don't want to send this, man. I don't even want to
move on.
Yeah. As mod, is there like a kind of constant pressure that you always have to be like doing stuff, or is it like you can?
No. Not at all. Actually, people assume that it is, but like you can just do whatever, and as long as you're doing something once every few months, then that's good enough.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was. I was just kind of coasting with it, honestly.
Yeah,
just like
same
anytime
here.
I saw a level I liked, I'd be like, "Cool, I'll send that." I would
didn't,
just like have any quota or anything.
I would just check in once every
Right.
little while and just like look at some stuff, and if I liked it, I would send it. But the majority of levels that I sent was just stuff that I saw through natural means, and it was just like, oh, that's cool, I'll send that.
Right.
Sometimes I would like
Yeah.
go through magic section and like look for levels just because I thought it was fun. But that's pretty much it. There was never a quota
Yeah,
or
I
anything like that.
I feel like I would have done that because like I tried to get mod and I was very quickly like, I kind of don't want this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I feel
mean,
like it's gonna become like a chore if I just sit there and be
I
like,
think-
okay, I gotta make sure I don't get unmodded.
Yeah, it never really
Yeah.
felt like a
Being
chore
mod
for
would
me.
be cool, but like I don't know. I would only want to be mod so I could be in mod chat and see what they're saying. I could like sway some levels I'd like to get rated, like change people's opinions. But
Mod chat's
I
really
just
not that interesting,
wanted-
I promise
I
you.
I just wanted it for the same reason everyone else wanted it, just to send shit and feedback and Rob Top and
yeah,
all the things that come with being that.
yeah. I
But,
don't know,
like,
it's just a kind
I
of
don't
a
know.
rank of prestige, you know what I mean? But you can't be chasing it.
Well, good mods are ones that actually care about the artistic aspect of it and don't care about the badge. I mean,
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, no,
definitely, yeah.
I did it for the badge. I was gonna get mod
I
to get
did
my
it for
name
this
and then be
like badge
bye.
thing in my name.
That, there was
how
a
I
whole
got
thing
mod?
about that.
Yep.
I think I remember.
Yeah.
I still have the
Didn't you DM
DMs.
Rob Top and you were like, please? And he was like, sure. Something like that. I forgot.
I was literally on Twitch of all places. I just
Yeah.
whispered to him.
Right, hey, can I be mod? He was like, yeah, man, sure. Be mod. Gee, that's what I did with Dorami. I had like literally 100 subscribers, and I messaged him like, yo, can I be a moderator on your YouTube? And he was like, yes.
Dude, he saw me in the chat and just modded me. Like, I didn't even know. It's like, you have 1,000
yeah.
people in here. How do you even see that?
That's because he needs moderators, man. Have you seen his chat? It's
Yeah,
insane.
that's a good point.
I haven't seen the guy around. He hasn't streamed in so long. He was meant to be verifying the fucking younger.
Dude, there was a
the
tweet.
Yangia.
There was a tweet that was like, Dorami is in iShow Speed Stream. It's just a random guy with like a circle around him. It's like, it's just an Asian
like-
guy. Like, what? Like, okay.
What's some like Asian dude though? Like, yo, is dope.
Yeah, and everyone's like, oh, so it's just, okay.
Yeah, okay. So,
Sure,
okay,
man.
Cool. That's like the Cyrillic Kim
I do hope he's
Jong-un
doing
joke.
well.
Oh yeah, I think he is. I think he's got his like girlfriend and they're just vibing now. I think I messaged him a bit ago and he was like, "Yeah, I'm vibing. Don't worry." So
Yeah, getting burnt
that
out
was
is,
good. I also think his fingers like fucked in some way. Like it's just messed up, and whenever he plays, he just gets problems like RSI like comes really easily in his finger now. So I think that might be why he's not playing stuff as much.
I mean, that's why a
'Cause
lot of people
I think
quit
he
in the
broke
early
it a while
days.
ago.
You guys ever
Yeah.
experience hand pain? I
I
have.
think
Oh, yeah.
my thumb turned purple playing
Yeah.
Phobos.
Yeah.
I swear to
Jesus.
God, you just unlocked a memory. I remember that. I remember like knowing about that. I'm pretty sure I heard that and I was like, Jesus.
Do you remember the bucket during Necropolis streams?
Are you asking me? Because how could I forget?
Oh, not you. I'm
Okay, I was-
unlocking
okay.
memories. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my thumb, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that carpal tunnel sucks.
Yeah, I think my finger used to not get hurt, but now it does. But I mean, I did accidentally injure my finger a while ago, so that might be it. But no, I get the thing where you after you're playing for a while, your hand like just becomes slow as fuck. Which is apparently when your hand runs out of like carbs in your hand, so you stop burning fat, and that's like twice as slow. So that's why your hand gets sluggish. And you take a break for like 5 minutes, it replenishes, and you're like godlike for 2 attempts. So that's why that happens, basically.
Sometimes I think
remember,
about like. Go ahead.
Yeah, just playing Phobos. Like I had nothing better going on in my life, so I was playing probably like 6 to 8 hours a day for
Oh
like
my
months straight. That's why that happened.
Jesus.
Every time I think about top players throughout the years, I always think about like the arthritis later in life that they're going to deal with. It's like, yeah, well, you know,
poor W Popoff. He's gonna
yeah,
have
well, I beat
arthritis by, like,
Phobos in
20.
2016, but like I can't do the dishes anymore. So
That'd be good. You get to go out. You get to get out of doing the dishes.
yeah, it's
There
a
you
party
go.
trick.
If you live with your
They're like,
parents,
I don't
I can't
care,
do
like-
it. I've got
what if you live on
like.
your own? How are you gonna do the dishes then?
Oh, well,
Dishwasher.
Oh, I don't know. You
I'm gonna
gotta
invite
find a
Rob Top over.
dishwasher.
He's gonna do it because, you know,
They make dishwashers.
dude, I
They do.
thought people just did them themselves.
No, fair.
That's
true.
crazy.
Huh?
No, yeah,
No, yeah.
No, while I'm in
Washing
college, I
machine
always
too.
just
Yeah.
wash the dishes like on my own because
Like,
it's easier.
God, just
I had
have
to
a
do the
wife
dishes
one day.
earlier.
And be
Because
like,
the
hey,
quicker you wash
guys,
them,
here's my
like the
dishwasher.
the easier it is to get off. So I just do it immediately after I eat.
yes, that's true. Sometimes when I'm lazy,
Oh, yeah.
I'll just
I
put
have
the
to do
bowl
it
in the
like
sink
that.
and just fill it with water. I'm just like,
Have y'all ever
Don't
seen like
touch
the pictures of like Roblox streamers like showing their room and just being like
Yes.
fucking covered in
oh
dishes?
my
Oh
god,
my
I've
God.
seen that. That's
dude,
horrible.
every time I think about that, I don't want to be too mean to them because like depression is like a very like real thing.
No,
but like,
for
Oh,
them
yeah.
it's not
holy
depression.
shit.
For them it's
Oh,
like
it's
just
laziness,
as long as-
probably.
being a streamer and wanting to stay on the stream or whatever, right? But yeah,
Yeah.
when it's depression, it's hard to make fun of. But
This is the most clean my room has been in weeks. Just because I knew I'd be on camera.
My bed's not made.
Yeah, fair
But-
I
enough.
put the
No, I
bass
think-
strap back in the corner of the ceiling, and you can see it already fell off.
I think it's socially acceptable if it's like 20 to 30 minutes away from being a perfectly clean room.
Yeah.
Then I
Well,
think
like-
that's fine.
Doesn't
that's-
XQC have a maid and it's still horrible?
Oh my
What?
god, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I've
it's
heard
like
that.
XQC is just a man child, basically. He just like leaves shit.
that's most streamers.
Honestly though, like
yeah.
One of my favorites
I-
is
yeah.
is you'll know the streamer Hafu, like Among Us and stuff.
I think I've heard of them.
No.
Her and
Oh,
there was
okay,
this
then I
one
haven't.
time when they did like an interview on like streamers and like other daily activities and stuff, and she said that she had never boiled water in her life, and I was just like,
What?
Never made ramen?
Apparently
never
not.
boiled You never cooked pasta before, like made
I mean, like
tea for
for a lot
someone.
of streamers, they go directly from living with their parents to doing a full-time streaming career, so they never have an
Yeah.
opportunity to learn like the skills.
But like, still at home, sure you cook at home. Like if you want
I
to make
don't know.
lunch,
It
you
was
don't
one of
just
the
ask
craziest
your...
things I've ever heard. Like boiling water is one of the most like universal
the
things
hell?
on the planet.
I can't go a day without boiling water.
Do you think there's like a 20-year-old somewhere who just can't operate a microwave?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just like,
Oh,
dude,
there
how do
I'm
I like
certain
that?
of that.
There's probably a
To
lot
be
of
fair,
that
if
live in
it's like
Africa.
if it's an
okay.
uncanny or unusual microwave that has some like really complicated control.
Yeah, like a
Uncanny
$4,000
microwave.
pressure cooker.
You know when you get the ovens at universities, my university, basically all the markings for like fan and stuff is like literally a square with a dot, and you have to have like had the original manual, but everything's worn off, so it's just a blank knob that you twist around. You have to like experiment for a few weeks to find out what saying the fan is, but after that you're sorted.
For the person in chat asking what the boiling point in Fahrenheit is, it is in fact 212.
Do you want a fun fact about melting points?
But
Yes.
What do you think the melting point for tungsten is?
something ridiculously high.
Hi.
Yeah. It's like, okay, someone's going to correct me on this. It's like 3,600 C or something. It's like, oh my. And I went down a rabbit hole with a friend because we were thinking about it. It's like, wait, so if it's that high, how the fuck do you even forge it? Do you use magnetism? Like, what do? You can't you can't do it in a foundry because it'll
bellows.
just destroy it. Like, what do you do? Because
You
like
use
there's tungsten
bellows
cubes, there's tungsten like
clay.
so how the fuck? And we looked it up for like 30 minutes and we just couldn't figure it out. And like
I assume you make something out of stones.
But it was like funny because I told my friend, yeah, it's like 3,000 C. And he's like, shut the no, it's. And then he looked it up and he's like, what? And then it just that whole it's oh my god. I still can't help. How do you do it?
There are some weird things. I think Fahrenheit's a weird scale. I think 100 degrees is body temperature.
I think
0
you,
degrees
use
is
20 iron ore to make
freezing
an
point.
anvil, or 20 lead ore if your world has that.
Yeah,
0 Fahrenheit is the freezing point of salt water.
Oh, I get it. I get it, Crohn. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, isn't 0C absolute zero?
No, that's 0 Kelvin.
Yeah. I love the Kelvin scale, dude.
No, 0 Fahrenheit is like minus 20 C. But
I don't know. I think we're
Yeah.
superior, so I hate you now.
no,
That's
no,
what
I can't live without Celsius, man.
Dude, you eat like
Wait,
beans on toast. I don't want to hear that.
no, whoa.
Okay,
Stop
we're
talking
getting
about beans on
sidetracked.
toast with so much
I actually want to ask
venom,
another
man.
thing. So
beans on toast. I bought baked beans today.
I don't care.
That personally hurt me.
No, but what do you guys think your most underappreciated work is?
My sound dodger levels.
Anything in GD like that people just sort of like overlook, and it's like, damn, I kind of.
No,
Kinda
I
hard
think
of that.
they've got enough attention. Play sound dodger.
Yeah,
Maybe I
just-
should.
Sound dodger 2 needs way more love. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Anything for you?
I don't
Crohn?
know, actually. I think
Yeah, it's a tough one.
trackless probably could use some more attention. That was really cool. It's kind of got overlooked because it came out around 2.2.
Where were you guys when 2.2 came out? Because I was on a cruise ship and I was like, dude, I can't fucking like.
Oh,
the
I
FOMO
remember
was
that.
so
You were
bad.
so mad. You were like, "Don't tell me."
Oh yeah, someone said
anything."
desync. Yeah, desync is fucking awesome. Sam did such a good job on that.
I think I was playing. Might have been playing Terraria with some friends or something. I know I was like in a Discord call and we were like, "Oh, 2.2, yeah, cool." And then we just kept playing what we were playing at that moment.
That was basically what happened for me too. I think it was playing Minecraft or something.
Yeah.
The difference between
Yeah, I
2.1 and
was-
2.2, it's like 2.1 came out, it's like stop everything right now, and 2.2 is just like, yeah, I'll play it later.
It's like we've
2.2,
been
I
waiting
was
for
just
this for
like,
so
oh.
long. I'm like, it comes out. I'm sure there'll be time for me to dive in.
I was dreading it. I'm like, wait, so you're telling me none of my bots are gonna work?
Oh my god. Well, you're
None
having
of
bots.
none of anything's gonna work, and I have to record videos by playing them. Like, what? I don't want to do
Dude,
this.
I mean, another
don't wanna
thing, like,
play.
that update was so.
Oh no, I have to put more effort into my bot videos. Oh no.
I have to
Exactly,
speed act and I
man.
have to pull a cyclic. No, but like,
Bro,
dude,
recording I want to be the
2.2
guy with 0 skill is like the most horrible thing I've ever done.
Sounds like a skill issue.
That's what I'm
It
saying.
was.
The
dude.
issue
It
is your
definitely
tissue.
was.
What? Never heard
That
of
is
that
not
before.
the issue.
You've
What
never
the
heard that
issue's
one?
my tissue? What am I meant to do with my issue if it's a tissue, bro? Why am I blowing my issue?
You're
Someone
crying
in the
over
chat's
spilled
gonna
milk,
get what
dude.
that's from. Someone, I hope.
Yeah, I don't get it, man.
it
I'm-
might be
I'm-
young
It's just
man.
an old
I
YouTube
get it's,
poop.
that's probably some
Yeah.
American thing.
dude.
It's just an old YouTube poop video. It was like an iCarly
Oh,
YouTube poop.
This
I
guy
see,
had
I
a
see.
Ouija. That's like top 3.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was really important for culture.
It was.
Dude, a lot of those are deleted now.
Yeah, there's an archive channel you can find all the stuff on.
What was the other one? It was like Squidward Goes to Africa. That's one of the funniest fucking ones.
My
Because
favorite,
there's a part in it that's like, oh my god.
my favorite was like this Band Geeks one. I don't remember. It is lost now, but
What a bygone era that is.
yeah, you got to bring it back. I mean, people are bringing it back, but
That might be
I
the
don't
like
know
the
if it-
original brain rot.
I don't know if it counts. What was the one where they did improv over like a Sonic game? Those were so good.
The I Pissed on the Moon one.
yeah,
Yeah.
A different thing.
Yeah.
But still
definitely a different
cool.
thing. But I feel like people probably back then, like adults, probably looked at YouTube poop like the way that we look at like Skibbity Toilet and all that shit. It's
I
just
was
like
gonna
dumb
bring that
internet
up, like,
content.
people, this is like back to what I was saying earlier about the sludge content and people blowing it out of proportion. It's like, yeah, Skibbity Toilet is dumb, but like, do you know what we were doing back then? We were doing the same thing with like MLG shit. Like,
yeah, when I think of
fine.
sludge content, that's not even what I think of. I think of just like
Yeah,
the literal like automatically produced like kids songs and stuff. Like the shit
Yeah.
that actually just like is meant to suck away your brain. Like
What
Skibbity
with,
Toilet's
like,
at least
no soul?
entertainment for some people, probably. But
Yeah, that's people act like it's gonna ruin their lives when they're older. It's like, dude, it's just like a funny like thing on the internet.
now,
They're
I
gonna
will say, I think
grow up. Go ahead.
I think stuff like that is definitely like easier to exploit now than it was back then, and it is exploited.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like when you look at it from the perspective of like a child just like consuming for entertainment. I think the problem more is that they're spending all their time on the platform regardless, which is the thing that we did too. So
You know what the funny
Yeah.
thing is gonna be? Like, they're gonna grow up and they're gonna be talking to people and they're gonna be like, remember when we used to watch Skibbity Toilet all the time?
The one I
It's
always
the
bring to
same
my
thing with
friends is
us.
Jesus.
that Generation Alpha is going to look at Half-Life 2 as the game that Skibbity Toilet came from.
Jesus. I can't
Oh,
believe
don't make me
that.
think about that.
the
I'm not
world's
like
a better
Gary's
place
mods.
because of it.
Dude, I
Yeah.
hate saying that like I grew up in the perfect generation because like I don't know any other from a perspective of, you know,
I did not grow up with a perfect
Right.
generation. I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, it's just such like a
Yeah.
the funny thing is like every
It's hard to
generation
know.
says that too because it's like they grew up in that one, you can't experience another, you know what I'm saying?
I think it's just a case of the grass is
Should've been
greener.
born in the
You're not
baby
thinking of
generation, so I got a
like
affordable house, bro.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
that'd be
liked growing
nice.
up in the development of the internet. That was fun. You know, before it became like
Could have walked
whatever like
walked into an office and actually gotten a job.
Yeah, it's kind of a hellscape right now in terms of internet.
Yeah.
But I will say, I think in terms of technology understanding, we've got it pretty good versus other generations.
yeah.
do you want to hear a hot
I don't know.
take
Some
about
people are like, yeah, I wish I could go back to like the 1980s. Like, you know, AIDS and shit existed back then. Like, it was not
AIDS
good.
that? Well, you
exists
want to
now, bro.
meet Freddie Mercury
Yeah.
before he hit the curb? Oh hey man, yeah, hey man.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
just
know what I do.
dying of AIDS. No, but do you want to hear a hot take about something? This might light up the chat, but I feel like technological advancement. How do I word this? This is like a very weird thing to say because it might come from a place of ignorance, but I feel like there can't be a mass scale of technological advancement without things like war. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean by
think
that? Because
that
war is
accelerates it.
in
Because
war
there's
is
a big
in conjoint
incentive.
funding technological advancement because they can throw all their money into that.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Like I feel
Well, I
like
think
if
that's
we
just
wanted
when it
another
becomes a
massive
kind of-
technological boom, we might like war is almost like an unfortunate byproduct that for technological advancement of that efficiency and that scale, you kind of have to have something like that for the government to give a shit about funneling money into.
I don't know. I think that's just when some technologies go from like, this would be cool to like, we need this so we don't all
Well, I
die.
mean, like, but like,
So
do
it's
you
kind
guys
of
get what?
like-
Do you guys get what I mean? Though, is like, or am
I
I
don't know
like
enough
just
about
talking
politics
out of
to
my
make a
ass?
comment
Or
on that.
like, you don't? Okay.
It,
I guess people
I
can
don't know,
form their
it's
own
ju-
opinion.
it's just one of the things. I don't think it's the only thing.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing. It's just something I've noticed about, like, yeah, I don't know.
I think everything is
There are
contributing
also-
toward doom and death.
Yeah, look at our
Hmm.
economy.
No, I
Dude, the
mean
McChicken's $6. Can't just kill me,
Oh,
dude. What are we gonna
Yeah.
do? And like, not to be like doomer, but like, dude, help.
I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm just gonna
yeah.
I'm just
keep
gonna
consuming
ignore
what the
whatever
fuck
is
am I gonna do?
$2,000.
gotta consume more media.
Exactly.
Yeah, rot maxing
Yeah.
is kind of the move. I can't lie.
That's the life right there.
In reality, I'm not going to be solving like global warming and shit. That's going to be some like savant like dude from like Cambridge University is going to like discover some crazy shit that's.
I
gonna
mean,
solve
like, even if you
global
find the
warming.
cure for cancer, the government's gonna have a 50 BMG waiting for you. So, like, you know,
Yeah. Oh well.
I guess they want credit.
Or we can
in
think
discovering-
positively. We can think positively about it and be like, yay.
I've thought about how fucked up that is. Like, the reason that, not the reason that the cure for cancer is not found, but I feel like the reason they kill people like that is because there's so much money behind cancer research and the government and like all these companies. They get so much money from treating people with cancer. You know what I mean? That's like a very fucked up thing to say.
To the Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah, maybe I'm just wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to be killed with a giant rock.
No, I think I think stuff like that, it's also personal to a lot of people who are high up. So I
Yeah.
think they would easily trade that for a profit. I don't know. I think I'd like to think positively and just think, okay, if something good happens,
Being an
we'll
adult
know
sucks.
eventually.
That's what I fucking. It sucks, but it's great. I have my own money, but the world sucks. No, it's not that bad. It's fine.
It could be better.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not
know,
that
yeah.
bad. I mean, there's food in the store, and I can do this and not, die.
Yeah, I've got
It's
running
not that
water,
bad, you know?
That's pretty cool.
But
I've got a creaky chair.
mine creaks sometimes.
good.
I don't know if you can hear it. No.
Oh no, mine's been
heard
sat
of
in
it.
by university students.
It's
for,
just like the
past
leather,
10
like,
years
stretches.
straight. So
Mine's pretty bad.
Dude, I've
Yeah,
had the same
mine's-
chair since 2014. It
I
just
think I have
hurts
as well.
my neck, dude. Dude, office chairs, like old office chairs, are so superior. I feel like because they
I
like,
break a chair like
What
every other
Aeron
year.
chairs?
yeah, like they're
That's why I was on the bucket for the
like the sentiment, like old shit is designed better. It's like it's true. Like
I mean,
they
there
work
was
so
Well,
a
it was
deliberate.
just designed to last.
Oh, I just
Now
sit
it's
in
all
my
about
chairs
planned
weird all the
obsolescence.
time.
yeah.
Before
yeah.
the
I don't
1950s, it was like commonplace to design products as long lasting as possible. It wasn't until around that period when stuff started to be designed for short term use.
Yeah, because they're
Yeah.
like,
I
wait, we
think
can just extort
nylon
money out of our
was like that.
customers. And then HP was like, let's make printers that suck.
Like, I think when they first made nylon, like the companies that made nylon clothes just tanked because no one was buying more. They just lasted forever. So they nerfed nylon by making it worse, and then they invented fast fashion. So then people would buy a bunch of clothes.
When we're talking
Yeah,
about
that's how goated it
advancement of
was.
technology, I think printer companies are the enemy of technology.
Oh,
That
my
is exactly
gods.
what I was thinking. HP needs to fucking die. Buy,
Yeah.
look, if you're listening and if you for some reason need a printer, buy an old one. It can be an old HP one, just buy an old one. Because old ones don't beg you for money. They
I
just
have,
work. Yeah.
My laptop I bought like custom from their site, which is it's still working. It's after like several years now, but they offered me a printer with it. I was for
Nice
like an
printer, by
extra
the way.
$20. I was like, yeah, I'll take a printer. Why not? I need to print assignments and stuff, and that thing died in a month.
Jesus.
Dude, doesn't it like
Yeah,
the
I-
ink cartridges are shady too? Like they're never actually low on ink, but like they tell you they are, and then it'll
Yeah,
like,
that's the
deactivate
worst.
if you don't. It's like,
Jesus.
who allowed this? Like the government doesn't care because it makes them money. It's just like such a fucked up thing.
Yeah. I was looking for a printer, and it was literally, if I wanted to get a printer that would like do the stuff that I needed, it would cost like £1,000.
God, what are you doing
And
with it?
Well, this is for printing photos, so it's like,
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
and these aren't any like phone photos. These are actual like high megapixel photos, right? So I want like good kind of
Yeah,
DPI
they
and
remotely
shit.
deactivate.
£1,000 for a printer. Oh, sorry, £1,000. But I'm guessing that's one of the actual good ones that like lasts a long time. Otherwise, people wouldn't recommend it. But still,
That's also why I wouldn't own something like a Tesla, because I'm a big advocate for right to repair and like learning how to do shit yourself, like for specific
Mhm.
things. Like that's just kind of healthy, I think.
Definitely.
Something breaks,
know.
I feel like you need to have an intuition to before, like unless it's like urgent, like see if you can fix it yourself. And like that's cars and stuff like that. It's just so not that now. Like wasn't BMW rolling out like a subscription for heated seats or something? It's like,
I remember hearing
What?
about that.
it's like, where did we go wrong?
yeah. No, electric cars also are so dumb. Like they're not environmentally friendly. They're environmentally friendly to use, but not to make. Like the production of lithium batteries is atrocious for the environment. It is horrible. It like long term that offsets any like not using petrol,
It could be
especially when
worse.
you're like when we're getting synthetic petrol and stuff soon. It's like it's not actually that environmentally friendly to have an electric car. And then they say like, this is you're doing good for the environment. Like, no, you're not. Not unless you drive it 200,000 miles a year.
Honestly, we're all contributing to
I
fucking
need to-
global warming. Like, what can you do? Like, live off the land? Like, I gotta make YouTube videos, you know?
I need to worry about improving myself, or I can spend any mental energy like worrying about the environment.
Exactly. That's why a
Yeah.
lot of people don't care. It's like, dude, I got a job. I gotta do that, you
Yeah,
know?
we've got our own things to worry about.
As much as like Greta Thunberg doesn't want to hear that, like it's true. Whatever
Yeah.
the fuck she does. I don't even know if she's an advocate for climate change. I could be wrong. Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
I
It's
think
just-
What were we
so.
talking
I
about
don't know.
again?
we're talking
yeah,
about,
best
global
levels.
warming in
yeah,
GD.
levels.
We're talking
Well,
about
we
how
got
leaving
sidetracked
GD
by the
open
Joe
for 5,000
Rogan.
hours contributes to it being 100 degrees outside in the summer.
Yeah. Anyway, what is?
Yeah, I'm not sure, man.
Can we
It's
talk
just-
about conical depression and the top one situation with that?
We did
Did
already.
we talk
We
about
already
that?
did.
Okay. Let's
I
go
think
through
this has been a
list.
very good episode, to be honest. It's better than the UFWM one because I kind of feel bad because we just
Wait, it was
winged
just
it the
you and
whole
him?
time. It was me, him, and B Graham. And
Right.
I kicked Graham from the group because I wanted this to go like smoothly and focused and not have him join and just troll because I
Do you
wanted to
think
take it
Graham would
seriously.
cause
but-
chaos?
I mean, he just trolls and it's, you know.
Oh,
Whatever.
right.
I wonder how you
Uh-huh.
guys feel. I know, I mean, we don't really care about this stuff, to be honest, but how do you feel about like the modern day list and how much it's changed from like the old days and like the forms list and the old point of crate list? I think we can all agree that there's way too much to keep track of, and like it's
I
just
don't
like
Care
becoming
at
a player
all.
now. It's like, dude,
I just enjoyed the list back when you could play levels for fun. That's pretty
I
much
don't
it.
think I
Yeah.
looked at it for like the past like 2 or 3 years, honestly. There was a
Really?
time when I think I was like a list mod or something, and I don't think I contributed hardly anything. It's just
I feel
there was like an
bad for, like-
artifact of like
feel-
the days
yeah.
of being on the forums, and like
Yeah.
I think you could like let certain people edit it. So like when it was just a list of YouTube links, I would just like go in and add YouTube links to if someone completed a level, things like that. And
It's cool to
Yeah.
see the focus being taken away from that stuff and more towards like GDDP and like insane demon lists and stuff, where it's
Yeah.
just designed to be a list where you can play things to have fun. I think
Yeah,
that's what
definitely.
the
Yeah.
point of the
I
list
think-
was in the beginning with.
like it's definitely more
I-
of a competition now than ever. And
Yeah.
I'm just not about it.
can we agree
Yeah,
that insane demons are the
recently,
best right now?
Oh, I said that at the beginning of this at the
Yeah,
podcast, but yeah.
I
And you're right.
forgot.
They are pretty good.
100%.
Dude, they're fucking
Yeah, I was
yeah.
going through the list recently. I was just recording the top 50, and there were a bunch of actually really cool levels in there that I'd never heard of. Like a lot of them were kind of just list sludge, but some of the levels I found there's one called Combustion. I really like that, and Network was really good as well. And I'm like, how do I not know about these?
Do you know what Riot said that the main problem is, air quotes, with like the modern day lists and stuff?
Good job.
Riot's
List is
complaint.
wrong.
Yeah, that's where it all started when Sakup and Hell got moved. No, but his argument was that like from a standpoint of just being passionate and trying to push the game, he says that the modern problem is like levels aren't really made for the sake of being a they're made for the list. And, like levels that are made for
Yeah.
that, I can see where he's coming from. It's just like a double-edged thing, you know.
Well, like levels where you can tell, like in the gameplay creation stage, you're like, make sure it's list worthy. By the way,
Yeah,
Like,
and the
make
list
sure
has a
this is hard
very
enough to
big
be on
influence on the
list.
game. And like I get where he's coming from. He does have very extreme viewpoints. Like he said if he ran the list, he'd limit it to like 25 levels or something, or like 50. And like a lot of people are like, whoa, okay.
I mean, it used to be like that. Like
Yeah, so I
before,
could totally see
25.
that, you know?
Yeah, but like,
Yeah. There's a lot more levels now.
I
think,
definitely
so it's
stopped paying
just-
attention to the list a lot when
Mm.
when it kind of became about like, oh, this is the next top one, but like people were like actively shooting for that all the time, and it's like
Yeah,
it's kind of why it pissed me off when like I was working on Black Blizzard and someone made some random GD News video was just like new
Not
top
G
one
News.
by Crazy Man 50, and I was like, I'd never said
Yeah.
that, and then everyone just kind of assumed that it was gonna be like that, and it's like,
Yeah, I was
that's kind of annoying.
I feel bad because I think when I was uploading a lot, I was definitely contributing to the sensationalism of like upcoming top 1 demon. Where I should really have just uploaded it with like the level name and just not said anything, so people would just watch the level that
I've never been about that whole thing, because it's like you know,
Yeah.
I mean, that's obvious from someone who like just makes stuff to have fun, but like I don't know,
Yeah,
I feel
I
like
think
in the
there
interest
was-
of art, like chasing difficulty is not necessarily a conflict, but it's different from what I
Yeah.
would go to a list of levels to play for.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a point where I was like wanting to just get views on videos. So I would just go, yep, this is top 1. This will get views. Cool, upload. This was like when I was daily and I was like, I would get back at 4 p.m. and I'd be like, right, what am I doing? But yeah, now I just kind of, I did more impossible levels. I found those pretty interesting. It's still chasing difficulty, but it does it in a very kind of creative way sometimes, especially with the gameplay. Like kind of like tax evasion, where they had the jewel where the player would literally move behind where the player is if you haven't seen it, and it's like 2 players at like different places on the screen doing shit, and that's kind of cool. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'm glad I'm not like that anymore. I kind of just do
Going back
what
to
I want now.
going back to what KrmaL said about the top 1 stuff, I think it is a healthy thing if people are trying to push for it, but I get where you're coming from.
Oh,
Like, this
yeah,
is
no,
like
I
the
mean,
initial-
at the end of the day, a list of like the hardest levels is like it's bound to be a competition of who can, one, beat the hardest levels, and 2, make the hardest levels. So like, I guess at the time when I was playing the game, I was more capable of beating those levels, so it was more fun for me to like go for that challenge at all. But like,
Yeah.
at the
People
same
did
time, I
not
feel
like that when Riot said that.
even like
I
I think also back then, like not many people were necessarily shooting to have the hardest level just to make a hard level, if that makes sense, you know?
Yeah. People are just kind of making shit, and then it's like, oh, this is hard.
But also, people still do that anyway. Like regardless of there's obviously going to be people that make levels not for the list necessarily. So like you can just ignore the list, and that's what I do.
Yeah,
Because at the end
I
of the day,
think
that's not an
especially
official thing. So
especially with people who don't really play the game much, one of the kind of most impressive things about the game, like, yeah, it's a very well decorated levels, but one of the most impressive things is like the achievements people have done in playing. And so then when people start playing and making levels, like they've always got that kind of dream of wanting to make a level on the list, which might be at play as well. But it's also just one of the, I think, key parts of the game, especially to people who aren't like as into it, is just the difficulty of the game that is reached that can kind of get a crazy reaction out of people.
yeah, definitely, especially from like outsider perspectives, like looking at like the difficulty level of things that are achieved in the game is definitely a way to catch people's attention. But also, I feel like if you showed, there's even been like videos about this, where if you showed someone like whatever the top 1 is now, and like stuff like Bloodbath and like older, not even close difficulty levels, like they'd probably be equally impressed, because they don't really, they don't have the experience, therefore they just don't have that perspective of like what's
I think a lot
impressive in the game. They'll just be impressed either way, you know.
A lot of the most impressive things in the game, I think, need a lot of context to understand. Which is part of the struggle, because then you end up with like GD shorts, and it's like boiled down to some dude clicking really fast in like a shitty like wave spike.
That's why,
and it gets
like
70 million views.
That's why another one of my favorite levels of all time is Sonic Wave, because it's like, I think if levels have cohesive stories to them, I mean, people can disagree, that's okay, but I think that when levels have very interesting stories to them and involves a lot of people in development, I think it like elevates. I mean, I was also younger, but I think that can also elevate the way people feel about it, including me. But that's just how I feel, you know.
I was talking to one of my good close friends in real life like last week or something. We went for dinner, and he told me that I'm not going to say the name because it'll be bad, but he told me that he was on like this camping trip or something. And one of the people on his trip was this certain GD YouTuber who makes shorts.
Oh no!
I bet I
And
could
so
guess. I'm not gonna say, but
So he asked me who it was. He asked me if I knew him, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that guy's an asshole." And then he told me that like his parents are like therapists, and they've been in court for giving LSD to their patients before.
oh my god.
Oh my god!
So,
So the guy's not be given the most.
it's like some of the craziest dirt I've ever heard.
Yeah. Oh my god!
that out
That's
there,
that's
huh?
definitely
I
like
know.
Spy Guy.
That's why-
Dude,
that's why I'm
you're
not gonna say the
firing
name.
shot, dude. You got a target on your head.
I'm not saying the name because I don't want that information
Yeah, out
out
of
there,
respect.
But like
Holy crap!
it's like some of the craziest shit I've ever heard.
What the hell, man? That's crazy.
Dude,
I can help understand the mindset then.
Especially since it's
success
like
by
it's
any
their
means
parents'
necessary
problem, not
kind of
theirs. So
mindset.
they shouldn't be judged
Mhm.
for it. I know some nice people
Yeah.
that
all
like,
shorts on
have
all
parents that have
comments
done
on
weird
like
stuff.
all of those shorts now are just gonna be like, is it you? Is it you?
That would explain the kind of success by any means necessary with no dignity mindset of GD shorts.
yeah.
Kind of.
That's why a lot of people don't do them. It's like
yeah,
you have to
getting
have
passed down.
dignity.
I'm not Hawaiian. I'm from Atlanta.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
give
don't
them
know.
more hints. More hints.
Oh, dude, you're narrowing it down.
Something else.
Oh no. They're gonna find out.
Let me
Bro,
think.
my friend was like across the country as well. I mean, he's American, but like there's no information that you're
across the
getting
country.
beyond that.
Okay, so we're thinking West Coast.
No, he could.
He was on West Coast.
Okay,
Did you?
we're not going any
Shorts?
deeper.
He was like, let me narrow it down. Let me use.
that
let
is
me
that
pull
is
up
pretty
GeoGuessr.
crazy. That's
That's some crazy shit to just
It's some
say.
crazy
and then
fucking
like,
shit,
yeah, I'm
dude.
not saying anything else.
oh my god. Enough with that. Sorry
You
to
just
said
dropped
too
that and you're
much.
like, yep, that's it. Not elaborating.
By the way, guys, if I go missing,
yeah, I'm not having any thoughts.
make a
Yeah,
statement.
that kind of-
So you know, if I die, just know that like it was nice knowing you.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway,
Wow.
what else we got? I've
That's
lost
the second
track
thing I've
of
said
what
on
we.
the podcast that could get me canceled.
I've said a lot of shit. I've said a lot of shit.
What's another thing? I've lost track of the list. You have
The
to
thing
help me
about
out with this.
guitar.
Please.
Earlier.
I don't think that would get you canceled.
Oh
'cause
yeah, the
people,
guitar.
Like,
No, you didn't
they-
say the
it's
word, so you're
justified,
good.
Like,
That's just funny. I'm just imagining him beating the level, and it just like pops up on the screen, and he just freaks out. That's what I'm imagining right now.
you know why I think it's fine? Because like he's probably just gonna get polio or something, and then like it's just bye. I'm praying on his downfall
Yeah.
because obviously,
I don't know. I just hope the guy kind of.
dude, he's
I don't
gonna
know,
fall
you
down the
just- I
stairs
just-
and fucking break his back, and then he's gonna get on stream and be like, "Oh, I broke my back," and then all this fucking Spanish kids are gonna be
No.
like,
His heart
Oh
rate
my
is to 500
God.
playing Phobos again.
I just want. I don't know. I don't wish that kind of thing on people. I just hope, like, obviously it doesn't happen.
It's not my
again, and
business.
the
It's just
guy-
something I thought I would mention because it
Yeah.
was really funny.
"Yeah."
in the end,
yeah.
it's his problem that he has to deal with. But like, do get away.
Dude, he's
That's
gonna go to a
basically
DreamHack
the bare
event and
minimum.
get fucking jumped by his opponent because he kicks his ass in Guitar Hero, and then he's literally gonna break him like a number 2 pencil. Anyway,
Joker method.
Anyway. Yep.
he's gonna stab him with it.
Dude, you're like fantasizing about the death of Abby.
Dude,
You're
I
like,
watch
you've
too
actually
many
got some venom for
comedians.
this
Like
guy.
it's just
What the hell?
yeah. I mean, look, something's gonna happen. Like I just don't like just April 22nd,
What are you alluding to?
2027.
You
But
can't
like I don't,
Okay.
I
whatever.
like what do you want? Like what do you want me to say?
We get it. You don't like him. You think he's a jerk.
Okay, what does? So, okay, I want to move on from this, but I will say one more thing. Somebody brought up a really interesting point about guitar's fan base that I just really didn't think about. I probably should have thought about it, but I think it's very easy to like sit there and be like, I can't believe he has a fan base, which is true. But somebody pointed out something very interesting. It's like, if I was a Spanish kid and I was like 9, 10, and if I heard something like that happen, I would probably just immediately be like, well, he would never do something like that. and that is why he has a fan base. That and like a lot of them like aren't mentally mature enough to
They don't
like
really
think
understand the
about the
gravity
situation.
of it, I think. I
Yeah.
don't know. Well, they just
Anyway.
don't know. It's not really their
April
fault either way.
17th. Don't forget that.
You could say that about a lot of young fan bases anyway, for
Yeah,
like
yeah.
similar situations.
I think I'm just biased because I don't speak Spanish, and I view the Spanish community as like a giant fucking,
Well, like that place over there that does stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there is a factor of like language barrier to like a lot of the people talking about the
Yeah.
situation speak English. That is
Yeah.
like a factor in it too, I think. But like,
yeah.
It's just a very unfortunate situation, I think. I don't know. It's better to dwell on other things. Because we definitely tried our hardest to deplatform or whatever the fuck. So
I mean,
I
look,
think it's best to
again,
just focus on different
something's
things.
gonna
now.
happen to him. So
Well, feel free to pray in your spare time, but
I mean, like I didn't do
know.
it, but like
no.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost
Whatever.
everything except for his YouTube, but
Yeah. Let's
Did all
talk
we
about
can.
something better than that right now.
I mean, we're
agree, I
about to
agree
like
with that.
wrap up, It's been 3 hours and I gotta eat dinner. Maybe I'll
yeah,
go to
we're
that
halfway through.
restaurant.
Halfway through. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Halfway through.
The
Come
rival
on,
was
let's
like 4.5
let's
hours.
continue. 4.5. Yeah, that's because daylight savings went off in the middle of it.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
we
I gotta
just
eat
all we
soon.
just all like got a free hour. We forgot.
Yeah.
We're halfway
at
through
least
the
in the
first
morning.
part of the podcast, guys.
Yeah. Come for
guys,
part
so
2 tomorrow.
we're into the second section. The second section is a live section. So we're gonna have apple bobbing.
Did you know what
and
my dad
drinking
said?
games.
My dad recommended something very cool. So you know how a lot of radio shows like you can like phone in? That was like an
Oh,
interesting
right, yeah.
idea that he brought up. Also, my dad wants
Oh
to
my
be a
God,
guest
yeah,
at some
that'd be
point,
sick.
so you guys better
That
hype
would
me
go
up.
hard.
Well, we can all have our parents on. That'd be sick.
Yeah, it's like
It's just
it's
the
like
host and
me,
we
my
get our
dad, and
parents on.
Riot or something. It's like, so Dad, this is
No.
Riot. He's very important.
should
He's like,
just-
yeah, okay.
No, do you know what we could do? We could get the host parents, and then we could get like W Popoff's mum or something on, right? And
Yeah, they're
then
gonna
that could be,
talk
the
about like
parents'
taxes.
podcast.
Charlie Lance's
April
That'd
dad.
be really
1st.
fun.
I know my parents would be down for that. Your dad's down, right? We got two
They're all
people
just gonna
already.
talk about like the election. Like that's all they're gonna.
No.
They're gonna be like, so what
Oh
pub
no,
do you
we're
go to?
gonna get like middle-aged people political talk going on. That'd be horrible.
I mean, I
Ugh.
think my parents are like, mature enough to
No.
agree to disagree. But I know I
No,
am.
No.
But
I don't know.
dude, I know a lot of people where we heavily
would be fun,
disagree on
though.
shit and we can still hang. It's all right.
Yeah.
We don't see eye to eye on everything, but somebody
I
actually.
don't know.
made a
I
good
feel like they
point.
just dox themselves.
That's what I was saying. My dad was like, "Can I come on?" I'm like, that would be really fun, but you got to promise to not say my name or say
Yeah.
like your name because we both have very unique real names. And all it
Yeah.
would take is one Google search. Then I'd have to private all my
Yeah.
shit. But
Yeah, we got to press train our parents and then put them on.
and I forgot what he said. He said like, "Okay, well, can I call you this?" And it was like some funny name, and I was like, "Yeah, sure."
Well, a code name.
Yeah.
I love
Why
My
don't they
mom
just call
knows
you-
about the
why doesn't he
podcast
just call
too.
you
She's
GMB
probably
Blue?
listened to these.
I
So
love code names.
No,
Hi,
my
Mom.
mom tried to watch the Riot episode and she was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Fucking obviously.
don't worry, we'll talk about the world
No,
economy
I
collapsing and they'll be
appreciate her
tapped
trying to-
in.
Yeah.
We'll talk about like arts and crafts and like gardening. Well, they'll be like, I have a green thumb.
I had
Yeah.
a purple thumb.
It's
once.
like, damn. Oh yeah.
I got a
My
pepper
thumb's
stuck in my ear
permanently
one time.
yellow.
Nice. Love that for you.
A potato for a
Oh,
man one
yeah.
time.
Dude, oh god, I'm so glad I'm not on anything. Well,
Yeah.
caffeine.
Yeah. There you
Yeah.
go. That's the life.
Yeah, that is the life.
That's a thug life that you live.
Shut up.
Bro, I'm only on caffeine right now. Hashtag thug life.
Dude,
Hashtag
it's a
struggle.
stimulant. Like I can think about the history of GD when I'm on this shit.
Yeah.
This shit is just a
Well, you're
turbocharger for my
microdosing
brain.
caffeine.
I'm getting more air, you know. When
Yeah,
I'm
that
sober,
sounds like a
I'm naturally
dependency to me. I
aspirated.
don't know.
Let me tell you something. Can you tell I'm a big
Yeah, I
dumb
don't know.
nerd?
When I have caffeine, I just am sick, and that's it. It doesn't really work out for me. It's not a good trade.
Did you guys know that nicotine like doesn't really do anything for me? A lot of people.
I didn't know that.
I say that to a lot of people, and they're like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't
No.
know. It just doesn't really like. I don't know."
Have I told you the story about when I tried nicotine? I must have.
No.
Oh no, I tried vaping, right? And I thought, nicotine. I thought it was just an addictive I didn't know it did stuff, right? So I basically just chain smoked the equivalent of like a pack of cigarettes
Oh,
on someone's
God.
vape, trying it for the first time. I went outside. I felt a bit weird, and before I could even get inside, I literally just passed out and I couldn't see. And then I woke up and my friends were like, "Yo, you went blue for like a minute." I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Did you have a
But,
purple thumb?
No, I saw rainbow outlines and I heard
You
like
saw
a
tracers?
Slender Man noise in my ear for like 10
Jesus.
minutes. And yeah, I couldn't see for a solid while. And then I was like, "Whoa, okay, cool." But
is like
I was
a-
fine.
yeah.
I went, I threw up in the toilet and I went home and didn't even. I was like, "Yeah, I'm falling asleep."
Yeah, you
now.
went
I
home
didn't
and you
even
had
go to
beans
hospital.
on toast.
Sounds like
I
really
went
good
home and had beans
inspiration
on
for a
toast.
GD level.
Basically,
Yeah, like a
I've not
nicotine
been.
simulation.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
not been fond of nicotine since then. I haven't done a single thing, basically.
It'd
I've
be
been
called
pretty
like
much
Boro
sober.
Golds, or something.
Yeah.
All right, get on it. New level idea. Let's make it happen.
I did see God.
I saw God one time. I was doing
What do you
an
mean
edible
one
stream.
time?
I have a streaming channel where I don't do it all. It's like once a month. We do like I treat it as like so I treat doing stuff like that as like a party thing and like a vent for the experience, not for the not for the addictive reasons. So I was doing an
Right.
edible stream, and since
Yeah,
I do it like
as
once a
you do.
month, I kill my tolerance on purpose to avoid like
Yeah,
any precautions that can come with something that is arguably as addictive as that.
of course.
So I was doing it, and I
This
just
is
got
great
it was just way
monetizable
too much.
advice.
Like it got to a point where I'm just like, oh, I have to lay down. Dude, holy fuck! And I just gone for an hour.
These are awesome ways to
Yes.
spend time.
That's relatable. The most I've ever
Yeah,
done is
I-
ADHD drugs when I was 10.
I don't do it
so-
as much because I feel
I
like
can't
it's a
really relate.
dopamine cheat. Like this is gonna sound corny, but I feel like I'd rather be high on life. I'd
That's
rather
what's
like
up.
I'd rather
Well,
get that
yeah.
high from like accomplishing things instead of just getting that little fucking cheat code
I
from the
heard
pen.
I heard Dare was hiring.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to
Yeah,
Dare.
No, from what I've heard, it's just meant to be like used as a reset, basically.
What is?
Like just like I saw you using mushrooms for like depression.
Oh yeah, that
treatment,
is like
and
very
it was like really
proven
effective.
to be treated in psychiatric situations.
Like a lot better than like obviously if you're on something for depression, don't go off it. Don't like go and just do mushrooms because.
Well, the thing that's good about them is they're
I've
natural,
seen
too.
like they were doing trials of it, and it was like a really
Word
effective
natural
thing, which
means
is like
nothing.
because like in nature, people were giving it to people for like thousands of years when they need like, yo, this guy's like not feeling good. Give him the like the thing that fixes him. Oh yeah,
Maybe that's why maybe that's why the Mayans looked up to like star gods and stuff. Maybe they just took a bunch of shrooms. I mean, really,
I don't
maybe.
know.
I mean,
Maybe.
Maybe all
that's
the
back
Romans
to
had
when it
lead
was just
poisoning.
forests. Yeah.
What if the
it's-
Pope blasted cigs?
I'm
Oh,
saying,
dude, the Pope
my
can
God.
fucking sheaf that shit.
Dude,
let me tell
that's
you.
what the white smoke is.
Dude, he would
That's him
hotbox
hitting a
that
fat
bulletproof
blunt.
car.
Karma, I feel like that's such an in-group joke. No one ever remembers that video.
look up that video.
What if the Pope
if you
blasted
find the time.
cigs? It's
What if
the
like
Pope
a
blasted-
it's a running joke in our group because like it's just a random Twitter video that like
What's it
blew
called?
up in like 20. What if the Pope blasted cigs? It's just this guy running down the street saying, "What if the Pope blasted cigs?" And that's the entire video.
That would be pretty
Oh.
fucking crazy. I
Dude, it
quote
would
that
be crazy.
video
I
all
wanna
the
see
time.
this.
I do too.
That is such like Vine-esque.
Oh, definitely.
There are some insane
Yeah,
gifs.
that is like such a Vine video.
Oh my god, the Melon River gif. I was staring at that shit for like 3 hours straight during the Riot episode.
I mean, dude, like Queen Victoria was just doing everything. I've heard that before. Just doing
What do you
whatever,
mean?
just morphine, fuck it, you know.
I don't know. She like depressed. She went like emo.
Well, no, like medical technology sucked ass back
God.
then. So it's like, oh, you know, let's just get rid of half of your blood for like a sore throat. That's how George Washington died, right? He said he had a sore throat, and they just like they just started taking out so much
don't know.
blood for some reason. He just died.
I don't know.
Somebody's gonna correct that, but something like that.
I don't want to think about what goes on for the Pope. The Pope
This
probably
is
has a
why we were
boring-ass
born in the right
life.
generation. That shit
Pope
like
looks
that
like a
makes you
guy
think,
who's like
I'm so like lucky.
We were
The
born
Pope
in the
looks
right
like the best
generation
part of his
because
day is
what if the
like-
Pope blasted cigs.
yeah, blasting cigs is the best part of the Pope's day. Now, unironically, his best part of his day.
Another
is
reason is
dinner.
because we have knee
He's one of
surgery
them ones.
memes. That's
Oh right, yeah, I've
can't
seen
really
that.
go without that.
Oh no, I've seen those time lapse of like medical procedure memes.
There's a guy on YouTube Shorts who is a what are
All
they
of
called? Like
the
a
memes
mortuary.
I've seen in the past like 2 years have been shit that my friends have sent over Discord.
Yeah,
Probably the
same.
best way to consume it. Just get it all
Yeah.
filtered.
Exactly. I wouldn't
Twitter's
have it any
not
other way.
worth like. Yeah, I
Oh,
don't know.
yeah.
I get
I don't
people
think
all
Twitter's
the time.
not worth it, but it's just there.
All the time, people tell me like I get compliments from like random people in my DMs on Twitter about how well curated my timeline is with the retweets. It's really
Dude,
weird.
I've thought that too. Like I'll be just scrolling. I'm like, dude, oh my god.
Like I'll get a message from someone that I follow with that's like way more popular than me sometimes, and they'll just be like, "You're killing it with the retweets," and I'm like flattered because it's someone that I
What?
follow that I like, and they've never spoken to me, and they're just like really happy about like the dumb shit I retweet. And
What, like your collections?
so that's the only reason that I
Fair enough.
still use Twitter.
Do you treat it as like an art
Yeah.
gallery?
Kind of like I like to go back to it and just for like I don't know entertainment. There was
Yeah.
did anyone here follow during that time with like the furry art stuff?
No.
Oh my god.
I can't remember.
What were you retweeting that?
There was one time where I liked a single piece of furry art, like
Oh,
completely
no.
innocuous
People like,
shit, because I just
"Oh
like
my
follow
God."
artists, like generally,
Yep.
and like some will appear on my timeline, like that's cool, I like it. Someone like purposefully called it out for some reason, like they looked through my likes and saw that, and like made a post about it, and I saw that, and it was just like, well, that's stupid. Why are you doing that? First of all, but then there's this whole thing where I just like within like the next day or two, I just like went to all my friends in my friend circle, and just like asked for like furry artists to follow on Twitter and stuff, and I just went and liked like 100 or 200 like furry art images just to troll them, and like it was a fun thing to watch.
Yeah.
Do you know what
No, that's funny.
do you know what the Twitter account saved you a click in video games is?
Yes, and I know
Yes.
exactly what you're bringing up.
You
right
know
now.
exactly what I'm about to bring up. Yeah.
Yeah.
All I'm gonna say is that if you know what that account is, just check their likes.
Uh,
I mean, like at your own discretion. Just
Yeah.
if you know,
If you know, you know.
it's like
Damn.
I wonder how many times like someone's gotten that on their timeline. It's like, wait, they who like what?
I feel like I've gotten it once or twice.
Yeah, sometimes it's like Jesus Christ. All right, we
It's always
get
when
it.
you're in
man.
public. It's always when you're in public, though.
Yeah,
I don't really scroll on Twitter.
dude, I'll be in public and I'll check the group chat and someone will send like shit like that. I'm like, gut, stop, like help.
You
Like
don't have, like, a
I'm
dedicated
like
channel for
I'm
that?
behind Crohn at a restaurant. Can you guys cut it out?
Man, I met Crohn in real life too one time.
Yeah, that did happen.
That was crazy.
Didn't
We
you
played,
do like an around the world thing?
I
Or the
did
US.
around the U.S.
Crohn44 national tour.
Yeah, I just drove around the U.S. for 2.5 months and met as many online friends as I could. That was
That's
the whole
cool.
goal.
Oh, that's kind of sick.
Kind of
Yeah.
awesome. I love that for you.
Dude, can
It
you
was
answer
so
me
much
some
fun.
driving questions? I'm just curious.
Sure, I got pulled over twice. I didn't get a ticket.
What's the fucking worst place to drive in that you've been to?
Like
just
probably the places
absolute
where I pulled over,
shittiest.
which was like Montana and
Mm.
Texas. In Texas, you're not allowed to
Oh
go
my
more
God,
than
yeah.
5 miles an hour over the speed limit. But it's okay because the speed limits in Texas are higher than they are in most other places.
Dude,
In-
Houston
in
road
Georgia,
rage is like a
yeah, in Georgia, you're not allowed to go more than 10 miles an hour over until you get pulled over, and I think that's true in most other states as well. But Texas is the exception, I guess.
as far as my mom is concerned, I've never.
Also, if you encounter a quote unquote protected highway in the middle of Montana, don't go over the speed limit at all there. I was going like 2 miles an hour over and got pulled over. So that was fun.
Jesus.
How much of that is like just cops that are just finding something to do?
Oh, I'm sure it is. But, you know,
Oh, yeah, it's just
Yeah,
power
that's
tripping
the speed
cops.
camera
Well,
thing is shitty. There was a place in Arizona where the local government installed a speed camera, and so many people didn't give a shit about it that they just gave up and got rid of it. Like, how fucking funny
Yeah.
is that?
I think in the UK now there's speed cameras everywhere because they're not making enough money, so they
Yeah,
literally
and
just
they're
put
in
down
London
like revenue
especially.
generating
I've heard that people put
cameras,
like
basically.
bird boxes on them because like apparently there's some like loophole where like you can't take them down because they're for like an endangered species or something. I've heard stuff like that too.
Yeah.
People also spray paint the cameras. So yeah,
fun.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of videos in the UK of people just pulling down like CCTV cameras at one point. They're like, no, I don't want to be looked
I've
at.
never gotten pulled over so far.
I never
Which
got a
is
ticket. I've
good.
been pulled over 3 times.
Just getting warnings.
Yep.
Well,
None
that's
of the
good, at
times I
least.
was actually like speeding enough to get a ticket.
Have you ever got like a speed camera like getting your plate and then like mailing you a ticket? It hasn't happened to me, but
No.
yeah.
No, I think my Uber got pulled over once, but I think that was a parking ticket, and she got fined like £100. So she
God.
was like very annoyed.
Dude, sometimes okay, I
And
probably
she was
shouldn't
like,
say
she
that,
kept
but
complaining, and I'm like, I'm not a talkative person, like, and she kept complaining. I was just like, yeah, oh, yeah,
yeah.
and I was just like, I want to like be at home and lie down right now.
You gotta
not
pretend
in
you
this
give a
mood.
fuck.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's no, like, in an Uber, I feel awkward trying to talk with them, but I also feel awkward not talking. So it's just a permanently awkward experience being in an Uber. So
I really don't have that much social anxiety anymore. Like at all. Like
yeah,
not
how do you get rid of it?
Like I
Man?
won't like take my shirt off and scream in like a Five Below, but like I'll talk to people, you know.
You're not Joji.
Yeah, I'm not pink guy. I have a
No.
pink suit, but I'm not him.
Pink suit.
Yeah, I have one. It's at my parents' house.
Yeah, how do you get rid of like social anxiety? and
One way
stuff?
that I
'Cause, like,
did it was being in a musical in high school for some reason. I don't know why I did that, but I'm never doing it again.
I don't know. It's easy for me to sit here and be like, well, just don't care about what people think, but like that's different for everybody.
Yeah,
I mean, there is some truth to that. I mean, it's something that's got to build up over time. It's also
I guess
probably
you just got to kill the ego.
It's probably also a mental and confidence thing too. For me,
Yeah.
it's like, I mean, I'm never really going to see these people that much. It's like, oh well, man. And even if I do, like, might as well just talk to them. Like I went to Chipotle 2 days ago, and I'm starting to become a regular there. It's kind of a problem, but you got to get your protein. So
Me too.
Yeah.
I've
When they
been
start
going
knowing
Yeah.
your
a lot.
name and stuff, and
In
it's
Atlanta,
like,
Dude,
we
I've
have
been going
Wings,
there-
which is better.
I've heard that Chick-fil-A in Atlanta sucks from
What?
friends who live there. Like I guess they just had a bad
Bro,
experience.
Chick-fil-A is the same everywhere. What do
Or
you
no,
mean?
I meant Chipotle. Not the Chick-fil-A in
Oh.
Atlanta is
Yeah.
I had it with Wave. I went with Wave, if you remember who that is.
Dude,
Oh my
Wave
God.
Used to, I don't think he lives there anymore, but Wave used to live less than a mile from me.
He still lives there.
Does he? Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah, we're not going to dox him or anything, but he
Yeah.
still lives there. Anyway,
yeah, it's weird going to a store and you're instant, you recognize like that regular.
dude, I went to Chipotle
think-
so many times. I'm just finishing what I was saying. When I walked up to the thing, they were just like, "Oh, you want a chicken bowl?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, you know." And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Is that how much I come here?" And they're like, "Yeah."
Oh. No,
Dude, it's fucking chill, man. You just see the same people. It's like, "What's up, man?" It's like, "Hey, man."
I called up the local camera shop once, and the guy recognized my voice over the phone. I don't even have a unique voice. Like at that point, I was like,
Yeah, back when I
I've
worked at Papa
gotten
John's,
too much
there was someone
stuff.
who used to order a pizza with no cheese and olives every week.
I would order
What?
that. I want to try that now. Sounds fire.
No,
I have a friend who thinks
That
cold
does not
pizza is
sound
better.
fire.
Olives are fun, but no cheese is weird.
Big fan of olives.
not no cheese.
I've
on
gone to a
pizza.
store and purchased a single olive before.
I do love olives.
What?
Olives-
I've done that with an apple.
The
went
worst
to
pizza I've
Publix
ever
and
made,
bought
by the way,
one.
and I always say this, it's a pizza that it was no cheese, it was on thin crust, and it was buffalo sauce and green peppers.
Wow.
What the hell?
I don't even.
That's some like eating disorder level food right
It's
there.
pretty raw.
Yeah,
Yeah.
goes hard.
What do you think about deep dish pizza? Think it's real pizza?
The deep
No,
dish
it's too
pizza
hot.
place near me closed down, and then I think they were doing like insurance fraud or something because they burned the place down.
Interesting
yeah.
take on.
I'm
on
taking
deep
notes
dish.
right now, by the way.
No, I don't like deep dish because when you get it, it's like always it scalds your mouth, and you have to wait like 15 minutes for it to cool down. I don't want to. I don't want to get food where I had to wait half an hour for it to be at the right temperature to eat or drink. Like tea, people drink tea. Why? You make it, and then it's 100 degrees. How are you meant to drink it?
I've had some crazy deep dish pizza in Chicago. It's so good.
I'm sure it's good in Chicago. I'm talking from experience of like
Someone who's malnourished.
over
yeah,
here.
we know.
You have a frozen pizza here. It's a pizza frozen, and you
No way.
you buy it in a store, and sorry, I'm like
You tired?
yeah,
Yeah.
and basically
Dude, I'm
do
getting a
deep
protein
dish
yogurt.
ones,
Hold on, dude. I'm
and
getting
whenever you
hungry.
make them, they're just terrible. Protein yogurt, no, protein yogurt. I'm sorry, that's the most processed food. That's the most processed food I've ever heard of. Like, what is more processed than protein yogurt? Can we get some suggestions going? Because
Protein yogurt milkshake.
Protein yogurt milkshake. To be fair, I'm gonna see if we have any subjects. We need to stop talking about fucking protein yogurt.
Protein yogurt milkshake cubes.
Protein yogurt milkshake
Cubes.
cube popsicle.
Frozen.
You've never been
Popsicle,
truly
ooh.
malnourished if you've never had a lobster injected with peanut butter before.
Okay.
Picture that
A
Louisiana
lobster
classic.
inject. That sounds some Danish thing.
I love
No,
peanut
Danish
butter
is like
pizza
ice.
suggestion.
No, Danish have chips with peanut butter.
That sounds oddly good. I'm not gonna lie.
It is good. I've had it. It's banging. But I
For
mean
anybody
chips as in
wondering?
like fries.
I was wondering. Thank
There
you.
go. Yeah, oikos. It's just easy protein. I have legs
Well,
tomorrow.
you
I can't be
actually-
sitting
oh my
there
God.
with sore, dying. Anyway,
I love sitting there with sore dying.
Yeah.
dude, the caffeine, I'm so stimulated. I need food.
Dude, you need to eat meals. I just cook pasta and put fish in it, and it's infinite
Dude,
protein.
I'd go for some chicken parmesan right now. It's only 8:30.
I love
could
chicken
go get some.
pajamas.
Dude,
like
I would eat the fuck out
you
of some
can
lasagna.
easily have 60 grams of protein in a meal with just pasta and some fish.
Can we see the
How about
M&M
someone with-
plush? What?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you spelled M&M like the fucking
I see
rapper. I'm
it.
like, what?
I'm getting tired and I
I'll
don't
get
have
one
much
too.
to talk about. So unless you have anything else, Blue, that you want to talk about or anything else.
Oh, there's one thing.
That was a Goodwill find right there.
Ooh.
There's
Yeah,
one
sexy,
thing.
man.
You remember the KrmaL block speedrun?
Oh yeah. How could I forget?
Oh yeah. I
I
remember
think I
that.
DM'd you about that at the time, and you said something like, "This is like not funny, but also hilarious at the same time." Or no, you said I forgot what you said.
I mean, so it was really funny the first time, like watching. I forget who it was. Was it Bgram that?
I think it was me.
Was it you?
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I
it
don't-
was me.
Oh.
I was playing Elite Z Rebirth, and I thought it'd be funny to exit as fast as possible, and just block you.
And it was funny. That was really funny. I genuinely like loved that, and I love that became like a bit that other people were like recreating it as like a speed run thing. I think it stopped being funny when people just like took all the
Dude, I don't
context out of
know.
it and were just like, "Oh, this is the guy that we block for the funny." And it's like, and then people would just
Yeah.
like
I
message
found
me
it. I
like
found it.
people would message me like KrmaL block speedrun, haha. I'm like, okay, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, you need to add me back.
I guess
can't
there
DM
becomes
you.
a point where you're like, damn, do these people actually like not like me? It's like, yeah.
It's like,
Well, I mean, yeah, it's
like it's just kind of nothing when it's without like the context of like the level pissed you off, so you like
Yeah. At that point you're just like, oh, you're just blocking me then. Okay.
I mean, it's like the classic like overdone joke, like it's old now.
yeah.
Those
kind of go around in the GD world, so I get
Do you
it.
know what?
Milking
Do you know what
dead
I think is
horse.
like so painfully unfunny now for that reason? Anything
that?
with like Rio de Janeiro and papyrus font, like holy shit, make it stop.
No, I still love that. You just brought that back for me.
Dude, the guy who
Maybe
created
you've
it
seen
is
too-
like,
I've
dude,
seen
I
the
have to
perfect amount
ponder
of that.
every day when I see one. I'm like, dude, I've caused this. I forgot who the guy who made it's on Twitter. I know the guy. I forgot his name though.
I know it's just a
I
thing.
forgot.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'm just a hater. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm just a fucking hater.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, you should on protein yogurt, but it's no beans on toast. At least I'm nourished.
Nah,
You know,
I'd have to pop
Elite
like
Z
5
Rebirth is a
lactase
valid
pills.
level to block someone for, so I get it.
Is that
I
your
beat-
most
I beat
hated
that
level, or
level
is it
with-
like Valor?
I couldn't tell you. I don't pay attention to that stuff. But I mean, I feel like it has to be Elite Z. I feel like that specifically had to give it that reputation, honestly.
Conical's also up there though, I think.
Conical people kind
Nah,
of
Conical's like-
Yeah.
I think people just
You
hate
can't
Elite
take
Z.
Conical too seriously. That's
I
the
beat
thing.
Elite Z Rebirth with Para when he was in town. It was so much fun.
That level was such a funny thing to happen because like I kind of just said, what if we just make an Elite Z Rebirth as like a joke, and then Blair was just like, okay. And
I wonder what they're doing right now.
You're reminding me. I need to finish a bunch of your levels I started playing because I've started playing so many of them, but I just don't finish it. So
Remember
I actually
Fairy
need to,
Knife
like-
Hell? Oh my god.
Dude, back when Sunset Sandstorm dropped, Airswipe commented something like, I can't believe like quote unquote original levels like this keep getting a pass even when they're bad. It was something along that line. It was so funny.
It's
I just
always
laughed
so
when I
funny,
saw
like
it.
going back through old comments and then like seeing people you know and are friends with now,
Yeah.
just like shitting on your stuff. It's really great. I've seen it so many times. I always like to pin those comments when I see them.
Yeah, it was a comment on GD, but it was still just like really fucking funny.
I'm trying to think of examples of that. Of just people being like, I hate you, and then we become friends. It's like, oh.
I got to think of one. Riot was like that with me.
I got blocked in Karma's channel. I mean, I got banned in Karma's channel one time.
Yeah, I got banned
What'd you
in
do?
Riot's chat.
I posted a taco emo back when that was a thing.
I would still ban someone for doing that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying those things should not exist.
Dude, I'm probably banned on my original account for your Twitch.
It is
Would
what
not
it is.
surprise me. Well, it's
I
because
got
like I was
banned
like
from-
14 and I would just like say whatever the fuck I wanted to.
Right.
Oh,
kinda,
you're
I remember
reminding me
being
of
like that too. Like anything that came to mind, I would just say it, and it's like stupid.
yeah.
But,
I had my like 12-year-old Twitch days. I think I was in Nazgub's stream, and I must have been like literally 10, or not 10, but like 11. And
Big
I
difference.
think you were there, Crohn, and I was like really annoying or something. So I went into GD and I made an account called Crohn44, and I still own that account.
Oh, wait, in Nazgub's stream?
Yeah.
What was he making?
That was the stream. I think he revealed his Minecraft in GD thing.
oh yes.
So
Is
whenever
you were
that
10 in
was.
2020?
Oh no, I wasn't 10. Jesus, I just picture I hadn't hit puberty yet, right? I would have been.
Because
You hit
Fuck, I was
puberty at
16.
17?
XO in Minecraft
No, I
was,
hit
was
puberty like
2020, right?
late 16. I think, yeah,
I forget I'm older
nearly
than
17.
you. That's weird.
So I'm a solid like 2 years into puberty right now. 3 years.
It's
going
weird
well.
to think about that level being 5 years old.
Yeah, XO.
Almost
No.
5 years.
Yeah.
God,
Older than most Fortnite
my
players.
God.
Think about that.
that's crazy.
Older than most GD players.
True.
Think about that.
Dude, I'm like, people born in lockdown are like going to school now.
Dude, stop.
That's weird. Like, I
Stop.
could go to a school and there'll be kids running around. I'm like, geez, that guy was born in like 2020.
Yeah, dude,
I was
there's people
celebrating
on
my
Fortnite that
GCSEs
were born
cancelled.
when GTA 5 came out, and that's like, I can't stomach that. they're like 11.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, there's probably someone listening right now that's like, I hope not, like 12. It's like, man, I'm fucking old.
Yeah.
It's okay, I'll drink my problems away with water.
2010 was 17 years ago.
Ugh.
What?
Dude, 2014 was 25 years ago.
That's crazy.
Dude, that hits hard, man.
But I got banned
Stop
in
saying that. You made me
Riot's-
feel old.
I got banned in Riot's chat when he was verifying Bloodbath because I had told him to stop dying, which is the funniest thing you could say to someone verifying a level. I think I said it
Stop
twice, and
dying.
he like paused the game just to ban me, and I felt
Oh my
like,
god, that's
You're like, damn. Dude,
I
I've done that before. You're just like messing around, then you actually piss them off. It's like,
what you like hit a nerve and you're like, oh damn it. Now Riot doesn't like me.
Dude, you know what I did on Sonic's stream? I was like 13. I kept just saying, can you please clip your nails? And I just kept saying it over and over. And then a bunch of other people
Do you
started
have a
saying
hand
it.
cam?
No, he didn't even have a hand cam.
Oh.
And eventually he was just
Oh.
like, can you guys shut the fuck up?
What, do you think the guy actually hadn't clipped his nails in a while?
I don't know. I was just being stupid.
He was self-conscious about his nails.
Dude, I don't know. I kind of miss being that dumb, but like, I mean, you can. I mean,
know.
I could still do that. Just go into a stream and be like, "Is this live?" Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's funny, but I wouldn't want to live my whole life being that dumb. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
I
The
would.
last time I will say, the last time we did that, we were going into GD streams. We kept saying, "Is this live?" And every time they would read it and go, "Is this live?" Yes, this is live. The call would just explode.
How hard is this Demon 10 stars?
oh, that's a classic right there.
Dude, it's so funny. I feel bad. We kind of made this guy really mad one time. They're gonna know if they're listening, but we kept going in their stream with alls just asking if it was live, and they were getting really upset. It got to the point where we were like, okay, this is not a good idea. So we
God,
stopped.
yeah.
There was a time I found a bug with Steam where
Oh my
like,
god.
Yeah,
Was
you
it Dawn
remember-
that found it?
What?
Was it Dawn that found it, or was it you?
It was me because I was
It was
I
you,
was like
okay.
pissing off Dawn with it.
Right.
So like there was this bug where I think it's fixed now, but you could add someone to a group chat on Steam, and then if you kick them from that group chat, it tabs them out to give them the message that they got kicked out. So like when we figured this out, like because I kept like adding one of my friends to a group chat and kicking them out just to annoy them. They're like, dude, it's like tabbing me out. I'm like, wait. So like I like went to a bunch of streamers that I have on Steam and like we just started like adding them to group chats and kicking them out, and it was so fun. I think I have
that's
a
so
clip
good.
of,
Karma
like,
did it
Riot.
to Riot. I did it to Impesta. One of our other friends did it to Franz J.
But does it still work?
No,
No,
it's
it doesn't.
fixed.
Oh.
But those clips are still.
Those clips
so
are
funny.
golden, dude. It was the
Wait,
funniest shit
was
ever.
it Mince who did it to Franz?
No, Jan, someone else you probably don't know.
I think that's Shock, right?
No,
Jan
different
is
Jan.
Shock. Oh, okay, there's two. Oops.
Oh,
Too many people.
that sounds like some next level trolling right there. That is insane.
It was so funny.
Yeah.
I had to hold back from just doing it repeatedly to the
Yeah,
same
me too.
person.
It was
Because
No, you,
it
can't,
was
you
really
can't do it
hard
too
not
much or
to.
it
Because
gets
like it
old.
literally tabs you out of everything.
Yeah.
like no matter
Oh.
what game you're playing, they were playing GD, but like it could have like you could have been doing literally anything. It would like pull you out of
Oh.
whatever you're doing.
You got to
Even if
time
you're
it
playing a
with
game that's not
like.
even on Steam, it would still work.
Yeah, and
You got
like
to time it for a
and
good
like
attempt.
you could name the group chat in such a way where when you kick them, it just says you were kicked from this group chat without telling you who did it.
Oh.
Like, they had no idea who was doing it.
Oh god, I probably shouldn't mention this because it's been a secret for forever, and it's like me and my friend's funny secret. But I mean, he's never gonna watch this. So we've all done this. We've all added people to a Discord group and kicked them because XD funny, right? We've
I've
all
never done
been
that.
Yep.
14. So it was like 2018, and I added C to a group chat called Bounce to Bounce Bounce, and I kicked him, and it woke him up because I guess he was sleeping.
Oh.
And he took a screenshot. He tweeted, and he was like, "Whoever's fucking doing this, I swear." I didn't have the heart to tell him I did it.
Oh.
I didn't have the heart to tell him. I didn't want him to get like fucking pissed at me. Oh, he never ever found out.
Until
I mean,
Oh my
now he's
God.
gonna know now that I mentioned it. But I'm okay with the secret being out there, dude. He got so pissed off. I wish I could find the screenshot. It's lost, but
Lost media.
oh my god,
Oh, that's so good. I
Yeah,
love
dude, it's
waking
lost me.
people up.
dude, all of C's Twitter accounts are lost media. I don't know if you guys have ever done that. But
I haven't. I've definitely gotten added to groups before, and it's
Yeah, me
definitely
Yeah.
too.
annoying.
The last person to
but
do it
adding
for me
kicks,
was
I'm like,
Denny,
why
and
would
removed him because I don't like him.
Well,
Sorry.
These two
Yeah.
jokers added me to a group chat just today, and now I'm on a video call with them.
Yeah, hate it when that
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah.
This has been a giant elaborate
Crazy.
troll to extort data.
yeah.
No,
Yeah,
elaborate.
we're
just
getting your
long.
like face recognition data.
Yeah.
We're gonna
I mean,
come
like,
out in a
if
few
someone
minutes.
can
There'll be a
somehow find that
3D
tweet, I will
Blender map
be
of your head.
ecstatic. But yeah, I don't do that
Yeah.
anymore, obviously. But dude,
Nah.
we used to think that was the funniest shit ever. Like just adding people
adding
to
and
groups for like
removing.
4 seconds and then removing them.
Man, looking back,
What,
it's
like,
got to
so-
be
so-
like
some. It's always
better
somebody,
ways to spend
someone
our
you have
time.
added.
Oh yeah, that's
Like
just
some
like
famous
bored to the
person you
max
have
right
added.
there.
Like, if I had Mr. Beast added, I would just add and remove Mr. Beast from the group. That'd be sick.
Who's the
Wonder
one-
if I
dude,
have Mr.
wonder,
Beast
like,
added.
I used to have I forgot their name. They have a lot. I don't remember.
If you think about it, you're now 3 degrees of separation away from Mr. Beast because you're in a call with Karma. Karma's friends with Zobros. Zobros is in a Mr. Beast video.
That's true.
That's true.
Oh my god.
I think the biggest YouTuber
Feel
I've ever
honored.
spoken to is like Summoning Salt or something. That I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't keep track of
Yeah,
that.
who's the most famous person you've met?
Like just generally or real life.
Like, I don't know. Both.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think I know KrmaL. I think it's Eden probably, unless
Yep.
he ran into like
Oh,
Michael
wrong
Jordan or
picture.
something. What was that?
Wrong picture. Sorry, I was waiting for a moment to just show this.
Wait. Wait,
Mario.
I think I think
Why
I
do
see
you
a
have
purple.
that?
Wait, I think I see a purple thumb. Can you put that back? Wait, let me get a second look. You're gonna like write purple on it with a marker. No, but yeah, I don't know, man.
I've been in the vicinity of Tiger Woods before.
I've been
Ooh.
in the vicinity of Drake before.
Yeah, it's
I think who was.
Nice.
Let me
I
think
guess,
of who's the
because of what's happening.
I'm trying to think any others.
My dad met Michael Strahan one time, but I don't know. My friend's dad met Kanye. I don't know.
Okay,
I have
let
a
me find the
connection to
name of this
somebody.
person because I forgot.
Who was
Is it this
Bruce
guy?
Springsteen?
Who was Bruce Spring? What?
That's like when I heard Michael Schumacher for the first time. I'm like, what?
How are you gonna say who was Bruce Springsteen, bro?
American songwriter? Cool, man. Dude, this is actually a cool question. If you could meet anybody in the world, dead or alive, who would it be? That's a hard one, man. Maybe like 3 people. I don't know. You met Moses? Yeah, I
Okay.
did too. I met
Okay, I
God.
got his name now. It was
Was she black?
it was
Can't
at
remember.
work. It was Stuart Broad, if anyone knows who that is.
Well, he's a
British
golfer,
people
so
know who
unfortunately
Stuart Broad
nobody
is.
cares.
But yeah, at my work, he was one of the people I had to get stuff for, so that was cool. But I think, in terms of someone I actually care about that I've met in real life, it was Alan Schaller I ran into, and he's like basically my favorite photographer. And I was just in London one day, and I just ran into him. Like, holy shit!
That's cool.
So, yeah, I think that was the most famous person to me that I've met.
I mean, I've been in Atlanta
Like,
before,
it's
so
kind
does
of
like every
relative.
celebrity count?
Yeah, there are so many in Atlanta. Who's from Atlanta?
In terms
Me.
of the
Uh,
question of like who I'd want to meet, like it's tough because I feel like a lot of people that I would say as an answer to that probably wouldn't want to meet me, and that would make
It's
it
such a
not as
tough
fun.
question. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, what do I do? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know who I'd want to meet though. I don't really want to meet
Probably,
anyone. I want
dude,
to
for
run
me, it's
into
probably like
someone.
Jason Lee or something.
I thought
I
you
don't
were
know
gonna
if you
say
know who
like
that
Jason Derulo. I was like, okay.
Yeah, Jason Momoa. Dude, it's Aquaman. Oh my god. Yeah, I
In
don't know.
terms of like people you want to run into, Mr. Beast, because he could just give me 10 grand right there, and I'd be like, sure.
Damn, yeah.
Like that's
Sure.
a that's a
Point.
high likelihood of success.
Do you think if you beg in front of him, he's less likely to give you money? The answer is probably yes.
No, he was on a podcast once. He says the amount of kids that come up to him in public and just ask him for money is like insane. Like he goes to
Yeah.
Walmart, and by the end there's like a crowd.
I mean,
of
like, what
kids
does he
asking him for
expect though?
money.
Like,
Oh,
he's done so
yeah.
much good. It's like people are gonna see that and be like, "Oh, well, I need some money."
Yeah.
Dude, hashtag I hate Mr. Beast. He made fun of Zobros. I'm not gonna fucking forgive him for that.
God.
That's what I'm saying.
Hashtag Mark of the Beast. Oh, have you seen the anti Mr. Beast animation?
I think I
No.
have.
Is
Like
it the Meat
it was
Canyon one?
commissioned by like Max Mofo and his mate
Oh, it's in 2015.
on Hot Ones.
What, the Zebras thing?
No, the anti Mr. Beast.
Oh.
The anti Mr. Beast like
Dude, that was-
Christian
It's
household
a different time. Remember how he was just
like
edgy?
animation.
He would say like women
Huh?
belong in the kitchen and shit.
Oh, was Matt Lobo? Yeah.
No, Mr. Beast. Well, both.
Oh yeah.
That was
Yeah,
a
dude.
time.
Dude, it's so funny to remember that Sneeko used to help Mr. Beast with videos, and now he's like, whatever. He's not
God.
even a person. Did anybody
He's
here
an
used to
entity.
watch Sneeko like before all that? Do you know what he used to
Definitely
make?
not. Definitely not.
I watched Mr. Beast bad intro videos.
He used to make,
but I wasn't watching Sneeko.
Sneeko used to make very good videos about like a bunch of different human topics, like ego and stuff like that, and like how
Hi,
like
Santiago.
acid saved my life, how it ruined my life, and he made genuinely very good, thought-provoking content. And then I guess he saw one opportunity
What
to throw it all
happened?
away to make 10 times the money, and was like, "Bye." So it's sad.
Yeah.
But
I mean, what would you do, to be fair, put in the same situation? Like, if you can make like fucking
well,
shit
you gotta
tons of
understand, like,
money by
not all
just,
money's good money. Like, it's money, but like,
Oh yeah,
it's money at the
that
expense
is-
of like
no,
your
that
entire
is-
career just going down.
Have
the
you ever seen
shitter.
Breaking Bad?
I don't think I'd sacrifice.
Dude, I need
dignity for
to.
money.
I know it's excellent.
That was supposed to be a default. Yes, man. I wasn't expecting.
Dude,
a no
I
there.
don't know. You want to know why I haven't seen it? I'm just like a movie guy. Like, TV shows are very long, which is fine, but I'd rather like just watch a movie. You know what I
You
mean?
should watch Lenny's show.
The last movie I watched was Billy Madison, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
We could
got a
talk about
question
movies
for
all
you.
day. I love movies.
What's
Let's
I'm
happening?
talk
watching
about
a
Rat
series
City Street
called,
Kids. Believe in
Save
Santa.
Christmas. Does it believe in Santa? I thought it was
Do
Save
you guys
Christmas.
know what Christmas mail is?
No,
Drew Gooden made the funniest video about that
of
movie.
course it's Drew Gooden. Oh, I feel like I might have seen this actually.
Dude, it's the I don't have feelings for Christy North thing. That, oh my god. It's one of those movies that's like worse than a Hallmark movie.
I haven't seen.
So
I haven't
it's
watched
like-
a Drew Gooden video in a minute.
Yeah, I stopped watching him too.
Hmm.
I don't know why. I just stopped.
I must have watched one of those guys' videos at some point. But
I stopped when
I
he
won't be able to
uploaded
tell you which one.
the shoes that make you walk faster. I don't think he fell off. I think I just stopped watching him.
Yeah.
I kind of like old
Oh.
Drew Gooden, to be honest.
Only channel I watch right now is Hive Mind.
You
I
can't
watch
get into
Louis
Hive Mind.
Rossman and some other people.
Yeah,
I
I
actually-
don't know what I watch.
I used to watch Dark Viper AU. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I saw his video on the content on the reactor stuff.
Dude, it's so good.
Oh yeah.
There's something that he did that really irked me though. Do you know what he did to Carl Jobst?
Nope.
I'm just going off of purely what I've heard, so there could be things that are missing, but basically, do you know who Carl Jobst is?
Yep.
Yeah, he made the GD video
Yeah.
on space. Basically, he's been going through a divorce, and he's being sued by Billy Mitchell because he
Oh.
made a video about him, whatever. And in order to like pay for all that shit, he took a sponsorship from somebody. But what
Oh,
happened
what,
is they
BetterHelp?
somebody. And what happened is that the company that sponsored him later turned out to be pro reaction content, and Dark Viper found out and essentially cut him off over that. And I thought that was
Oh,
just the
right.
most petty shit
Mm.
ever. I was like,
Yeah,
dude,
why would you
come
do
on.
that?
Like, and like, there's definitely
Bruh.
shit missing, but like from just hearing that, it's like, really, like, why?
Anyone ever
Yeah.
watch Technology Connections?
Yes, love that.
No.
channel.
Oh, that guy is so good.
Oh man, that you gotta just like spend an evening just watching.
That's the
Technology
best
Connections
channel
video.
ever.
That guy has like the perfect kind of autism for like tech, and it's.
Have you guys
like,
watched Styro
I just
Pyro
can't stop
before? Did I
watching
used
that
to
dude.
fucking binge his shit?
Styro Pyro? That guy actually.
That guy scares me.
Watch
The guy makes bangers.
watch
He's actually
Frederick
ripped as
Knudsen
well.
down the rabbit hole and Daniel Olson folding ideas.
I used to watch those videos. Have you heard the story of the Mick Barge before? That's kind of left
We're
field,
going straight
but
back to episode 1 right now. McBarge.
that was a Bright Sun Films video. Dude, there's so much good content, man. We're never gonna be able to watch it all.
Yeah,
That's kind of a shame.
I don't know. I feel like content is just the world's #1 distraction right now. So.
I mean, especially
Also,
when it's
there's lots
well
of good
made,
stuff,
it's like
but-
good to.
Oh yeah, well-made content's good.
I used to watch a lot of VAT19 like a long time ago I mean they're just retailers who make like, let's be honest, sludge.
I don't
But-
know what you're talking about.
It's like a YouTube channel where they advertise like things that they retail. Like
Oh,
they're like a
right. So,
third-party
like
retailer
teleshopping,
for
but
like
worse.
just random shit, like massive gummy worm, liquid glass putty, massive like
G-Lie,
like-
B-Lie, Pete Rat, Goomai,
it's shit
Gondai.
like that.
Oh man,
It's literally
be
just
like-
like yeah.
Run for the
my
Cube,
Bandai.
great channel. Check it out sometime.
The world's largest gummy. Whoa, what was that guy doing to the gummy one? Damn. That
I used to
gummy one
watch
getting more
that in
attention
like
than most.
2014 or something.
There was a
The-
channel. I forget the
Yeah.
name of the channel. There was some channel out there that did like live streams of like exploring abandoned buildings and shit. I really
Oh, there's a
wanna
lot
find
of
that
those,
one.
yeah. Dude,
There's
I
one
love
in
those too.
particular.
Have you seen the one where they explored the massive estate that belonged to like one of the major shareholders of the Titanic?
I can't.
That
say I
one is
have, no.
cool, man. I'll have to find it. It has like a massive like lobby. Yeah, it's this. I mean, I'm just gonna send it, but it was this. There's so many good channels that do that. I've actually thought about doing that, but there's really nothing where I live that you can do that to. Like there's like old mills and stuff like that, but like they're probably vandalized and full of shit that's dangerous. So I don't know.
I hate it when shit is dangerous.
Have you done it
Real.
before?
Explored an abandoned building? No.
No.
Yeah.
I know
I've
people. Do you
heard
guys
can
know what
get some-
Emerald is? He does that.
Like,
Okay. I was just gonna say like Emerald, like the thing, like
He's the
yeah.
only fucking GD player ever to be from Montana.
wow.
He
Yeah,
doesn't
what
play,
do
well, I
people
mean, he
in
doesn't really play
Montana
the game, but
do?
yeah, Emerald mentioned he's gonna DM me and be like, "Oh my god." Yeah, but I don't know. I'd love to do that. It seems like a lot of fun. Jesus Christ, we're almost at 4 hours. Do you know how hungry I am? I have a chicken sandwich in the fridge waiting to
Let's
be
shoot for
air
You
fried.
need to eat before the podcast.
Yeah, might as well. 7 minutes. Yeah. What do you
I
guys like
just
to do in
ate
your free time?
before.
What are your hobbies besides the
Consuming
last 3
content.
hours of shit we talked about?
Consumption of content.
Oh yeah, dude. Let's go.
But like lately, I've been collecting music. I'm
Me
a
too.
Oh, cool.
collector. I collect all kinds of shit. Maybe there's something wrong with my brain, but since I was a child, I was collecting candy wrappers. Then I moved on to seashells, and then video games and music, Pokemon cards, whatever. I think I started playing GD
Karma, how
I
many
wanted to
records
collect
do you have at
achievements.
this point?
like over 100 now.
I have like, I think like 170 or something.
I can look. Hang on.
Yeah.
Do you know what I used to do? God, this is awful. I used to collect like sodas. Like how fucking stupid. I used to collect sodas, like different
What?
kinds, because you know how like Mountain Dew would have
Why?
like limited flavors.
Have you
and
ever been
whatever?
to the world of Coke?
Oh yes, I've been
Oh.
there so many times. What's that one flavor that everybody hates? It's the Italian one.
It starts with a B. It's
Oh my god. Beverly.
Beverly. Yeah, Beverly.
Dude, remember how for forever it
Beverly.
was just like the blue and white, and it was just the word Beverly, and then it finally got a logo.
Oh, did it? I haven't been there since then. So.
Yeah,
130
I mean-
is the number, by the way.
Nice.
I've been there so many times. It's just kind of boring now. I mean, well, not boring, but like it's just like, yeah. This is the new logo. I mean, it's still basic, but it's this now. It's sending. Yeah, it used to be like the blue. Oh yeah, or blue with white font. If anyone's been there, they know how fucking awful it is. It's like bitter. I don't really remember. It's been a couple
Oh.
years.
Was it like tonic water?
No.
Oh.
It's like shit water.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. It's bad though.
Yeah.
Dude, you know
No.
what I also remember about the world of Coke? Every time you leave, your shoes are sticky. I remember that. Very well. Because the testing,
Yeah,
the
it's just
massive
any,
testing
like,
area,
club.
like people just
Always
spill
water on
it
the floor,
everywhere.
yeah.
Any place with drinks, the floor is just permanently.
Have you been to the
sticky.
aquarium?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that, dude. I was gonna go with Wave last time I was in Atlanta, but we went at like a bad time. It was like 4:30 on a Sunday. So it was like $70 a person for like an hour, and we were like, I think I'll die actually.
$70.
It's something it was because of the timing and like the time of the week.
Oh. Oh, fair
Yeah,
enough.
I mean if you're
I
ever
guess
in
if it's
Atlanta,
like
I advise to go
sunset
to
on like a
the
Friday.
aquarium. Isn't the aquarium the biggest one in the country? Or like the
Yeah,
West Coast?
it is. It's the
Something
only
like
one with
that?
whale
Yeah.
sharks as well.
It has bull sharks now?
Whale sharks.
Whale sharks. Damn. Did I wonder
So-
if I go down there, I'll like see them transporting something in a big truck, something. How do they even do that? Don't they like wrap it in like? I
Carefully.
don't even know how they do that. That is interesting to think about.
Hmm.
I do want to
Yeah.
go back.
So, what hobbies do you have, Blue? What are your hobbies?
Sometimes I make music. Not a lot. I actually bought Arturia Mini V2,
Yo,
which is the
guy
same.
in chat. Which Kanye records do you have? Sorry, continue.
Oh, they'll just answer. No, but I make music sometimes. I make videos. I play games. I go to the gym a lot now. You might not be able to tell by looking
Oh.
at me, but I'm not
Might
I'm not gonna be
able to
Mr.
tell, but I go
Olympia.
gym.
But
I skipped
Yeah.
gym for this.
Not quite Arnie yet.
did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I
What would you have been doing today?
Just arms, typical.
Nice. I have like a bro split, they call it. It's like one day I do like chest and back, then like legs.
Yeah,
Then
I only
arms and
go to the
shoulders
gym
and
like
legs.
twice a week-ish or less, but it's still
I've
good to
been
go
I've
once in
been
a while.
working my fucking ass off, dude. I try to go 6 days a week, and this Saturday is my only break, so that's how the podcast just works. Like my normal day is like, I wake up and I do all my toiletries and stuff. I make food. I take creatine too because it's like,
Day in the
it makes
life.
you maintain
jeez.
more water in your muscles and that kind of thing. I know nobody cares,
Right.
but like,
Genius.
then I go to the gym. Then I come back. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I go to Chipotle because it's like just easy, big protein meals. How am I alive? Good
Yeah.
question. Someone actually tried to
I,
rob me at the gym at like 3 a.m. one time. Good question.
What? That's average gym in America. Jesus Christ.
Well, it's because I was going very
How do you
late at night.
try
even
to
though
rob coming out of the gym? What do you have? You have like a bag and like a sweaty
I have my
t-shirt. What are
wallet,
they
my
gonna take?
keys, my phone.
Yeah, I guess.
Because
Taking
you need-
notes.
You're right. Yeah.
No,
fair
but
enough.
like, might as well explain it. I wouldn't say they tried to rob me, but so I'm sure everybody here's had a bad sleep schedule at one point or another.
Still do.
Yep.
Yep. I go to bed at 6 a.m.
Right now.
Yep. Nine is just the day is just getting started, dude. So, but I would go to the gym at like 2 in the morning or like 1, and I would come back at like 3. I used to go for a long time, and I live in a very safe place, to be honest. I think Crohn maybe can attest if you're familiar with like
What part of
the
town?
people.
I mean, if you want to say.
I can just DM it to you. It's where
Oh,
you were when
okay.
I met you. It's just this
Oh.
area. It's a fairly safe area, right? I would presume. Nothing
Yeah,
really
yeah.
bad happens. Yeah. It was just like that one bad person, the occasional. I was just at the gym, and since there was no one ever there, I would literally. This is my fault. So gyms have cubbies, right? We all know this. Since no one would ever be there, I would just instinctively just put my shit in the cubby. I'd put my wallet and my keys and my phone, I think. Well, no, I'd keep my phone, but that's a mistake. Obviously, I should have known better. You always hold on to that shit. But there was one other person in the gym, and they were just wearing gym stuff, but they weren't like working on anything. What they would do, and they would have their phone in their hand like this with earbuds, and every time a car would pull up, they'd look at like the window, and then they'd say something in their phone, and what they would do is they would literally like patrol the gym. They would walk up to a machine and then just turn around and just walk all the way back. The bathroom was like behind the corner of the gym, so they'd walk around that, turn around, just walk back, and I'm like, all right, something's wrong. And I talked to the people about it. Nothing happened. Like I'm pretty sure they did try to take a picture of my like debit card and stuff, so I canceled my cards and shit. Nothing happened, but like I talked to the guy who owns that gym, and they just deemed it as like, which sucks, but like whatever.
It's an average day.
You can't really do much about it.
Yeah, they just deemed like the CCTV footage as like not, there's like negligible.
Yeah.
That is the guy who made Old Lady and Big Boned. You're right.
My 2 most important creations.
Big Boned has a very famous like top 3 execution. Like just the way those spikes rotate is just, I don't even understand.
Very thoughtful moment in my career.
Yeah, but there's a story for you. I don't know if you guys have been robbed before. But...
Not up front.
Oh.
Have I?
Well, I think if you have to think about it, you
Nope.
probably haven't.
No, I haven't. No.
Yeah, you got to be careful in places like
not
Atlanta,
to my
though.
knowledge.
I mean, unless I don't know shit.
The closest I've come is my channel being hacked, but that doesn't really count.
That does.
So
They're stealing it from you.
yeah. Yeah, but it's not like someone comes up to you in the street and jumps you, is it? It's just like, oh god.
I mean, like you'll be
tweet.
fine in places like Atlanta as long as you just stay out of certain places and just don't
yeah.
like be alone or anything at night and stuff
Yeah,
like that. I mean,
basically,
that's
obviously.
just from what I know, right? I don't live there, but
Like
it's my
when
guess.
I went to New York, I didn't leave Manhattan, to be fair, so it was pretty safe to start with. But
Well-
yeah, I mean, I wasn't like going walking around in like Queens at 1 a.m.
Yeah, that's a
alone
bad
or
idea.
something. it's like no. Actually that fixed my sleep schedule when I went to America. Like I was falling asleep at like 10 p.m., waking up at 7. Like, oh,
That
this
does
is
fix
nice.
your mental. I think we're all mentally ill from
Yeah.
that.
Is that
Yeah,
the
but then I
solution to
came back
fixing
and
a
my
sleep
sleep
schedule?
schedule
Is just move
terrible.
across the world?
Jet
Yeah, just
lag, yes.
continuously move.
Every single time your sleep schedule falls off, you just like
Become a pilot. Yeah.
It's
This is
like,
why pilots are happy. Well, maybe all of them, hopefully.
yeah, they just don't have one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I go on night drives, but I don't really do that much anymore. I used to go driving at like 1:30 a.m., like 2 a.m. I'd go to the Costco parking lot because it's like looks like a liminal space, and I'd take like VHS video. I don't do that anymore though.
Pretty aesthetic.
Analog horror.
Yeah, dude, life update. There's a vacuum leak in my BMW. Yes, dude.
Oh, big life update. Jeez.
Yeah, big life update. I fixed the idle speed control valve. Dude, we're gaining viewers by the second.
My God.
By the way, we're well
Everyone's
over 4
flocking
hours
in.
now.
Oh my God. Oh, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say, you mentioned collecting music. I don't really collect music, but I'm one of them people that has like a bunch of vinyls of just music that I like.
Yeah,
I
me
used
too.
to have, huh?
Me too.
Yeah, I used to have a rare one, which was I think it was JPEG Mafia Offline, and it was the album of it. But that was the rarest one I had, but I sold it now.
I
so-
actually have the tree from the 100 Gex album cover.
Oh,
I
went there one
relocated
time.
it.
before
I
got
heard it
chopped
got
down.
cut down, but
Yeah.
apparently that was fake. Oh, dude,
Yeah, I'm pretty
really?
sure that was
Damn.
fake.
I don't know. I think it was fake, but
I
I went
yeah,
to
I
the
don't
tree in
know.
person. It was fun.
I relocated it. It's in my front lawn.
Yeah.
No HOA, so I can get away with it. I think we're gonna have to wrap it up in a minute here.
Yeah. What we're talking about.
I gotta eat
Hobbies?
dinner,
Oh,
man.
hobbies.
It's 9 p.m.
I mean,
I have the tree right
hobbies.
here.
I do
Oh, dude, let's
photography
go.
in my spare time. That's a good hobby. And not as interesting, but oh yeah.
My friend broke his monitor one time because I
Mm.
said I liked the money machine.
What?
The song is fire.
I told him I thought the song was kind of funny and I liked it, and he broke his monitor over it by his own
Oh my
intuition.
God.
But yeah,
It's a
Okay.
relatively
Okay,
reasonable-
he's
Yeah.
probably gonna listen to this, and he knows that I'm talking about him. But yeah,
All right. We should wrap up because it's been over 4 hours, and this is post-stream chat right here.
yeah. You guys ready to end?
This can't
Yeah,
make
ready.
the director's cut. We're definitely. I know. As long as people are happy.
Might
unless
as
there's
well
anything
like
else you want
conclude
to talk
stuff.
about.
So
Yeah.
you guys have any closing statements, plans for the future?
No.
No.
Keep
Yeah.
keep on breathing.
We have Mario planned.
Yeah, keep on rocking in the
I
free
will
world.
keep on breathing. That is true.
Yep. Keep breathing. Keep going. Keep vibing. Vibe if you can.
Somebody's mic is just missing from the other scene. You know what? I'm gonna fix that right
Dasher
now.
podcast forever.
Wait, hold on.
100
gags. Oh, hey, there he is. Oh, he's behind it now. I'm gonna put him right there. I'm just fixing this for a second. All right, now
Oh.
everyone's mics are on all the scenes.
There we go.
Actually, you know what? For the stream ending, I'll put KrmaL at the top. There you go.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right. Well, this has been episode 17 or whatever. I lost count. Thank you guys so much for coming on. I'm honestly surprised that you wanted to. Going to be totally honest. I thought you guys wouldn't have wanted to, but
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Summer, I got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
I get it.
Said maybe make a level or something, but no,
Oh, God.
Dude, I need to get a job. What am I doing? But yeah, I really appreciate it. Seriously, this was
Yeah.
I enjoyed this.
Yeah. Thank you guys
for having us.
for agreeing to come on.
If
it's
you have
been a good
anything else you
episode.
want to say before we end, go for it.
I do not. Buy Sound Under.
Cash
Yeah,
at
buy
me
something.
$20.
Yeah.
Hear that? Make sure to give him money,
Yeah.
and make sure
Yeah.
to make his thumbs purple, and you know. Do all you can.
Definitely.
At Mr.
All right.
Fresh
Go
Actions
for it.
on Cash App.
Yeah, CrazyMan50 on Twitter.
I don't actually know what my cash app is.
I don't know either.
I don't know what it is.
Just sending someone random money.
Someone will find it. This has been episode 17. I will see you guys later for episode 18, which is also going to be pretty good. So see you guys.
Yep. See ya,
Bye.
guys.